made a phone call with Prime Minister Modi and strongly condemned the April 22nd terror attack in Pahalgam, where 26 tourists were killed. So this phone call coming in from Vladimir Putin, who condemned the Pahalgam terror attack, and according to the official release on this conversation, he conveyed his condolences over the loss of life and expressed full support to India in its fight against terrorism. Let's go across to Vishal for more details on this entire story. And Vishal, do give us more details of what President Putin said to Prime Minister Modi.
Well, this is the second time that President Putin has spoken to Prime Minister Modi on this matter of this dastardly attack in Kashmir that killed at least 26 innocent people. And this is the second time he has gone on to say that the Russian government condemns this attack, and they express their deepest condolences on the loss of innocent lives and expressed full support to India in the fight against terrorism. So that's a very crucial point here, because this whole story is about fight against terrorism. India has been doing all it can, the Indian government has been doing all it can to curtail this terrorism from Pakistan that emanates mostly from Pakistan. Although Pakistan has been denying involvement, but we all know the truth. The hotbed of terrorism lies right there, and the phone call did revolve around this talk, and both the leaders have been speaking quite often in the last 1 year or so. They have spoken on several topics such as the such as the Ukraine war. PM Modi has time and again expressed that this is not a time for war. So Putin could be seen in the same light, that he's trying to mediate in this situation and trying to resolve the situation, because tensions have been escalating every day ever since the attack that happened about 2 weeks ago and killed 26 innocent people. And there have been several movements from both the sides, particularly from India, that India has been trying to clamp down on Pakistan using several avenues to do that. The latest one is, of course, the water front, that several dams could be used to use some waters, used to have some water stored, so that Pakistan may not have access to the water that it needs to irrigate 80% of its field. That was according to the 1960 Indus Water Treaty that is in abeyance as far as the war is concerned. So all of that could also have been discussed on the call, but so far this is the details that the Ministry of External Affairs has shared, and said that both leaders reiterated their commitment to further deepen special and privileged strategic partnership. So that is what the call was all about.
All right, Vishal, thanks so much for joining us with those details. So Vladimir Putin saying that the perpetrators of the Pahalgam attack must be brought to justice. A second call there from Vladimir Putin to Prime Minister Modi. But let's now talk of Pakistan. And the Pakistan military has said that it's conducted a missile test with a range of 120 kilometers. This is the second launch in just 2 days, as tensions with India have soared over Kashmir and the Pahalgam attack, in which 26 Indians were killed. Remember, India has the Prime Minister has said those responsible for the attack and those who provide safe haven to the attackers will all be brought to justice. This is, as we said, the second missile test. On Saturday, the Pakistan military said it had tested a surface-to-surface missile with a range of 450 kilometers, and the missile training launch coming after Prime Minister Modi said he's given the Indian Army full operational freedom to respond to the Pahalgam attack. So now a second missile test by Pakistan. Let's go across to Shiv Arur for more on this. And Shiv, so this is yet another, provocative gesture by Pakistan. You had the earlier test, now a second test, a missile test taking place at a time when, India is deciding on its response to the Pahalgam attack.
That is correct. 2 weeks after the Pahalgam attack, we've seen a series of different escalations and provocations by Pakistan. A nuclear missile test that took place a couple of days ago, and today this surface-to-surface missile test of what they're describing as the Fatah surface-to-surface missile with a range, like you rightly said, of about 120 kilometers. Now, all of this is part of what the Pakistan military is calling Exercise Indus. It's a testing and validation exercise utilized for some of their long-range weapons, like the Abdali that was tested a couple of days ago and the Fatah that was tested today. Now remember, there have been reports to suggest that these weapons tests were supposed to happen later, but they've been advanced in order to align with Pakistan's requirement right now to, project power, give out the sense that, it is completely ready for any kind of outside attack from India. In fact, the ISI press release that has come out on this missile test says, quite blankly and quite boldly that this is a message to anyone looking to disrupt Pakistan's territorial integrity. So there's absolutely no disguise as to what these missile tests are really about. They are about, trying to send out that message that Pakistan is well armed and can handle any outside attack of the kind that India has, imposed on Pakistan in the past as well, except that this time there is absolutely no clarity as to what that attack is going to be, what shape it's going to take, and when it's going to happen.
That's right. Thanks so much, Shiv, for joining us with those details. Now, here in Delhi, the Prime Minister today met with the Defence Secretary, Rajesh Kumar Singh. As she was saying, India's response still to be decided, still to take place. The meeting coming a day after the Prime Minister met the Air Chief Marshal, Amarpreet Singh, and he has now, remember, met the chiefs of the Army, Navy and Air Force as the centre is fine-tuning how it will crack down against Pakistan after the Pahalgam terror attack and Pakistan's hand suspected in that attack. Earlier spoke to Aishwarya for more details.
12 days have been passed since the Pahalgam terror attack, and there had been multiple meetings that had been chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi with top ministers, including Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah and other senior officials from the Ministry of Home Affairs, or the External Affairs Ministry, or the Defence Ministry. And today was the day when Defence Secretary Mr. R.K. Singh met Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The meeting lasted for almost 30 minutes. Let me show you the visuals from Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence over here at 7 Lake Kalyan Marg, where the meeting got over, but continuously there are senior officials who are coming out from 7 Lake Kalyan Marg. I just saw some Air Force chief officials also stepping out from Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence. But as I said, the past few days have seen multiple meetings, dropping a broad hint about India's next move. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh yesterday assured the nation that what the nation desires will certainly happen under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership, and the physical security of India as a nation has also always been ensured by our brave soldiers. Remember the message that came out after Prime Minister met the CDS along with the three service chiefs and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, that Prime Minister has given full responsibility to Indian Armed Forces, and he believes in the full professional abilities of Indian Armed Forces. The time, place and the target will be decided by Indian Armed Forces, and therefore the reason perhaps to update Prime Minister about every development which is taking place in Jammu and Kashmir along with the line of control, as the Pakistani troops have been indulged in ceasefire violation for 11 straight days. It is, of course, these strategic meetings, which are very secretive in nature, is going on a regular basis, and the top bureaucrat of the Defence Ministry, the Defence Secretary R.K. Singh, today met in alignment to the entire response of Indian Armed Forces to the perpetrators of terrorism who are living across the borders, and that is why these meetings are very significant and important. The Defence Secretary met with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the meeting is over, and it lasted for almost 30 minutes today.
And another key meeting to take place, the Home Minister will be meeting with the Jal Shakti Minister. This as the dams and are in focus after the Pahalgam attack, the Indo-Water tree sharing meet. In fact, this meeting will be on this issue. Remember, already the Indus Water Treaty has been suspended, and today the key dams on the Chenab River were temporarily shut. So all these matters will be looked into during this meeting on how action can be taken against Pakistan based on the water that is coming from India and rivers that flow into Pakistan. In other news, ratings agency Moody's has issued a stark warning for Pakistan, stating the escalation of tensions could severely damage its economy, derail progress, and threaten external funding as well as strain foreign exchange reserves. This warning coming at this time of heightened tension between India and Pakistan. And in contrast, India's economy is expected to remain resilient, though heightened defense spending could have notable economic impacts, is what the Moody ratings agency has said. Well, moving on to some other news, and a key meeting of the Standing Committee on IT. This is to discuss obscene content on digital platforms, and concerns over the Ullu app is to be raised during this meeting. Members are seeking clarification on the government over measures that are being taken. Remember, a particular show on the app, House Arrest, is under a police lens in fact, one of the actors has also received a police summons for obscenity that was apparently promoted on this app. Let's go across to Aishwarya for more. Aishwarya, give us the details of this entire controversy and the Standing Committee meeting.
Well, on one side, the FIR has already been lodged against Ijaz Khan and the promoters of Ullu app. It is now, the members of the Information and Technology, the Standing Committee on IT that will be raising this very important issue regarding the rising number of scenes as far as the obscenity and vulgarity is concerned, and platforms like Ullu app. The meeting of the IT is going to be held on Wednesday inside the Parliament complex at 11 a.m. and there the members of the IT Standing Committee will be raising in front of the Secretary, who would be briefing the members regarding the steps the government is taking to curb down such amount of vulgarity in the platforms like Ullu. And remember, there has been already several actions being taken. The NCW had taken cognizance on this matter, and now the entire matter would be reaching to the Parliament as well. The chairperson of the IT Standing Committee, Nishikant Dubey, had categorically told NDTV that of course there are several concerns regarding that. We will be discussing on that, as well as the members are all expected to raise this very issue, and the Secretary of the department will be briefing on what steps have been taken. On the other side, as far as the agenda of the entire meeting is concerned, that's regarding the fake news, how the government is trying to curb down fake news on the social media platforms, and what steps the government has taken so far. Regarding that as well, the briefing would be done in regards to the members of the IT Standing Committee. So clearly, the Ullu app controversy reaching to the Parliament. There has been various members of parliamentarians who have already raised such kind of issues back in the earlier sessions of the Parliament, and now it has come down to the IT Standing Committee. Whether there would be some sort of action or a notice that would be sent to the promoters of the Ullu app by the IT Standing Committee is something that remains to be seen.
All right, Aishwarya, and do stay on for the next news item as well on soaring tensions between India and Pakistan after the Pahalgam attack. And now India has moved the Asian Development Bank against Pakistan. Sources say the finance minister has taken up this issue with the ADB boss and has engaged with Europe on Pakistan as well. So this is the diplomatic offensive. Remember, we are waiting to see what sort of action India will be taking against Pakistan after the Pahalgam attack, and there have been a series of meetings, and the defense chiefs have been given complete freedom to decide on the reaction and whatever action will be taken. But at the same time, there are several other measures that India is taking against Pakistan. Let's go back to Aishwarya for more on that. And Aishwarya, in the series of diplomatic offensives that India has been taking, now India pushing for funding freeze against Pakistan.
Well, sources in the finance ministry had stated to NDTV that the finance minister had spoken to the European counterpart, and India is trying its best to corner Pakistan after the Pahalgam terror attack, be it diplomatically, economically, or through the military force as well. And this regarding the funding that has been given by the ADB to Pakistan. To stop that, the finance minister has reached out to the president of the Asian Development Bank, and it has been told to us that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman met the Italian finance minister on the same issue as well, and to curb down the funding of Pakistan, the steps had been taken by the Indian government. There had been a broad consensus amongst the alliance partners of India, the ally, who had been condemning the terror attack, and finally now how to push Pakistan towards the grey list under the FATF is something that is also on the point of agenda. It has been also stated that Indian finance minister had spoken to European nations and pushing for putting Pakistan in grey list in the FATF and cutting all ties with the ADB funding is something that finance minister has told the ADB president, that is the Asian Development Bank, who also gives funding to Pakistan. So on all sides, India want to corner and isolate Pakistan, and this is on the economic front.
All right, Aishwarya, thanks so much for joining us with those latest developments in India's diplomatic offensive against Pakistan. Well, let's now get to the latest on the water dispute, the water war between Punjab and Haryana. While Punjab today held a special assembly session and vowed not to release any more water to Haryana, saying they can't spare any water. But now the BBMB, that's the Bhakra Byas Management Board that manages the dams and the water release, has moved the High Court against Punjab, accusing the state government of interference, and has demanded the removal of the Punjab police from the vicinity of the dam. The BBMB claims that the deployment of the Punjab police around the dam is completely unjustified, and according to the body, the Punjab police have occupied the Bhakra Nangal Dam headworks. Well, let's go across to Gurpreet for more. And Gurpreet, this is been this war, water war in a sense between Punjab and Haryana has been ongoing. Haryana demanding more water, Punjab saying they're not going to release any more, and now and earlier they refused to attend the meeting of the dam authority, and dam authority now going to the court asking for the Punjab police to be removed from the dam site.
Well, yes, of course. We have seen for the last few days this water sharing dispute between the two states has already been intensified. We have seen today Punjab government has already called a special session where they are going to discuss this issue of water sharing at 360 angle with all the leaders, whether it's the opposition leaders or the ruling government leaders. But finally, what we have learned from inside sources, they are going to brought in resolution against Haryana government because they say they are not having any surplus water at this point of time, and they are not in a position to share a single drop of water with Haryana. But by the time they are going to pass a resolution, we have seen Bhakra Byas Management Board authority has already approached the Punjab and Haryana High Court saying that one direction had already been given to Punjab government saying that they should immediately release 4,500 cubic water to Haryana. Otherwise, Haryana government as well as the Haryana people will start facing a lot of drinking water problem in the coming days. What we have learned from this petition which has been filed before the Honorable Punjab and Haryana High Court, we have seen they have taken a multiple plea in this petition. One plea, they had already raised a question mark over the force which has been deployed at Nangal Dam. They say it's unconstitutional, it's illegal, and at the same time they say it is not a concern of a single Haryana state because this demand which has been given by BBMB to Punjab government, that is going to from Punjab to Delhi, Delhi to Rajasthan. So keeping in view for all these circumstances, they have already already approached the Honorable Court so that direction should be given to Punjab government and this water should be released. We have to wait and watch what will be outcome of this petition which has been filed before Punjab and Haryana High Court. So what will be the final verdict on this and how the court is going to take a note of this petition which has been filed by Bakra Byas management before the Honorable Court. Back to studio.
All right, Gurpreet, quite a development with the Punjab police at the dam site, and now the authorities approaching the High Court asking for the police to be removed in the midst of this water dispute between the two states. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and updates coming up on the other side. Stay with us. Some relief.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
पहली बार देश में आजादी के बाद ये फैसला किया गया है.
For this decision we were waiting since long.
This has been only possible with our Prime Minister's decision.
राहुल जी जो सोचदार है मोदी जी ने अडॉप्ट कर लिया, अच्छा है.
राहुल गांधी के सर्टिफिकेट के लिए राहुल गांधी को क्रेडिट देने के लिए कोई निर्णय नहीं किया.
They have always used it as a political weapon, and now that weapon's gone.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else.
How often have you turned away from debate?
Welcome back. News now from Kolkata, where the Calcutta High Court has given some temporary relief for restaurant owners, and an interim stay has been put on the demolition drive. This is after the fire in a hotel in which 14 people were killed. The High Court has directed the KMC to now submit files based on which decision to demolish rooftop bars and restaurants was taken. Let's go across to Shreyashi now for more. And Shreyashi, so some relief there for the restaurants. was, and this is after action taken by authorities following the hotel fire.
That's right. The hotel owners, while making their submission before the Calcutta High Court, a judge said that there was no notice given to them before demolishing those restaurants. And
yes, do go on, Shreshi.
Well, the Calcutta High Court, while hearing the matter, also asked the KMC authorities under what sections did they give those notices to the hotel owners before going there for the demolition drive. That file has been sought by the single judge bench of the Calcutta High Court before the next hearing on Thursday. The hotel owners, the restaurant owners of these rooftop eateries informed the Calcutta High Court that they were not even given time to remove their liquor and food present in the kitchen of those restaurants. This demolition drive was carried out on the 2nd and 3rd of May, and the hotel owners said that they are the aggrieved parties. Electricity has been snapped, and the way the entire demolition drive was conducted as though they were criminals, despite having the trade licenses and the various liquor permissions already sought from the government of West Bengal. Now the judge will hear the matter again on Thursday, but till then he has directed the KMC not to carry out any further demolition of any of the rooftop eateries and bars here in the city.
All right, thanks so much for joining us with those latest developments. Now, staying with news from West Bengal, almost a month after the communal violence broke out in Murshidabad district during the protest over the Waqf Act, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is now on a 2-day visit to the district. She has arrived there, and according to the schedule, today she doesn't have any major official programs, and tomorrow, in fact, she'll be visiting the strife-affected spots and interact with the people there.
আমি বিজেপিকে এখনো মনে করি ওরা হচ্ছে ছুপার উস্তম না ছুপের উস্তম কি বলে হিন্দিতে, আমার আবার হিন্দি ভুল হলো, সেটা নিয়ে আবার রিল করে। and who are the heavy loaded virus who are creating always communal tensions and selling the country instead of doing the communal violence. Please take care about the border. Please take care about India. Don't play dirty politics or nasty politics. I'm the last person to tolerate all this nasty and dirty politics. Try to be honest, sincere, and responsible and reasonable. When you are in the chair, you cannot divide the people.
Time now for a break. Coming up on the other side, controversy over singer Sonu Nigam in Karnataka. We'll get you the details.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. and it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious.
Welcome back. Karnataka's Congress government launched a three-phase survey to categorize scheduled caste subcastes following the centre's caste census announcement. And starting from the 5th of May, a door-to-door survey will be covering households until the 17th. This was announced today by the Chief Minister, and the initiative backed by the Supreme Court ruling allowed internal reservations. It aims to address demands for equitable quota distribution among the scheduled caste community. So this begins today, this survey. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah emphasized the need for empirical data to understand the scheduled caste, subcaste socio-economic conditions.
The left people also telling that there are the Dravida in some places. And in some places they are telling that Adi Karnataka and Adi Andhra. So right people also telling the same thing. In order to clarify this and to give the empirical data, we constituted a committee, one-man committee, and he will give the report and recommendations according to the recommendations and the report. The cabinet will take a decision.
Today you're going to start off this surveying for internal reservation. How committed is the Congress government? If you could give us more details about this survey and how it is going to take place.
It is committed. No, we made it in our election manifesto promise.
Okay.
And accordingly, whatever you said, we are doing.
Okay. And it starts today. If you could tell us a little bit about the process that's going to be there and the options before the people to provide this data.
CM explained everything.
So, that's why I'm asking if you could just give us more details.
In 3 phases, how the survey is going to conduct for 5th to 17th and 19th to 21 and 19th to 23.
Okay. So that's basically you're saying the door-to-door one? And
yeah. Then Sibiras, then online.
Okay. And what will be done to ensure that authenticity of this data, sir?
It is an app developed that is 100% accuracy.
Today you're going to start off this surveying for internal reservation. How committed is the Congress government? If you could give us more details about this survey and how it is going to take place.
It is committed. No, we made it in our election manifesto promise.
Okay.
And accordingly.
And staying with news from Karnataka, Bengaluru cops have issued a notice to singer Sonu Nigam over his recent comments during his concert in the city. He's been asked to provide an explanation in 3 days. The police issued this notice to the singer. Now, what took place was during a concert, Sonu was asked to sing in Kannada, and he got irked with that request and retorted that this was the attitude that resulted in the Pahalgam attack. Karnataka's film chamber and music directors body in anger announced a non-cooperation with Sonu Nigam over these recent comments until he gives an unconditional apology. He will essentially not be encouraged to sing any songs from movies or in any events organized by the Kannada film industry. So this comment by Sonu Nigam when he was asked to sing in Kannada, and he got angry, and then he launched into a diatribe, and he said this is the attitude that led to the Pahalgam attack. So a lot of anger over that statement by Sonu Nigam. Let's go across to Deepak for more on this story. And Deepak, a controversy over what the singer said during the concert, and now police asking him to also give a explanation over his comments.
Well, yes, it seems like this issue now refuses to die down. First, it was a complaint that was made against Sonu Nigam, which followed an FIR, and now a notice has been issued by the police. And, in the last couple of days, there's been a lot of back and forth with a lot of outrage on social media over the comments that were made by Sonu Nigam. Sonu Nigam, of course, put out a video. He said, well, a request is something else. But, what happened that day was not a request. It was as if it was somebody ordering him, heckling him to sing in a particular language, and that was something that was unacceptable, is what he claimed. Now, during this concert, this individual, of course, shouts and demands that song should be sung in Kannada. Sonu Nigam, of course, making it amply clear that each and every time he sings in Karnataka, he makes it a point to have Kannada songs as a part of his gig. But this is not something that others order him to do, but he plans them in his own manner when he thinks it's fit. But after this, when he drew a parallel to that request to what happened in Pahalgam, that of course has drawn the ire of several people, including pro-Kannada activists who went ahead and filed that complaint. Now the film chamber as well has gotten involved. After a meeting today, they've decided that they'll have a non-cooperation with Sonu Nigam, which will essentially mean if there is any sort of event from the sandalwood industry, any sort of songs to be sung in any of the movies, they're not going to look at Sonu Nigam as an option until he issues an unconditional apology. Whether that will come in from the singer, that is something that remains to be seen.
All right, so a controversy over Sonu Nigam's comments and explanation are asked for by the police, and the Kannada film industry also upset and have asked for an unconditional apology. All right, with that, we'll slip into a short break. More updates coming up on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaroop. Only on NDTV 24/7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
पहली बार देश में आजादी के बाद ये फैसला किया गया है.
For this decision we were waiting since long.
This has been only possible with our Prime Minister's decision.
राहुल जी जो सोचदार है, मोदी जी ने अडॉप्ट कर लिया, अच्छा है.
राहुल गांधी के सर्टिफिकेट के लिए राहुल गांधी को क्रेडिट देने के लिए कोई निर्णय नहीं किया.
They have always used it as a political weapon, and now that weapon's gone.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with
Welcome back. Secretary of DPAM, or Department of Investment and Public Asset Management, Arunish Chawla, in an exclusive conversation with NDTV Profit, laid out the disinvestment roadmap for the current fiscal, emphasizing value creation over fixed targets.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profits. A very special conversation we have with us DPAM Secretary Arunish Chawla, who is leading the government, disinvestment and asset monetization initiative. Welcome to NDTV Profits, sir, and thank you for speaking with us. I would like to begin with asking you that how's the disinvestment pipeline look like in the current financial year, and given the uncertainty and market volatility, how you are planning in terms of big IPOs in the current financial year?
I should first tell you that we manage assets, not obsessions. We have done away with fixed disinvestment targets. And that is because we have adopted a composite value creation strategy. And this strategy rests on 4 pillars. 1, good corporate performance. 2, fair dividends to minority stakeholders. 3, CapEx as per the budgetary targets. And 4, a calibrated disinvestment. The calibrated disinvestment could either be in the form of IPOs, it could be in the form of OFS, it could be in the form of qualified institutional placements, or it could be in the form of strategic sales. What strategy we adopt for which particular public stock depends on market conditions, our own in-house research, which we call the DPAM model, and of course, our requirements to place valuable public assets to share them with ordinary investors. It is Honorable Prime Minister's and Honorable Finance Minister's vision that we should share the value of our public enterprises and public stocks with the ordinary households. And we are implementing it in letter and spirit.
साफ हाथ साफ तन साफ तन तो साफ मन साफ है जो तन जो मन बढ़ता जाएगा वतन साफ हाथ साफ तन तो साफ मन, साफ है जो तन जो मन, बढ़ता जाएगा वतन। चलते रहे करते रहे हम वतन की राह पूरी, चलते रहे बढ़ते रहना है जरूरी। साफ हाथ साफ तन तो साफ मन, साफ है जो तन जो मन, बढ़ता जाएगा वतन। चलते रहे करते रहे हम वतन की राह पूरी, चलते रहे बढ़ते रहना है जरूरी।
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. India is stepping up its diplomatic offensive against Pakistan, including approaching the ADB. Meanwhile, Russian president today has spoken to Prime Minister Modi. Remember, a lot of international delegates are calling up the Prime Minister after the Pahalgam terror attack that killed 26 innocent people. All that and more coming up, but first, the headlines. Sources say India moves ADB against Pakistan. Sources have also told NDTV that it's the FM who has taken up Pakistan issue with ADB boss. Russian President Vladimir Putin dials Prime Minister Narendra Modi today. Putin has condemned the Pahalgam terror attack. Pakistan conducts second missile test now, says test fired Fateh missile. In fact, this is the second missile test in the midst of tensions between India and Pakistan over Pahalgam terror attack. The Justice Yashwant Verma case 3-judge panel has submitted its report to CJI. Supreme Court today has referred petitions against Waqf Act to the next Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai, and it has said that certain aspects of this act need clarification. Next hearing is on the 15th of May. Waqf Management Board has moved the High Court against Punjab, now accusing the state government of interference. The BBMP has demanded removal of Punjab police from the dam. Well, as part of the larger retaliation action against Pakistan in the aftermath of Pahalgam terror attack, sources have told NDTV that India has now moved ADB against Pakistan. Sources have also said that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has taken up this issue with ADB boss. In fact, sources have also said that it's the FM who is engaging with other countries on Pakistan, specifically with regard to ADB. India has also pushed FATF to grey list Pakistan. Remember, Financial Action Task Force, FATF, is the global money laundering and terrorist financing watchdog, and this is the body that sets international standards that aim to prevent those illegal activities and harm they cause to society. My colleague Aishwarya Jain has more details on this.
Sources in the Finance Ministry had stated to NDTV that the Finance Minister had spoken to the European counterpart, and India is trying its best to corner Pakistan after the Pahalgam terror attack, be it diplomatically, economically, or through the military force as well. And this regarding the funding that has been given by the ADB to Pakistan. To stop that, the Finance Minister has reached out to the President of the Asian Development Bank, and it has been told to us that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman met the Italian Finance Minister on the same issue as well, and to curb down the funding of Pakistan. The steps had been taken by the Indian government. There had been a broad consensus amongst the alliance partners of India, the ally who had been condemning the terror attack, and finally now how to push Pakistan towards the grey list under the FATF is something that is also on the point of agenda. It has been also stated that Indian Finance Minister had spoken to European nations and pushing for putting Pakistan in grey list in the FATF and cutting all ties with the ADB funding is something that Finance Minister has told the ADB president, that is the Asian Development Bank, who also gives funding to Pakistan. So on all sides, India want to corner and isolate Pakistan, and this is on the economic front.
Well, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman taking a Pakistan terror issue with ADB boss now. Moving on to other stories, Russian President Vladimir Putin on Monday called up Prime Minister Narendra Modi and strongly condemned the April 22nd terror attack in Pahalgam, where 26 innocent tourists have been killed. According to an official statement, Vladimir Putin conveyed his deepest condolences on the loss of innocent lives. He has expressed full support to India in the fight against terrorism. He said the perpetrators of this attack must be brought to justice. My colleague Vishal has more details on this.
Well, this call between President Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi holds special significance because it comes just hours before the big meeting, the big UN Security Council meeting that is supposed to happen in a few hours, and that meeting has been called at the request of Pakistan, and there will be deliberations, there will be closed door deliberations over the matter that has erupted in the last 2 weeks about the terror attacks, the dastardly terror attacks that killed 26 innocent people. So there will be deliberations over that, and the fact that one of the permanent members of the UN Security Council, which is Russia, has called India and expressed condolences over the matter, and also said that the terrorists, the perpetrators who were involved in the attacks must be punished. So that's a strong statement coming from the Russian president, and as I mentioned, it comes just hours before the big UN Security Council meeting. So that's a big context there to the whole meeting as to Russia has chosen to speak with India on this really important matter. The fact remains that India and Russia have been long-time allies and have been collaborating on many fronts. In the recent past itself, in the last 1 to 2 years, Prime Minister Modi has spoken to President Putin on a lot of occasions and said that this is not an era of war. So Putin is also trying to have a similar line and trying to speak to Prime Minister Modi on the matter and appealing for peace on all fronts. So it will be interesting to see how the meeting unfolds at the UN Security Council. But the fact that the President of Russia chose to call PM Narendra Modi on this matter just before the meeting is a big deal, and it all boils down to what happens in the meeting, the UN Security Council meeting. That will be interesting to be seen.
Well, meanwhile, the Supreme Court on Monday dismissed a plea seeking enhanced safety measures for tourists in hilly areas in the aftermath of Pahalgam terror attack and berated the petitioner for acting without responsibility. In fact, the top court has also rejected Advocate Vishal Tiwari's petition last week seeking a judicial probe into Pahalgam terror attack. Remember, this is the terror attack that left 26 innocent people dead. The court said, and I say, in fact, last time we also advised you, don't try to do this. What is your purpose? This is what the court has asked the petitioner in this case, and also asked him, who is inviting you to file these petitions? You don't understand any sensibility. Don't you have any responsibility? That's what a bench of Justices Suryakant and N. Koteshwar Singh have said today. My colleague Nupur has more details on this.
Well, today, in fact, Supreme Court yet again reprimanded the petitioner. Remember, last week also the Supreme Court had said that one needs to be careful while filing such PILs, especially with regards to a sensitive issue like the Pahalgam terror attack. This particular petitioner had, in fact, approached the top court seeking guidelines for the centre or directions for the centre to ensure safety of tourists visiting Jammu and Kashmir and other hilly areas. But today the court observed that this was just yet another attempt to garner some publicity in the name of the PIL, and in fact dismissed it with a warning to the petitioner lawyer of imposing exemplary cost if he continues to file such PILs just for the sake of publicity.
Meanwhile, ratings agency Moody's has issued a stark warning for Pakistan, stating that escalation could severely damage its economy, derail progress, threaten external funding, and also strain foreign exchange reserves. In contrast, India's economy is expected to remain resilient through heightened defense spending, could have notable economic impacts. Meanwhile, Pakistani military has said on Monday that it has conducted a missile test with a range of 120 kilometers, the second launch in 2 days, as tensions with India have soared over Kashmir. In fact, on Saturday, the military has said that it tested a surface-to-surface missile with a range of 450 kilometers. It did not say whether either of these tests took place. The missile training launch comes after Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, has said that he has given Indian military full operational freedom to choose their targets and timing and mode of attack to respond to the April 22nd attack in Pahalgam that killed 26 people.
2 weeks after the Pahalgam attack, we've seen a series of different escalations and provocations by Pakistan. A nuclear missile test that took place a couple of days ago, and today this surface-to-surface missile test of what they're describing as the Fatah surface-to-surface missile with a range, like you rightly said, of about 120 kilometers. Now, all of this is part of what the Pakistan military is calling Exercise Indus. It's a testing and validation exercise for some of their long-range weapons, like the Abdali that was tested a couple of days ago and the Fatah that was tested today. Now remember, there have been reports to suggest that these weapons tests were supposed to happen later, but they've been advanced in order to align with Pakistan's requirement right now to, project power, give out the sense that, it is completely ready for any kind of outside attack from India. In fact, the ISI press release that has come out on this missile test says, quite blankly and quite boldly that this is a message to anyone looking to disrupt Pakistan's territorial integrity. So there's absolutely no disguise as to what these missile tests are really about. They are about, trying to send out that message that Pakistan is well armed and can handle any outside attack of the kind that India has, imposed on Pakistan in the past as well, except that this time there is absolutely no clarity as to what that attack is going to be, what shape it's going to take, and when it's going to happen.
Well, as India awaits how the country will respond to Pahalgam terror attack, Prime Minister Narendra Modi today met Defence Secretary Rajesh Kumar Singh. Now, this meeting comes a day after Prime Minister met Air Chief Marshal Amarpreet Singh. The Prime Minister has by now met chiefs of the Army, Navy and the Air Force. At the centre fine-tunes how it will crack down against Pakistan using military options suspected to be involved in the terror attack that left 26 innocent people dead.
Meetings after meetings, meetings after meetings. You're seeing top-level meetings happen one after the other for the last 13 days since the Pahalgam terror attack. There is a section of the public wondering, where is India's next move coming from? When are these meetings going to finally build up to some big action as a retaliation against Pakistan? Well, some things should be made absolutely clear. Number one, India is run by professional leaders and professional armed forces, unlike the other side where they are run by professionals, but they also run a terrorist enterprise. That shouldn't be ever forgotten. So India is never going to base its next move or retaliation or whatever it might be based on anger or emotions when they're running high. It's going to take its time and do it at a time and place of India's choosing. The political leadership has made that 100% clear that action is coming, but the shape of it is not going to be known to anyone apart from those who order it and execute it. Number two, unlike the two previous occasions that we can remember where retaliatory action has been taken by India in response to terror attacks, whether it was Uri in 2016 or Balakot in 2019, things are very different now. The guilty conscience of Pakistan has meant that only hours after the Pahalgam terror attack, their radars were up. They had line of control violations taking place on the ceasefire line. There was a continuous list of provocations by Pakistan in the Arabian Sea. They're testing missiles now as well. They're basically exuding a confirmation that they are indeed responsible for what happened in Pahalgam. And therefore, simply choosing to make a move against Pakistan without thinking it through is not something a professional democracy like India actually does. We've set a precedent for retaliation. That's definitely going to happen, but the shape and form this time will be qualitatively different. Also remember that it is wrong to say, when will action begin? Remember, punitive measures against Pakistan have already actually begun. In fact, one of the biggest, and we've been reporting that from here, you've seen it on the show as well, is the Indus Water Treaty suspension. That one action is going to have perhaps the most far-reaching effects against Pakistan than any non-military move that India has ever made. There have been meetings about those as well.
Well, Home Minister Amit Shah is likely to hold a key meeting this week, and this is on Indo-Pak water sharing meet. In fact, Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil is also likely to be part of this meeting, and Home Minister will also meet other ministers in this regard. Two meetings in this regard have already been held by the Home Minister. Remember, as part of the CCS meeting, the first CCS meeting that took place after the terror attack in Pahalgam, the government had announced the suspension of the Indus Water Treaty that looks at sharing of 6 rivers between India and Pakistan. Government is all set to complete stalled projects now, and this meeting that is going to be presided over by the Home Minister could also be looking at restarting of stalled hydroelectric projects in Jammu and Kashmir. Meanwhile, PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti is in Pahalgam today. Mehbooba Mufti has appealed for justice and also tourist relief. Mufti has said that people of Pahalgam are being locked up. She has also said that people of Pahalgam are pained by this attack. Mehbooba Mufti has slammed detentions that have taken place after this attack.
पहलगाम के लोग बहुत गमगीन हैं, बहुत तकलीफ़ है उनको और बहुत घबराए हुए हैं क्योंकि यहाँ सबसे ज़्यादा पकड़ दकड़ का माहौल है। इसके बावजूद कि यहाँ के जो लोग हैं उन्होंने घोड़े वाला हो या टैक्सी वाला हो या जो भी वहाँ पर था उसने बढ़ चढ़ के उस वक्त मदद करने की कोशिश की। सबको ओवरग्राउंड वर्कर या टेररिस्ट समझ के उनको बुलाते हैं, बंद करते हैं, शाम को छोड़ते हैं, फिर बंद करते हैं। मतलब कोई पहलगाम में कोई सैकड़ों लोग इस वक्त बंद हैं, बाकी जगह भी बंद है। तो मुझे लगता है ये सही बात नहीं है, ये नहीं होना चाहिए क्योंकि जब कश्मीरियों ने अपना दिल खोल दिया है तो अब मुल्क के लोगों को भी भरोसा करना चाहिए और ये जो पुलिस की पकड़ दकड़ है या आर्मी के ज़रिए पकड़ दकड़ है इसको बंद किया जाना चाहिए।
Well, it's time for a short break for news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
पहली बार देश में आजादी के बाद ये फैसला किया गया है।
For this decision we were waiting since long.
This has been only possible with our Prime Minister's decision.
राहुल जी जो सोचदार है मोदी जी ने अडॉप्ट कर लिया, अच्छा है।
राहुल गांधी के सर्टिफिकेट के लिए राहुल गांधी को क्रेडिट देने के लिए कोई निर्णय नहीं किया।
They have always used it as a political weapon and now that weapon's gone.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market.
Welcome back. There'll be an important meeting of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on IT, and this meeting is to discuss obscenity and vulgar content on digital platforms. In fact, concerns are being raised on apps such as Ulu app, and these are certain concerns that are expected to be raised by MPs, and members will also be seeking clarification on government measures to control vulgar content on such apps. In fact, INB Secretary is all set to attend this meeting.
On one side, the FIR has already been lodged against Jazaz Khan and the promoters of Ulu app. It is now, the members of the Information and Technology, the Standing Committee on IT that will be raising this very important issue regarding the rising number of scenes as far as the obscenity and vulgarity is concerned, and platforms like Ulu app. The meeting of the IT is going to be held on Wednesday inside the Parliament complex at 11 a.m. and there the members of the IT Standing Committee will be raising in front of the Secretary, who would be briefing the members regarding the steps the government is taking to curb down such amount of vulgarity in the platforms like Ulu. And remember, there has been already several actions being taken. The NCW had taken cognizance on this matter, and now the entire matter would be reaching to the Parliament as well. The chairperson of the IT Standing Committee, Nishikant Dubey, had categorically told NDTV that of course there are several concerns regarding that. We will be discussing on that, as well as the members are all expected to raise this very issue, and the Secretary of the department will be briefing on what steps have been taken. On the other side, as far as the agenda of the entire meeting is concerned, that's regarding the fake news, how the government is trying to curb down fake news on the social media platforms, and what steps the government has taken so far. Regarding that as well, the briefing would be done in regards to the members of the IT Standing Committee. So clearly the Ulu app controversy reaching to the Parliament. There has been various members of parliamentarians who have already raised such kind of issues back in the earlier sessions of the Parliament, and now it has come down to the IT Standing Committee. Whether there would be some sort of action or a notice that would be sent to the promoters of the Ulu app by the IT Standing Committee is something that remains to be seen.
Meanwhile, the in-house committee constituted by Chief Justice of India, Sanjeev Khanna, to probe recent allegations against Justice Yashwant Verma has submitted its report to the Supreme Court today. According to a statement released by the top court, the committee submitted its report to CJI Khanna around on the 4th of May. In fact, the committee, which comprised Punjab and Haryana High Court Chief Justice Sheel Nagu, Himachal High Court Chief Justice G.S. Sandavalia and also Karnataka High Court Justice Anu Sivaraman, has probed the allegations of cash discovery at Justice Verma's residence. They had started this probe on the 25th of March and they finalized this report on the 3rd of May, after which it was placed before the CJI on the 4th of May.
Well, yes, just the Supreme Court has made this press release public, where it has informed the public that the panel, the three-judge panel that was constituted to conduct an inquiry into the allegations against Justice Yashwant Verma after an incident of fire took place at his official residence and allegedly burnt cash was found at his residence. The Supreme Court collegium had in fact constituted a three-judge High Court judges panel to conduct an inquiry. Now this initial inquiry conducted by the High Court judges is complete and they have submitted their report to the CJI Sanjeev Khanna. Now it will be very important to see that what is the next call, as we have seen that all the steps had been made public by the Supreme Court, including the pictures and whatever the investigation and whatever the documents the Supreme Court had in an unprecedented move. It had put it on its website. Now this information also the Supreme Court put it out on its website that it has received this preliminary investigation report. Now the CJI will decide that what needs to be done for with regards to further investigation against Justice Yashwant Verma.
Well, the Supreme Court also referred the petitions against Waqf Act to the next Chief Justice today. Chief Justice Sanjeev Khanna has said no interim order. Next hearing will be on the 15th of May. And this will be under Justice B.R. Gavai, who is the incumbent Chief Justice of India. He is likely to take over as the next Chief Justice of India the next few days. He also said that the matter needs to be heard thoroughly, stating that he cannot reserve an order as he is slated to retire on the 13th of May.
Assurance obviously remains, because it's on that basis that the court had fixed the hearing for interim relief. Since the court could not hear it today and the court will not be able to hear it while the next not few weeks but 2 weeks before the Chief Justice retires. So after consulting with everybody, the Chief Justice decided that the matter now should be heard on the 15th, which is on a day on which a full hearing can take place. But obviously the bench will change. It will be a new bench presided over by a new. It could be Justice Gavai, it could be anybody else. I don't know, because that's the power of the new Chief Justice to decide what the bench will be.
Well, yes, today the Chief Justice of India, Sanjeev Khanna, noted that there have been some claims made by the centre in its reply on the question of interim stay on Waqf Amendment Act. Now, there have been some counter claims in the counter affidavits filed by the petitioner. But the Supreme Court observed that these have to be heard in detail, and now at this stage CJI Sanjeev Khanna cannot reserve any order as he is due for his retirement next week. So he, keeping all the facts in mind, he has now referred the matter to next Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai. He will decide that how, which bench will be hearing the matter. It could be his own bench or it could be another special bench. But what is important is that the centre has reaffirmed its assurance that the stay on those two contentious provisions will stay in place. That is one, that there will be no denotification of Waqf properties, and two, there will be in fact no further, they will not go ahead to include non-Muslims in Waqf boards and councils. So now in the next hearing on May 15, we will be hearing arguments whether there should be an interim stay or not. Remember, the court had said that the hearing in this petition could take 6 to 8 months to complete. Centre says that don't give any interim stay till the hearing is completed. But petitioners as well as court had prima facie opined that there needs to be an interim stay to make sure that nothing changes on ground while the law is under challenge.
Well, as tensions soar between India and Pakistan in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack, what we know so far is that some sensitive data has been leaked to Pakistan. This is as part of Pakistan's cyber attack. Pakistani hackers continue targeting Indian military websites. My colleague Vishnu Shom joins us with more details on this. This is an evolving story with a lot of confidential details. Vishnu, tell us what kind of websites have been hacked, and also tell us what we know so far.
Well, Vasudha, this is, to my mind, the most serious instance of hacking that has taken place by Pakistani hackers, because these are organizations directly affiliated with the Indian Armed Forces and the Defense Ministry. In the past, there have been autonomous institutes, for example, educational institutes, which have been hacked and defaced. But on this particular occasion, the Indian Military Engineering Service, which is part of the Corps of Engineers of the Indian Army, and the Armored Vehicle Nigam Limited, which is a defense public sector unit, they have been targeted, in addition to the Manohar Parrikar Institute of Defense Studies, which was previously known as IDSA. So that's now called the Manohar Parrikar Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis. In terms of data which has been breached at this stage, what we are told is that they've gained access to sensitive data, which includes the name of personnel, which includes login credentials as well. As a result of this, the website of the Armored Vehicle Nigam Limited has been taken offline. They're conducting a thorough inquiry into this. They're trying to figure out the extent of the leaks which have taken place. But this is a threat linked to Pakistan. In the past, on a real-time basis, those keeping an eye out for these hacking attempts on the Indian military or affiliated organizations were able to spot that these were coming in from Pakistan. On this particular occasion, it's quite clear that they have. And once again, the matter of concern this time around particularly is that some sensitive defense equipment may have been breached.
Right. Vishnu, just to take our viewers to what has really happened, is this, tell us, give us a context to what kind of attacks have Pakistani hackers attempted in the past. And I remember there was this particular case of AIM's server being hacked. Tell us what have been consequences for such actions.
Well, there were a couple of educational institutions last week which were hacked. These were providing educational opportunities to the family members of defense personnel. There were nursing institutions where, which were hacked. The sites were made offline. There were messages from these Pakistani hackers which were placed over there. As far as the Armored Vehicle Nigam Limited is concerned, their page has been defaced. There's a picture of a Pakistani tank instead of the Indian tank, which is usually over there. But I think what is significant over there is that, our sources indicating to us that they've gained access to sensitive data, which includes, defense personnel, their names, login credentials as well, also some, information which gets discussed, and some of it which could be considered sensitive from the Manohar Parrikar Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis. So, this is a war, a battle, cyber war, which is being played out. There is the prospect of actual military conflict as well, which may break out. So there's a lot of that which is taking place now, and this is, of course, the latest part of our headaches.
Right. Thank you, Vishnu Shom, for joining us with those details. Pakistani-sponsored hackers continuing with their cyber offensive on Indian websites. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
Welcome back. The latest in the water dispute between Punjab and Haryana, while Punjab held a special assembly today, vowing now to release any more water to Haryana. Now, the BBMP, which is the Bakra Beas Management Board, it's a body that has moved High Court today against Punjab, accusing the state government of interference. In fact, the BBMP has also demanded the removal of Punjab police from the vicinity of the Nangal Dam. My colleague Gurpreet, who's been reporting on this story, joins us with more details on this. Gurpreet, now clearly there's a legal angle to this dispute which has had several years of history attached to it, and Punjab Assembly also has passed a resolution against the Dam Safety Act. Take us through what all has happened today and also the significance of the body BBMP moving court with regard to against Punjab in this regard.
Well, we have seen Punjab government has called a special session in which we have seen since morning they have been debating on this water war which has been escalating between both the states, Punjab and Haryana. We have seen all the leaders, they had given their side of viewpoint and in the nutshell they have decided not to share a single drop of water with Haryana. A few minutes back we have seen the Chief Minister of Punjab, he was also speaking on the floor of a house and he has already raised multiple questions over the demand of of Haryana government which have been raised before Punjab government, saying that they need 8,500 cubic water. He says as per the requirement for the drinking water, it is required only 1,600 cubic water, but they are giving 4,000 cubic water despite they have overused that water quota which has already been allotted to Haryana. But still on the humanitarian ground, Punjab government is already giving them 4,000 cubic water. We have seen a lot of questions which the Punjab Chief Minister has already raised over Dam Safety Act. He says when the Punjab is manning all the dams, and it seems the central government through Bakra Beas Management Board, they are trying to play with the Punjab government, and they are trying to mount a lot of pressure on the state government to get this water by arm twisting from Punjab government. And he has already demanded this Dam Safety Act should be immediately abolished, and this was one of the main resolution which has been brought on the floor of Vidhan Sabha. We have seen all the members, they had given support, and finally this resolution has already been passed on the floor of our house. If we can talk about a legal battle which has already been initiated in Punjab and Haryana High Court, we have seen BBMB has already approached Punjab and Haryana High Court saying that why huge security had been deployed at the dam, and at the same time they say direction had already been given to Punjab government to release of 4,500 cubic water immediately, because 4,000 cubic water has already been given by Punjab government to Haryana, but remaining 4,500 cubic water has not been released by Punjab government, because Punjab government has already made it very clear they don't have surplus water and they are not in any position to share more water with Haryana at this point of time. Now we have seen that the court has already taken it very, very seriously, and they had already issued a notice to Punjab government and Haryana government so that they will also respond in this petition which has been filed by Bakra Beas Management Authority, and so that the proper view of both the states should be considered before going to give any verdict on this petition which has been given. As of now, if we can talk about this special session which has been called by Punjab government, it is a very clear-cut message to Haryana government on the floor of House. The Chief Minister of Punjab, he has already made it very clear they are not going to share a single drop of water with Haryana, whether they have to go for the legal bite, whether they have to approach the Apex Court. But now it seems the court has already taken this view, and let's wait for the court hearing, because the court has called both the governments to file their response by tomorrow so that a hearing can be resumed. So we have to wait and watch, but both the sides, we have seen whether Punjab government, who have already made it, the Punjab Chief Minister has already made it very clear that they are not going to share a single drop of water, and that was the resolution which has been brought on the floor of our house. Back to
the standoff between Haryana and Punjab continues over water, and now the court has also been approached. Thank you, Gurpreet, for joining us with those details. Moving on to other stories, almost a month after communal violence broke out in Murshidabad district of West Bengal during protests over Waqf Act, West Bengal Chief Minister and TMC Chief Mamata Banerjee will be on a 2-day visit to the district of Murshidabad starting today evening. As per the tentative schedule of the Chief Minister, she'll be reaching Murshidabad's administrative headquarters of Baramulla in evening today, and she'll have organizational meetings. On Tuesday is when she will visit all the violence-affected areas such as Dhulian and Shamsherganj. She will also be interacting with people there. Those are the visuals. She has already reached Murshidabad, and she is at the administrative office. In fact, she is in Murshidabad now. In fact, this is a 2-day visit, and this is the first visit after violence broke out in Murshidabad that saw the lives of 3 people getting lost, 3 people getting killed. Opposition in West Bengal, both BJP and Congress and also CPM have questioned Mamata Banerjee's delayed visit to Murshidabad. But that is Mamata Banerjee there, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, on her visit to Murshidabad. She is in Baramulla, she is in the administrative office, and she is likely to have administrative and organizational meetings today, and tomorrow is when she is expected to visit all the violence hit areas of Murshidabad.
বিজেপির বোঝা উচিত সাম্প্রদায়িক দাঙ্গা যারা করে তাদের আমরা ক্রিমিনাল বলি, তাদের আমরা কোনো ধর্ম বর্ণ জাতি হিসেবে বিচার করি না, এবং পুলিশের গুলিতেও একজন মারা গেছে, 3 জন। তাছাড়াও আমি কালকে তেহট্টে যে আর্মি মারা গেছেন তার পরিবারকেও ডেকেছি, ছুটিতে আসবে। মুর্শিদাবাদ জেলার একটা ইতিহাস আছে, সংস্কৃতি আছে। একসময় মুর্শিদাবাদ জেলা আপনারা জানেন বাংলার রাজধানী ছিল। মুর্শিদাবাদ জেলাকে কেন্দ্র করে এবং যে দুটো পার্টে মাত্র দুটো ওয়ার্ডে গন্ডগোল হয়েছে, সেটাও কারা করিয়েছেন প্ল্যান করে, কি করে করিয়েছেন, কিভাবে করিয়েছেন, আমি এই কটা দিন ধরে অনেক ক্রস চেক করেছি, রেকর্ডও করেছি।
Moving on, Calcutta High Court has ordered temporary relief for restaurant owners today. Interim stay on demolition drive. High Court has directed KMC to submit files based on which decision to demolish rooftop bars and restaurants were demolished, and this matter now has been adjourned till Thursday. My colleague Shreyasi has more details on the story.
Calcutta High Court, while hearing the matter, also asked the KMC authorities under what sections did they give those notices to the hotel owners before going there for the demolition drive. That file has been sought by the single judge bench of the Calcutta High Court before the next hearing on Thursday. The hotel owners, the restaurant owners of these rooftop eateries informed the Calcutta High Court that they would not even given time to remove their liquor and food present in the kitchen of those restaurants. This demolition drive was carried out on the 2nd and 3rd of May, and the hotel owners said that they are the aggrieved parties. Electricity has been snapped, and the way the entire demolition drive was conducted as though they were criminals, despite having the trade licenses and the various liquor permissions already sought from the government of West Bengal. Now the judge will hear the matter again on Thursday, but till then he has directed the KMC not to carry out any further demolition of any of the rooftop eateries and bars here in the city.
Well, moving on to stories from the south of India, Karnataka's Congress government has launched a three-phase survey to categorize SE subcaste following the centre's caste census announcement. Starting the 5th of May, a door-to-door survey will cover households of Karnataka until the 17th of May. This will be followed by special camps and online registrations between the 19th of May and 23rd of May. Now, this initiative, backed by a Supreme Court ruling, allows internal reservations, aims to address demands of equitable quota distribution amongst SE communities. Karnataka Chief Minister Sunderbani, meanwhile, has emphasized on the need for empirical data to understand SE subcaste socio-economic conditions.
The left people also telling that there are the Dravida in some places. And in some places they are telling that Adi Karnataka and Adi Andhra. So right people also telling the same thing. In order to clarify this and to give the empirical data, we constituted a committee, one-man committee, and he will give the report and recommendations according to the recommendations and the report. The cabinet will take a decision.
Today you're going to start off this surveying for internal reservation. How committed is the Congress government? If you could give us more details about this survey and how it is going to take place.
It is committed. No, we made it in our election manifesto promise.
Okay.
And accordingly, whatever you said, we are doing.
Okay. And it starts today. If you could tell us a little bit about the process that's going to be there and the options before the people to provide this data.
CM explained everything.
So, that's why I'm asking if you could just give us more details.
In 3 phases, how the survey is going to conduct for 5th to 17th and 19th to 21 and 19th to 23.
Okay. So that's basically you're saying the door-to-door one and...
Yeah. Then Sibiras, then online.
Okay. And what will be done to ensure that the authenticity of this data, sir?
It is an app developed that is 100% accuracy.
Moving on, Bengaluru cops have now issued a notice to singer Sonu Nigam over his recent comments during his concert in the city of Bengaluru. He has been asked to provide an explanation in 3 days. Police have issued a notice to singer Sonu Nigam. Remember, he was asked to sing in Kannada, and that's when he got irked, and he retorted that this was the attitude that resulted in Pahalgam attack. Karnataka's Film Chamber and Music Directors Body now have announced non-cooperation with Sonu Nigam over his recent comments unless he gives them an unconditional apology. My colleague Deepak Popanna joins us with more details on this. Deepak, this is quite a strong action by the Karnataka Film Body. Tell us, what have they said? What are they demanding from Sonu Nigam, and what really led to this?
Well, also right now the demand is an unconditional apology because the response that came in from Sonu Nigam after the outrage on social media, the complaint that was filed and eventual FIR, was his justification, which said that he is willing to concede to any sort of request, but he's not willing to concede to any sort of heckling, or outright demand. Now the film fraternity here in Karnataka, the film chamber in particular, the music directors came together, held a meeting, and have decided to announce a non-cooperation against Sonu Nigam. How long will this continue, and more importantly, will Sonu Nigam at this point in time actually go ahead and apologize? That remains to be seen. But also, very important to note here, the police meanwhile are investigating this case too. FIR registered. There is a notice now that has been issued. He has to respond within 3 days with an explanation as to why he drew that parallel with Pahalgam. And if he doesn't, whether they'll ask him to appear in person, will that mean more trouble for him? These are details that we are awaiting.
Deepak, also one more question to you. I mean, this whole intent to boycott a singer, if he does not apologize unconditionally, also has legal implications. How prepared is the body for something like this? Because, boycotting a singer for some comments that he made when he was on stage, it might seem like people are taking this issue too far.
Well, yes, while they did sit for a meeting today, some of these aspects must have been discussed. They're probably expecting Sonu Nigam to apologize, but earlier we saw his message and we didn't see an apology coming through. Whether this necessitates one and whether he will come out with an explanation as to why did he bring up this parallel between what was said at during that concert and Pahalgam issue, whether that justification will go down well. These are all aspects we're looking at. But yes, like you mentioned, there could be legal hurdles as well that could come to the fore in the coming days. How the film chamber handles that is another whole new matter altogether.
Right. Thank you, Deepak, for joining us with those details. Moving on to other stories now, the Supreme Court on Monday issued notices to comics Samay Raina, Vipul Goyal and 3 others in response to a petition alleging that they made insensitive comments mocking persons with disabilities. Now, this was a bench comprising Justices Surya Kant and N. Koteshwar Singh, and it directed Mumbai's Commissioner of Police to ensure that the comics comedians appear before the court on the next date of hearing. The bench has warned that if they fail to appear, coercive actions will be taken.
Supreme Court had asked this particular foundation, Cure SMA Foundation, to file a separate writ petition impleading Samay Raina over his remarks and jokes about visually impaired persons and persons with SMA disease and persons with special diseases. Now, the top court had in fact directed the organization to implead all such persons. Now, Samay Raina, including few other influencers who were seen making crass jokes about persons with disabilities and persons with special conditions have been issued notice by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court Judge Justice Surya Kant today said that there needs to be some remedial approach. Also, we have to see that what needs to be done to make sure that these kind of remarks are not made against persons with disability, because remember, this organization has approached the top court saying that when such jokes are made about persons with special conditions or persons requiring special injections which may worth 16 crore rupees, which was exactly the joke Samay Raina had cracked. This organization is involved in mobilizing funds for such people, and they said that their cause is being adversely impacted because of the insensitive jokes cracked by Samay Raina and others like him. So now the top court has in fact issued notice to him and has in fact directed the influencers to be present in the court in the next hearing.
Well, the Supreme Court is hearing a plea seeking contempt action against BJP MP Nishikant Dubey on his remarks against top court and also the Chief Justice of India, Sanjeev Khanna. The BJP MP Nishikant Dubey in this case had sparked a row, saying that the Supreme Court is taking country towards anarchy and that the Chief Justice of India, Sanjeev Khanna, is responsible for civil wars taking place in this country. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
साफ हाथ साफ तन
साफ तन तो साफ मन, साफ है जो तन जो मन, बढ़ता जाएगा वतन। साफ हाथ साफ तन तो साफ मन, साफ है जो तन जो मन, बढ़ता जाएगा वतन। चलते रहे करते रहे हम वतन की राह पूरी, चलते रहे बढ़ते रहना है जरूरी। साफ हाथ साफ तन तो साफ मन, साफ है जो तन जो मन, बढ़ता जाएगा वतन। चलते रहे करते रहे हम वतन की राह पूरी, चलते रहे बढ़ते रहना है जरूरी।
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
More news that matters. Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us for all the top news stories. The Prime Minister is holding a key meeting currently at the PMO. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour. In the midst of the India-Pakistan tension, Pakistani hackers target Indian military website. The Manohar Parrikar Defence Institute website is hacked. The diplomatic offensive against Pakistan continues. New Delhi has now asked the Asian Development Bank to discontinue financial support to Pakistan. In the midst of the Punjab and Haryana water dispute, the Punjab Assembly holds a special session today, passing a resolution against the Dam Safety Act. Russian President Vladimir Putin dials Prime Minister Modi. The second conversation after the Pahalgam attack offers all support. And Bengaluru cops issue a notice to singer Sonu Nigam after the singer linked a demand to sing a Kannada song to the Pahalgam attack. He clarifies, he says, I love the people and the culture of Kannada. But first, that breaking news now coming in. A key meeting is underway at the Prime Minister's office. This is the Prime Minister's second visit to the PMO after the Pahalgam attack. Remember, there have been a series of meetings at the Prime Minister's residence, but now meetings taking place at the Prime Minister's office. Let's go across to Aishwarya for more. Aishwarya, what do we know about these meetings?
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will spend approximately 2.5 hours at Prime Minister's office and there are several crucial meetings that are lined up this afternoon. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was briefed by the Defence Secretary R.K. Singh at his residence, and there were regularly several rounds of meetings that are taking place at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where Prime Minister has been briefed about every developing situation there in Jammu and Kashmir, be it of the ceasefire violations that are taking place along with the line of control and international border, the deployment of security personals, or rather the strategic meetings that are happening at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg at Prime Minister's residence. It was yesterday the Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh met Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The Navy Chief met day before yesterday. Prime Minister, apart from it, remember, there was a crucial meeting that went on 29th of April where Defence Minister, all three service chiefs along with NSA met Prime Minister and briefed about the developments. These are very, very crucial and significant meetings that are taking place. For the second time after Pahalgam terror attack, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had reached Prime Minister's office. We've been told that NSA Ajit Doval has also reached the Prime Minister's office at the Raisina Hills, and there several rounds of meetings will take place that would be very confidential, strategic in nature, as well as the Prime Minister had time and again from different forums have stated that there would be the response from the Indian Armed Forces regarding the terror attack that had taken place in Pahalgam, and therefore the reason perhaps these meetings are taking place. Prime Minister reached at the Prime Minister's office just 15 minutes back, and he will be spending approximately 2.5 hours, as we have been told. NSA Ajit Doval is also at Prime Minister's office. Whether there would be more officials from the armed forces or other bureaucrats that would be reaching is something that will be looked upon, and we'll be having a very close eye at Prime Minister's office as the development goes on from here on.
That's right, Naushera, you've been tracking all these series of meetings taking place, even as, it's been 13 days since the Pahalgam attack, 26 people were killed, and the Prime Minister has promised, an unimaginable response. He said they will be punished. Just yesterday, you had Defense Minister Rajnath Singh telling people you will not be disappointed that under the Prime Minister Modi, there's going to be, a strong response to this, and therefore these, key meetings that are now taking place. Earlier, you were tracking the Defense Secretary meeting with the Prime Minister, and this, as there's been a lot of talk about what the counter-strike will be from India's side. There have been a series of other measures, diplomatic measures. There has been suspension of the Indus Water Treaty. All that has taken place, but now the counter-strike is what one is really anticipating.
Well, certainly, and from where it will be and when it will be is something that the Prime Minister's office will give a nod. There have been diplomatic actions against Pakistan. There have been economical actions against Pakistan to completely corner and isolate them on every possible front. It is the Indian government who had taken series of decisions after the CCS met twice after the Pahalgam terror attack. The decisions had been made as far as the suspension of the Indus Water Treaty, or be it the Atari-Wagah border closure, or the other measures. Today, we got to know that Finance Minister had pushed and spoke to the ADR president and had stated that the funding should be stopped which goes to Pakistan, and certainly the Finance Minister also spoken to the Italian counterpart as well to push Pakistan into grey list in the FATF. So all-round strategies are being made in alignment to the response that India is going to take. It is, of course, the Defense Minister, Home Minister, External Affairs Minister who had echoed what Prime Minister has stated, that there will be an unimaginable action and people will not be disappointed as what they are thinking of government to do, where there would be a kinetic action or what sort of mobilization is happening as far as Indian forces are concerned in the Jammu and Kashmir region specifically to identify and trace down the terrorists, and they will be punished till the end of the earth is something that Prime Minister had spoken upon. But all of these series of meetings since the time Prime Minister arrived from Saudi Arabia, there are on a regular basis, these meetings are happening, but some of them are very crucial. Defense ministries, secretary, the top bureaucrat from the defense ministry usually isn't seen at the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, but this happened today. He came and the meeting lasted for almost 30 minutes. He was briefed about the entire situation. Apart from all of these, the ministries under the government of India had given a specific task to also implement those decisions which are being made by the government of India, the decisions that were taken during the CCS or the CCPA as well. So clearly it is in alignment to them, and and this is for the second time, as I said, Prime Minister after Pahalgam terror attack had reached Prime Minister's office at Raisina Hills, and he would be taking various important meetings, including the meeting with the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, who's already present at the Prime Minister's office. These meetings are very crucial and significant, and we'll have a close eye on Prime Minister's office as to how this development takes place. But what we've been told is Prime Minister will be spending almost 2.5 hours at PM's office.
All right, thanks so much, Aishwarya, for bringing us the latest there. So the Prime Minister at the PMO holding a very high-level meeting this after meeting with the Defence Secretary earlier at his residence. Now, amid this rising tension in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack, Pakistani hackers are now targeting Indian defense websites. According to sources in the defense establishment, the cyber attacks may have compromised sensitive information about defense personnel, including their login credentials. Now, on a social media platform X, a handle called Pakistan Cyber Force claimed that hackers gained access to sensitive data of the Military Engineer Services and the Manohar Parrikar Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis. Earlier, we spoke to Vishnu for more details.
This is, to my mind, the most serious instance of hacking that has taken place by Pakistani hackers, because these are organizations directly affiliated with the Indian Armed Forces and the Defense Ministry. In the past, there have been autonomous institutes, for example, educational institutes, which have been hacked and defaced. But on this particular occasion, the Indian Military Engineering Service, which is part of the Corps of Engineers of the Indian Army, and the Armored Vehicle Nigam Limited, which is a defense public sector unit, they have been targeted, in addition to the Manohar Parrikar Institute of Defense Studies, which was previously known as IDSA. So that's now called the Manohar Parrikar Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis. In terms of data which has been breached at this stage, what we are told is that they've gained access to sensitive data, which includes the name of personnel, which includes login credentials as well. As a result of this, the website of the Armored Vehicle Nigam Limited has been taken offline. They're conducting a thorough inquiry into this. They're trying to figure out the extent of the leaks which have taken place. But this is a threat linked to Pakistan. In the past, on a real-time basis, those keeping an eye out for these hacking attempts on the Indian military or affiliated organizations were able to spot that these were coming in from Pakistan. On this particular occasion, it's quite clear that they have. And once again, the matter of concern this time around particularly is that some sensitive defense equipment may have been breached.
Meanwhile, diplomatic measures against Pakistan in the aftermath of Pahalgam have picked up again, with New Delhi requesting the Asian Development Bank to discontinue financial support to Pakistan. Our sources say Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman took up the matter with the ADB chief Masato Kanda at a recent meeting. India is also pushing for Pakistan's inclusion in the Financial Action Task Force grey list, while calling for a review of multilateral funding flows to Islamabad.
The Finance Ministry had stated to NDTV that the Finance Minister had spoken to the European counterpart, and India is trying its best to corner Pakistan after the Pahalgam terror attack, be it diplomatically, economically, or through the military force as well. And this regarding the funding that has been given by the ADB to Pakistan. To stop that, the Finance Minister has reached out to the President of the Asian Development Bank, and it has been told to us that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman met the Italian Finance Minister on the same issue as well, and to curb down the funding of Pakistan, the steps had been taken by the Indian government. There had been a broad consensus amongst the alliance partners of India, the ally who had been condemning the terror attack and and finally now how to push Pakistan towards the grey list under the FATF is something that is also on the point of agenda. It has been also stated that Indian Finance Minister had spoken to European nations and pushing for putting Pakistan in grey list in the FATF and cutting all ties with the ADB funding is something that Finance Minister has told the ADB president, that is the Asian Development Bank, who also gives funding to Pakistan. So on all sides, India want to corner and isolate Pakistan, and this is on the economic front.
In fact, on the economic front, ratings agency Moody's has issued a stark warning to Pakistan, stating that escalation of tensions between India and Pakistan could severely damage its economy, derail progress, threaten external funding and strain foreign exchange reserves. In contrast, India's economy is expected to remain resilient. In a scenario of sustained escalation in localized tensions, Moody's says we do not expect major disruptions to India's economic activity because it has minimal economic relations with Pakistan. However, higher defense spending would potentially weigh on India's fiscal strength and slow its fiscal consolidation. News now from Tamil Nadu, and the BJP is holding protests in the state against the Pahalgam attack, urging the DMK to intensify crackdown against Pakistan nationals. These protests are taking place near the Trichy collector's office and demands to deport illegal migrants, and so the BJP trying to corner the DMK government and claiming that not enough action is being taken against illegal migrants. In fact, the BJP holding protests across Tamil Nadu condemning the Pahalgam terror attack, and these protests are being led in Chennai and Annamalai in Erode. The BJP also urging the ruling DMK to intensify its crackdown against Pakistan and Bangladesh nationals who may be residing in the state. The BJP, they're hitting out at the DMK, targeting the DMK over allegations that there are illegal migrants from Bangladesh and Pakistan there. Meanwhile, the Pakistan military said today it's conducted a missile test with a range of 120 kilometers. This is the second launch in 2 days as tensions with India have soared after the Pahalgam attack. Now, on Saturday, the military had said it tested a surface-to-surface missile with a range of 450 kilometers. It did not say where the test took place. So now, claiming a second missile test, this missile training launch comes after the Prime Minister had said he's given the Indian military full operational freedom to respond to the April 22nd attack in Pahalgam. So Pakistan there really flexing with this show of missile strength and the second missile test in 2 days.
2 weeks after the Pahalgam attack, we've seen a series of different escalations and provocations by Pakistan. A nuclear missile test that took place a couple of days ago, and today this surface-to-surface missile test of what they're describing as the Fatah surface-to-surface missile with a range, like you rightly said, of about 120 kilometers. Now, all of this is part of what the Pakistan military is calling Exercise Indus. It's a testing and validation exercise for some of their long-range weapons like the Abdali that was tested a couple of days ago and the Fatah that was tested today. Now remember, there have been reports to suggest that these weapons tests were supposed to happen later, but they've been advanced in order to align with Pakistan's requirement right now to, project power, give out the sense that, it is completely ready for any kind of outside attack from India. In fact, the ISI press release that has come out on this missile test says, quite blankly and quite boldly that this is a message to anyone looking to disrupt Pakistan's territorial integrity. So there's absolutely no disguise as to what these missile tests are really about. They are about, trying to send out that message that Pakistan is well armed and can handle any outside attack of the kind that India has, imposed on Pakistan in the past as well, except that this time there is absolutely no clarity as to what that attack is going to be, what shape it's going to take, and when it's going to happen.
And some breaking news coming in. A Pakistani national was apprehended on the intervening night of 3rd and 4th May. This is in Punjab's Gurdaspur. And the intruder is in the custody of the Punjab police. He's been identified as Husnain. So you can see that identity card that he was carrying, and he was in fact trying to intrude last night, has now been held by the Punjab police. So extra alert along the border states. Let's go across to Gurpreet for more. Gurpreet, what are the details? Tell us more about how this man was nabbed.
Well, what we have learned, our forces were on high alert, and suddenly they learned one Pakistani intruder identified as Hussain, son of Muhammad Ajmal, arrested by Punjab intelligence in Gurdaspur while attempting to cross Indian territory last night. So all these angles are being probed by, and was the reason to cross the border, and multiple agencies are investigating from all the angles to find out exact cause of his entry into this Indian territory, because we have already seen that the situation is very volatile, and all the forces were extra alert when they learned some Pakistani intruder. He was trying to even enter the jurisdiction of Indian territory. So at that time, immediately he was being caught, and now multiple investigating agencies are investigating him and interrogating him to find out what was the main cause why he was trying to enter into Indian territory. So we have to wait and watch what will be the final outcome of this investigation and interrogation, which is being carried out by multiple agencies to find out exact reason behind his entering into Indian territory. Back to studio.
Right, Gurpreet, and this comes at a time of tension with Pakistan after the Pahalgam attack, and therefore, security forces and the police there in Punjab on high alert.
Well, of course, the police as well as the forces, they are already on high alert. We have seen the Punjab police had also nabbed two of our spy who had given a vital information to the agencies across the border. So that has already been interrogated and investigated from all these angles, the way the tension is already going on between both the countries. This is the same thing which has been done by the forces when they were extra cautious, and suddenly they learned this Pakistani intruder. He was trying to enter into Indian territory. Immediately he was being caught, and as I have already explained, the multiple agencies are investigating and interrogating him to just find out each and every minute detail from him, that what was exact reason to enter into Indian territory. The way we have seen after Pahalgam terror attack, multiple precautions are being taken at the border in Punjab and nearby areas also. So we have seen high alert has already been given by all the agencies, whether it's the Punjab Police, BSF and other paramilitary forces. They are already on the high alert. So as of now, what we have learned, and even the investigating agency, they are not willing to reveal much information about this Pakistani intruder, because it might be possible he has indispensable information for the agencies to learn more about why and what was the motive behind to enter into Indian territory. Back to studio.
All right, Gurpreet, thanks so much for joining us with that breaking news. Now, Russian President Vladimir Putin today called Prime Minister Narendra Modi and strongly condemned the April 22nd terror attack in Pahalgam, where 26 tourists were killed. This is the second such phone conversation. And according to the official statement, Putin conveyed his deepest condolences over the loss of innocent lives. He also expressed full support to India in the fight against terrorism, saying the perpetrators of the attack must be brought to justice. Earlier, we spoke to Vishal for more.
Well, this call between President Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi holds special significance because it comes just hours before the big meeting, the big UN Security Council meeting that is supposed to happen in a few hours. And that meeting has been called at the request of Pakistan, and there will be deliberations. There will be closed-door deliberations over the matter that has erupted in the last 2 weeks about the terror attacks, the dastardly terror attacks that killed 26 innocent people. So there will be deliberations over that, and the fact that one of the permanent members of the UN Security Council, which is Russia, has called India and expressed condolences over the matter, and also said that the terrorists, the perpetrators who were involved in the attacks must be punished. So that's a strong statement coming from the Russian president, and as I mentioned, it comes just hours before the big UN Security Council meeting. So that's a big context there to the whole meeting as to Russia has chosen to speak with India on this really important matter. The fact remains that India and Russia have been long-time allies and have been collaborating on many fronts. In the recent past itself, in the last 1 to 2 years, Prime Minister Modi has spoken to President Putin on a lot of occasions and said that this is not an era of war. So Putin is also trying to have a similar line and trying to speak to Prime Minister Modi on the matter and appealing for peace on all fronts. So it will be interesting to see how the meeting unfolds at the UN Security Council. But the fact that the President of Russia chose to call PM Narendra Modi on this matter just before the meeting is a big deal, and it all boils down to what happens in the meeting, the UN Security Council meeting. That will be interesting to be seen.
Right, in other news, Mehbooba Mufti was in Pahalgam, where she appealed for justice and tourist relief. The former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir said people of Pahalgam are being locked up and pained by the attack. She also slammed the detentions taking place in the area after the Pahalgam attack.
पहलगाम के लोग बहुत गमगीन हैं, बहुत तकलीफ है उनको और बहुत घबराए हुए हैं क्योंकि यहाँ सबसे ज़्यादा पकड़ दकड़ का माहौल है। इसके बावजूद कि यहाँ के जो लोग हैं उन्होंने घोड़े वाला हो या टैक्सी वाला हो या जो भी वहाँ पर था उसने बढ़ चढ़ के उस वक्त मदद करने की कोशिश की। सबको ओवरग्राउंड वर्कर या टेररिस्ट समझ के उनको बुलाते हैं, बंद करते हैं, शाम को छोड़ते हैं, फिर बंद करते हैं। मतलब कोई पहलगाम में कोई सैकड़ों लोग इस वक्त बंद हैं, बाकी जगह भी बंद है। तो मुझे लगता है ये सही बात नहीं है, ये नहीं होना चाहिए क्योंकि जब कश्मीरियों ने अपना दिल खोल दिया है तो अब मुल्क के लोगों को भी भरोसा करना चाहिए और ये जो पुलिस की पकड़ दकड़ है या आर्मी के ज़रिए पकड़ दकड़ है इसको बंद किया जाना चाहिए।
Now moving on to the water dispute between Punjab and Haryana, and this amid the ongoing standoff, the Bhagwant Mann-led Aam Aadmi Party government moved a resolution during the one-day special session of the Punjab Assembly in Chandigarh, vowing not to spare even a single drop of water from its share for the neighbouring state. In fact, the Punjab Assembly passed a resolution against the Dam Safety Act, and this comes as the BBMB, that's the Bhakra Byas Management Board that manages the dam, has in fact moved the High Court against Punjab, accusing the state government of interference and asking for Punjab police officials to be removed from the dam site. Well, let's go across to Gurpreet now, who's been tracking all these, various twists and turns in this dispute between Punjab and Haryana. I can see he has a guest. Over to you, Gurpreet. A resolution there passed in the Punjab Assembly.
In Vidhan Sabha. See, because it's a question of the waters of Punjab, and we being a agrarian state, water is the lifeline of Punjab. So on this very aspect, we have given unconditional support to the government of Punjab. We have asked the Chief Minister to take the first legal step. It is he who has to take the initiative. If he intends to meet the Prime Minister or the Power Minister or the Irrigation Minister, we are willing to accompany him if he wants us to be there. In any agitational program, the Indian National Congress, Punjab unit will fully support the state government, but only for the cause of water, only for the cause of Punjab. On no other issue are we with them.
So today we have seen Bhakra Byas Management Authority. They have already approached Punjab and Haryana High Court, and court has already issued notice to both the states. Do you think that the way they are approaching the court, they are saying huge force has been deployed there and immediately the water should be released? So what is your take on that?
See, as the matter, according to you, is already under the cognizance of the High Court, I think so, being part of a legal system now, I think so we must wait for the orders of the further orders of the High Court to come.
But the Haryana Chief Minister has been making a claim saying that this the Haryana quota, why it is not being released. So what is your take on that? Don't you think that should be given to Haryana?
See, the Chief Minister, the government has made it already very clear on the floor of the House. Whatever the quota of drinking water of Haryana was, they have been giving that quota over there. So Haryana has already overutilized the quota. This is what the official aspect is. So once they have overutilized it, Punjab will give them a quota of almost 4,000 cusics per day, but they are asking for 8,500, which is over and above the quota. So the government has made it clear.
Sir, one last question. We have seen a Chief Minister says we should revisit about the water sharing because in the rivers level has already been down. So do you think that there is no need to do the
Yeah, 100% a new tribunal should come up. They must again study the waters, because now the same amount of water is not there. The water has been decreasing every 8-10 years. So the level of water is down. So we need to have a re-look at how much of water is available with Punjab. We can only then give that kind of a quota which Punjab is already exhausted. Only the rest can be given.
Thank you so much. This is Pratap Singh Bajwa, leader of opposition, who has already claimed that we are with the government. That means he has also supported not to share a single drop of water with Haryana. He says that a legal battle which has already been initiated by Bakra Beas management, we have to wait and watch what will be the final outcome of this legal battle. Back to studio.
All right, thanks so much, Gurpreet, for joining us. With that, and Punjab Assembly, they're passing a resolution and saying they will not share any water with Haryana. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and updates coming up on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
India moved the Asian Development Bank against Pakistan. The finance minister has taken up the Pak issue with the ADB boss. Vladimir Putin dials Prime Minister Modi, condemns the Pahalgam attack. Pakistan conducts its second missile test. The second missile test comes amid tensions over Pahalgam. And in the Justice Yashwant Verma cash case, the three-judge panel has submitted its report to the Chief Justice of India.
Caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
पहली बार देश में आजादी के बाद ये फैसला किया गया है.
For this decision we were waiting since long.
This has been only possible with our Prime Minister's decision.
राहुल जी जो सोचदार है मोदी जी ने अडॉप्ट कर लिया, अच्छा है.
राहुल गांधी के सर्टिफिकेट के लिए राहुल गांधी को क्रेडिट देने के लिए कोई निर्णय नहीं किया.
They have always used it as a political weapon, and now that weapon's gone.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims?
Welcome back. Now the latest on the controversy over the Ulu app, over the quality or the type of programming it was offering, and a meeting by the Standing Committee on IT to discuss obscenity on digital platforms. Concerns over this app will also be raised, with members seeking clarification on government measures. The controversy erupted over a show called House Arrest, and the actor in this particular show, Ejaz Khan, has in fact received police summons after obscenity was found to be taking place during this show.
On one side, the FIR has already been lodged against Ejaz Khan and the promoters of Ulu app. It is now, the members of the Information and Technology, the Standing Committee on IT that will be raising this very important issue regarding the rising number of scenes as far as the obscenity and vulgarity is concerned, and platforms like Ulu app. The meeting of the IT is going to be held on Wednesday inside the Parliament complex at 11 a.m. and there the members of the IT Standing Committee will be raising in front of the Secretary, who would be briefing the members regarding the steps the government is taking to curb down such amount of vulgarity in the platforms like Ulu. And remember, there has been already several actions being taken. The NCW had taken cognizance on this matter, and now the entire matter would be reaching to the Parliament as well. The chairperson of the IT Standing Committee, Nishikant Dubey, had categorically told NDTV that of course there are several concerns regarding that. We will be discussing on that, as well as the members are all expected to raise this very issue, and the Secretary of the department will be briefing on what steps have been taken. On the other side, as far as the agenda of the entire meeting is concerned, that's regarding the fake news, how the government is trying to curb down fake news on the social media platforms, and what steps the government has taken so far. Regarding that as well, the briefing would be done in regards to the members of the IT Standing Committee. So clearly the Ulu app controversy reaching to the Parliament. There has been various members of parliamentarians who have already raised such kind of issues back in the earlier sessions of the Parliament, and now it has come down to the IT Standing Committee whether there would be some sort of action or a notice that would be sent to the promoters of the Ulu app by the IT Standing Committee is something that remains to be seen.
All right, now the latest in the controversy over singer Sonu Nigam. Now, he recently shared an open letter on social media after he was booked by the Bengaluru police following his remarks on the Pahalgam terror attack during a music concert in the city. An FIR was registered on Saturday after his comments sparked a controversy. The singer wrote, "I have given unprecedented love to the language, the culture, the music, the musicians, the state and the people, not just when I am in Karnataka, but anywhere else in the world." Now, the controversy erupted when Sonu was asked during a concert to sing in Kannada, and he got irked. He retorted that this was the attitude that resulted in the Pahalgam attack. Now, following these remarks, Karnataka's film chamber and music directors body also announced a non-cooperation with Sonu over these comments, demanding an unconditional apology from him. Well, let's go across to Deepak for more on this story. And Deepak, now that he has given this clarification, what are the latest developments? Also, the police have sent a notice to the singer.
Yes, they've asked him to respond within 3 days, especially explaining why he drew that parallel between Pahalgam and what happened during that concert, and what does he have to say in his justification. If they're not satisfied, will that mean that they're going to actually ask him to appear in person? That is going to be a very, very interesting thing to note. That would mean that he will have to come to Bengaluru, appear before the police. There will be a round of questioning. And then, of course, that could, spell more trouble for the singer. But meanwhile, there's also other issues that he has to face right now that is coming in from the Karnataka Film Chamber and also the music directors body, which have sat for a meeting today, discussed this entire issue in detail. And now they've decided that they will actually, not allow him to sing or participate in any sort of events until he issues an unconditional apology over this particular issue. So it is double trouble really for the singer, who has of course justified what happened and more importantly says that he is cooperative, he sings songs in Kannada whenever he's in Karnataka, but nobody can really threaten him, heckle him around.
Right, though Deepak, if we talk about the controversy, it was unnecessary really to bring in the whole Pulwama attack issue during whatever happened. If you could give our viewers some details, he was being asked by a group of boys or one person at the concert to sing in Kannada, though in his this clarification that he has given, he's even said that I have more than an hour of Kannada songs that I prepare for every concert when I'm in Karnataka. He's also said that, how he has given unprecedented love to the culture and musicians and the people of the state.
Yes, what he raised an issue is that it was not a request. It was rather heckling or an order that came in from the crowd, and that's not something that he really is going to budge to. He further said that where he does in all his gigs ensure that he sings Kannada songs, there are requests as well coming in. He specifically did mention there's a difference between a request and there's a difference between what he encountered there, and that is what he had an issue with. Now, while, of course, he could have plainly said this, but then he did use a reference to Pahalgam and said this is the mindset that leads to what happened or leads to something similar to what happens in Pahalgam. That has not gone down too well with several activists and the people of the state, netizens alike, who are raising big issues about the same. And that's where, they've also gone ahead and, complained to the police, who registered an FIR, and now the film body as well taking cognizance of the same.
All right, Deepak, thanks so much for joining us with those latest developments. In other news, the in-house committee constituted by Chief Justice of India Sanjeev Khanna to probe the allegations against Justice Yashwant Verma submitted its report to the Supreme Court. This is over the cash row. According to a statement released by the top court, the committee submitted its report to the Chief Justice yesterday. The committee, which comprised of Punjab and Haryana High Court Chief Justice and Himachal High Court Chief Justice as well as the Karnataka High Court Justice, had probed allegations of cash being discovered at Justice Verma's residence after a fire had broken out at that residence on Holi. Now, the big question is whether this report will actually be made public. Earlier, we spoke to Nupur Dogra for more details.
Well, yes, just the Supreme Court has made this press release public, where it has informed the public that the panel, the three-judge panel that was constituted to conduct an inquiry into the allegations against Justice Yashwant Verma after an incident of fire took place at his official residence and allegedly burnt cash was found at his residence. The Supreme Court collegium had in fact constituted a 3-judge High Court judges panel to conduct an inquiry. Now this initial inquiry conducted by the High Court judges is complete, and they have submitted their report to the CGI Sanjeev Khanna. Now it will be very important to see that what is the next call, as we have seen that all the steps had been made public by the Supreme Court, including the pictures and whatever the investigation and whatever the documents the Supreme Court had. In an unprecedented move, it had put it on its website. Now this information also the Supreme Court put it out on its website that it has received this preliminary investigation report. Now the CGI will decide that what needs to be done for with regards to further investigation against Justice Yashwant Verma.
Now, on the Waqf issue, the Supreme Court today referred the petitions against the Waqf Act to the next Chief Justice, with the Chief Justice Sanjeev Khanna, who's due to retire, saying that no interim order until the next hearing on May 15th, which will be under Justice Gawai. In fact, it will be a day after Justice Gawai becomes the Chief Justice of India. He said that the matter needs to be heard thoroughly, stating that he cannot reserve an order as he is slated to retire on the 13th of May and cannot go into all aspects. Let's just listen into what Sulman Khurshid said on the hearing.
Assurance obviously remains, because it's on that basis that the court had fixed the hearing for interim relief. Since the court could not hear it today, and the court will not be able to hear it while the next not few weeks, but 2 weeks before the Chief Justice retires. So after consulting with everybody, the Chief Justice decided that the matter now should be heard on the 15th, which is on a day on which a full hearing can take place. But obviously the bench will change. It will be a new bench presided over by a new. It could be Justice Gawai, it could be anybody else, I don't know, because that's the power of the new Chief Justice to decide what the bench will be.
Well, yes, today the Chief Justice of India, Sanjeev Khanna, noted that there have been some claims made by the centre in its reply on the question of interim stay on Waqf Amendment Act. Now, there have been some counter claims in the counter affidavits filed by the petitioner. But the Supreme Court observed that these have to be heard in detail, and now at this stage CGI Sanjeev Khanna cannot reserve any order as he is due for his retirement next week. So he, keeping all the facts in mind, he has now referred the matter to next Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gawai. He will decide that how, which bench will be hearing the matter. It could be his own bench or it could be another special bench. But what is important is that the centre has reaffirmed its assurance that the stay on those two contentious provisions will stay in place. That is one, that there will be no denotification of Waqf properties, and two, there will be in fact no further, they will not go ahead to include non-Muslims in Waqf boards and councils. So now in the next hearing on May 15, we will be hearing arguments whether there should be an interim stay or not. Remember, the court had said that the hearing in this petition could take 6 to 8 months to complete. Centre says that don't give any interim stay till the hearing is completed. But petitioners as well as court had prima facie opined that there needs to be an interim stay to make sure that nothing changes on ground while the law is under challenge.
And staying with news of the Supreme Court, the top court today issued notices to comedians Samay Raina and Vipul Goyal and 3 others in response to a petition alleging that they made insensitive comments, mocking persons with disabilities, blind people. A bench comprising Justices Surya Kant and Koteswar Singh directed Mumbai's Commissioner of Police to ensure the comedians appeared before the court on the next date of hearing. The bench warned that if they fail to appear, coercive steps will be taken. Nupur with the details.
Supreme Court had asked this particular foundation, Cure SMA Foundation, to file a separate writ petition impleading Samay Raina over his remarks and jokes about visually impaired persons and persons with SMA disease and persons with special diseases. Now, the top court had in fact directed the organization to implead all such persons. Now, Samay Raina, including few other influencers who were seen making crass jokes about persons with disabilities and persons with special conditions have been issued notice by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court Judge Justice Suryakant today said that there needs to be some remedial approach. Also, we have to see that what needs to be done to make sure that these kind of remarks are not made against persons with disability, because remember, this organization has approached the top court saying that when such jokes are made about persons with special conditions or persons requiring special injections which may worth 16 crore rupees, which was exactly the joke Samir Raina had cracked. This organization is involved in mobilizing funds for such people, and they said that their cause is being adversely impacted because of the insensitive jokes cracked by Samir Raina and others like him. So now the top court has in fact issued notice to him and has in fact directed the influencers to be present in the court in the next hearing.
All right, with that, we'll slip into a short break. On the other side, Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is in Murshidabad. We'll get you the details.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Welcome back. Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, who's on a two-day visit to violence-hit Murshidabad, today labelled her arch-rivals, the BJP and the party-led central government, a heavily loaded virus that spreads communal tension and hatred. In a scathing attack delivered in Murshidabad, where 3 people were killed last month in violence over changes to the Waqf laws, Ms. Banerjee claimed that BJP goons stopped her from visiting the families of those affected by the violence. She also accused the Prime Minister of failing to protect India's borders. But the opposition in the state, both BJP and Congress, have questioned Mamata Banerjee's very delayed visit to Murshidabad, calling it riot tourism.
BJP বোঝা উচিত সাম্প্রদায়িক দাঙ্গা যারা করে তাদের আমরা ক্রিমিনাল বলি, তাদের আমরা কোনো ধর্ম বর্ণ জাতি হিসেবে বিচার করি না। এবং পুলিশের গুলিতেও একজন মারা গেছে, 3 জন। তাছাড়াও আমি কালকে তেহট্টে যে আর্মি মারা গেছেন তার পরিবারকেও ডেকেছি, ছুটিতে আসবে। মুর্শিদাবাদ জেলার একটা ইতিহাস আছে, সংস্কৃতি আছে। একসময় মুর্শিদাবাদ জেলা আপনারা জানেন বাংলার রাজধানী ছিল। মুর্শিদাবাদ জেলাকে কেন্দ্র করে এবং যে দুটো পার্টে মাত্র 2টো ওয়ার্ডে গন্ডগোল হয়েছে, সেটাও কারা করিয়েছেন প্ল্যান করে, কি করে করিয়েছেন, কিভাবে করিয়েছেন, আমি এই কটা দিন ধরে অনেক ক্রস চেক করেছি, রেকর্ডও করেছি।
All right, let's switch tracks now and some entertainment and fashion news to end the bulletin with. And the buzz and hype is around the Met Gala, which will take place tomorrow. It's peaking with Shah Rukh Khan all set to make his debut at the global fashion event. In fact, he's arrived in New York. So has Kiara Advani and Diljit Dosanjh. Mayank with the details.
The fashion world gears up for the first Monday in May, also known as the Met Ball. Met Ball or Met Gala marks the opening of the exhibition at the Costume Institute, Metropolitan Museum in New York. It is the social event and the most glamorous party of the year. This year, the Costume Institute celebrates the influence and contribution made by the black fashion community on the landscape of fashion. The exhibition is titled Superfine, Tailoring Black Style, inspired by Monica L. Miller's book, Slaves to Fashion. It traces and honors the prominent fashion and design figures in the African-American community and how their culture has significantly shaped modern fashion. One standout style trend, the very cool dandyism. And who is a dandy, you may ask? Well, someone who pays great attention to their physical appearance and always dresses in fashionable clothes. But it is more than just looking good. It's reclaiming of a space in a world that often confines one's identity. In short, fashion as a form of self-expression and a subtle act of rebellion. Now, the Met Gala is the fanciest fancy dress competition with a strict dress code. This year, the dress code is tailored for you. So expect sharp suits in all stylized kinds, and all the guests are expected to stick to the dress code. The guest list is very discreet, but we have heard rumors that Bollywood's King Khan might make an appearance. Shah Rukh Khan is expected to attend this year's Met Ball, accompanied by designer Sabyasachi. This year's co-chairs are also super suave. Actor Coleman Domingo, the F1 racing superstar Lewis Hamilton, rap artists A$AP Rocky and Pharrell Williams, and NBA icon LeBron James acting as an honorary co-chair. All this has got us feeling very excited. So pull out your trendy tailored pieces and get ready for a night filled with fabulous fashion moments as the stars get ready to strike a pose at the famous Met stairs.
Caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
पहली बार देश में आजादी के बाद ये फैसला किया गया है।
For this decision we were
waiting since long.
This has been only possible with our Prime Minister's decision.
राहुल जी जो सोचदार है मोदी जी ने अडॉप्ट कर लिया, अच्छा है।
राहुल गांधी के सर्टिफिकेट के लिए राहुल गांधी को क्रेडिट देने के लिए कोई निर्णय नहीं किया।
They have always used it as a political weapon, and now that weapon's gone.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru.
Hello, good evening and welcome to NDTV. Ladies and gentlemen, an action-packed news bulletin lined up for you in the next 1 hour. We'll get you an exclusive with the former NSA of United States of America. Mr. Bolton will be joining Managing Editor Nikunj Garg in a short while from now. But before we do that, let's quickly take a look at the headlines. In midst of the tensions between India and Pakistan, Pakistan hackers target Indian military websites. The Manohar Parrikar Defence Institute website hacked. Diplomatic offensive against Pakistan continues. New Delhi asked the Asian Development Bank to discontinue financial support to Pakistan. Water wars escalate between Punjab and Haryana. Punjab Assembly passes resolution against sharing water with Haryana. Chief Minister of Punjab says not even a single drop to Haryana from now on. Karnataka government launches caste census exclusively for scheduled castes, aiming to gather empirical data on subcaste demographics to guide internal reservation policy. BJP terms this a political game. Bengaluru police issues notice to singer Sonu Nigam after Sonu Nigam in fact denied a fan a song in Kannada language. Nigam clarifies, love Kannada people and the culture. Let me quickly take you to Senior Managing Editor, NDTV, Nikunj Garg, for this exclusive conversation with former United States NSA John Bolton.
Ladies and gentlemen, the tensions between India and Pakistan currently at least show no signs of ebbing. And as the days pass by, the suspense builds. On top of everyone's mind is the quest to know as to how the two countries will react going forward from here. India is seeing a series of meetings, certain serious calls also from the United States of America. And to decipher or to discuss all of that, I am being joined by John Bolton, former United States National Security Advisor. Mr. Bolton, welcome to NDTV.
Thanks for having me.
And as I said, the topmost question on everyone's mind right now is, how would this pan out from here on? Pakistan has played its dirty game once all over again. And India, of course, is not wanting to take it lying low, as the Prime Minister has expressed. And quite clearly in the Indian reaction would also lay the rest of the story as it pans out. How do you see it, Mr. Bolton, panning out from here?
Well, I think Prime Minister Modi has exercised a good deal of restraint, having been through a similar episode in 2019. I can tell you it was our view then that India certainly had a legitimate right of self-defense, and that...
How often have you turned away from...
and to try to eliminate the threat to India and its citizens and foreign visitors. I think India exercised restraint in 2019, and my understanding is this is what the Trump administration in these current days is again saying. It's a very difficult problem. I mean, there's no doubt about the right of self-defense here. The question is whether in the international arena, India can show that it exercised restraint and called on Pakistan to do what Pakistan should do, which is exercise control over its own sovereign territory and make sure that terrorist attacks are not launched from that territory against India or anybody else.
Well, Mr. Bolton, as you said about the Trump administration, and you talked about Trump administration's restraint conversations, Marco Rubio, your Secretary of State, also called both sides. What do you think he would generally be advising, beyond the fact that what was reported that do not escalate it to a larger war or do not escalate it to a larger regional conflict, so to say?
Well, I hope he's carrying beyond that, because 2019 was not the first time this has happened. The history of Kashmir, I'm sure, is well known to your viewers, and it's a continuing source of tension and risk of escalation, indeed, between two nuclear powers. So I think I hate to call this an opportunity, but it's a moment when the U.S. and others could urge both parties to say, look, let's try and find ways to prevent this from happening in the future. And the main thing is to make sure that no country, Pakistan, obviously the bordering country, but no country is harboring people planning terrorist activities in Kashmir or anywhere else in India. That's the fundamental point here. There's obviously a long-standing dispute between India and Pakistan. There are diplomatic ways to handle that. Parties, even neighbors, can disagree and disagree strongly, but the resort to terrorism is never an acceptable means of expressing the disagreement, and that's what it's got to come down to. I think that's best served by negotiations in private, out of the spotlight, to see if something can't be worked out that won't just resolve this particular terrorist attack, but prevent them in the future.
Well, Ambassador Bolton, India has every which way tried in the past. Prime Minister, speaking on a podcast recently, also said that he personally invested in building good, friendly relationship with Pakistan. Prior to him, multiple other Prime Minister, heads of state in India have also tried the same trajectory. Almost every time that has been betrayed by one incident or other, like Pahalgam. Extremely serious incidents in nature, which then leave no leeway absolutely with the leaders to deal any dealings with Pakistan, forget about friendly dealings. Now, what do you think, keeping in mind this long journey in dealing with Pakistan, what do you think India can do permanently? Of course, look, guarding the sovereign territory or guarding the people is principal responsibility of India when it comes to Indian people. Now, what do you think India can and should do to try and ensure that this Pakistan-sponsored terrorism stops inflicting its wounds on Indian people? What do you think India can do to achieve that?
Well, I think there are two approaches to take, and I'm sure the government of India has already thought about this and done it before, but I just urge a renewed effort. Number one, I'm very concerned about growing Chinese influence in Pakistan. And I think this is something that needs to be put on the table between India and Pakistan to say, look, we should resolve our own differences. We shouldn't be having outsiders come in. We shouldn't be having their agenda, in this case, a Chinese agenda directed against India, being implemented by either of the two of us. I think this is something that the leaders of Pakistan should be concerned about. If they're not already, that point needs to be underlined to them, that you've got interest here that obviously extend beyond preventing further terrorist attacks, and that you intend to protect India's interest. And second, this will be a difficult task of diplomacy. I think India should go to China and say, listen, we expect you as a bordering country to us, and as someone that we've had good relations with in the past, notwithstanding a lot of conflict along the line of actual control, we expect you to press on Pakistan that they need to get control of these terrorist groups. I think this is these are potential roads to a better solution. If they fail, and they may, you can't guarantee any outcome, then I think India has made a record for the rest of the world to see that they've done what they can, that they've tried the diplomatic route. They've impressed on Pakistan and China the dangers of allowing more of these terrorist attacks that could result in significant escalation if they don't stop. It's not a silver bullet, I acknowledge that, but that's what I would recommend.
And Mr. Bolton, one aspect that, again, most Indian governments have tried, but somehow that has not delivered convincingly, and that is building a unanimity in the International Committee of Nations to build pressure on Pakistan and ensure that state sponsoring of terrorism stops on Pakistani soil. Do you think that international community also has a bigger responsibility and a larger role to play here when it comes to at least, rest of all is between India and Pakistan, but at least stopping the state sponsoring of terrorism?
Well, I think that's obviously the existence of state sponsorship of terrorism is an issue for all civilized countries, and therefore there should be strong support for India's position. It has been, over the decades, though, India's traditional view that it doesn't want outside interference in disputes between India and Pakistan over Kashmir, over border issues, over a number of other issues. So you have to be careful in introducing a broader involvement by others. But I think this is where pulling together the facts of what happened in this latest terrorist attack, and I'm sure that's possible to do and important to do, that also helps in building the international record for the rest of the world to see that India is not finding a pretext here to do something. It's simply trying to validate its own sovereignty, protect its citizens.
NSA Bolton, let me ask you my final question on this discussion of ours for now. On the topmost, other than the fact that how India will react, is also the fact in most informed minds that were it to be a retaliation by India of the proposition that many are thinking, can that then be contained? Can that be contained, or it will necessarily lead to a conflagration? What is your assessment of that situation? If India were to react, can that be a contained reaction?
Well, I think if India's retaliation was directed against the group that is suspected and likely the sponsor of this terrorist attack in Kashmir, and it was precise and targeted and limited and basically a one-time proposition, I think that would demonstrate that India is serious about protecting its own citizens, serious in saying it won't allow outsiders to interfere, and has no larger ambitions. I think that should give Pakistan a face-saving way to step back, and maybe that would be the moment to get diplomatic negotiations going. India certainly doesn't have to. That's another alternative to consider. It may be that it's not feasible. That would require decision-making on the basis of information I don't presently have. But I do think that the current view of the U.S. government that restraint on both sides is important, is the right way to approach it.
Right way to approach, but India has a right to self-defense, and if India targets the group particularly concerned with this attack, the world should support India. Mr. John Bolton, former National Security Advisor of the United States of America, thank you very much for joining NDTV.
Glad to be with you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of there.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. News Night, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
पहली बार देश में आजादी के बाद ये फैसला किया गया है.
For this decision we were waiting since long.
This has been only possible with our Prime Minister's decision.
राहुल जी जो सोचदार है मोदी जी ने अडॉप्ट कर लिया. अच्छा है. राहुल गांधी के सर्टिफिकेट के लिए राहुल गांधी को क्रेडिट देने के लिए कोई निर्णय नहीं किया.
They have always used it as a political weapon, and now that weapon's gone.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we were talking to NSA, former NSA of United States, John Bolton, the focus remains on Kashmir as well. Today also, it's been more than 10 days. In fact, today when we are sitting, it's been more than 12 days of the dastardly Pahalgam attack. And every single day, there is anticipation of what the government of India is going to do. Apart from that, there are certain important questions as well. How is it that the terrorists were able to come in so deep, execute this attack, and 12 days on, the security forces are still trying to hunt these terrorists down. But very quickly, just to give you an overview of what all has happened in the aftermath of this on day 13 today as we speak. So let me tell you very quickly what all has happened on this story. Very important support has come towards India from the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin. India's tried, tested, one of the most solid supporters, partners as far as Russia is concerned. Both the leaders had a phone call today, Prime Minister Modi and Russia's President Vladimir Putin. And once again, Mr. Putin has said that it supports India's stand as far as the Pahalgam terror attack is concerned, and will also back the action that India takes on this very important issue. Development number 2, sources have told NDTV, India has moved ADB, the Asian Development Bank, against Pakistan. So we are trying to tighten the stranglehold, diplomatic channels, the water treaty, and also put a punitive economic cost on Pakistan. So India has moved the Asian Development Bank and asked them to stop all funding to Pakistan because it's a terror state. Development number 3, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, Defense Secretary has met the Prime Minister, and it's a series of high-profile meetings over the operational preparedness of our armed forces. Remember, the Prime Minister is continuously meeting the heads of the armed forces, along with, of course, now the Defense Secretary also meeting the Prime Minister, giving him an overview of how prepared our forces are. Development number 4 on the Pahalgam story. India has cut Chenab River flow to Pakistan through Sadal and Baglihar dams. A very, very important punitive action being taken by India as far as Pakistan is concerned. In certain areas, there is increase in the water flow as far as Kashmir is concerned, but in some areas in Jammu, some fallout of this also being experienced. Development number 5, ladies and gentlemen, on this story, Pakistan has conducted a second missile test in 3 days. And this is being seen as a big provocation from the Pakistani side, which is under pressure at this moment, this posturing of Pakistan, trying to send across a message to India: if you do something, we will retaliate. And development number 6 at this moment, the ratings agency Moody's has in fact said that the escalation, if India hits out at Pakistan, the escalation is going to have a very adverse impact on the economy of Pakistan. So let's very quickly tell you a little bit more about President Putin extending support to India and what he has said. He has said that in the phone call with the Prime Minister, he has extended support, and he has said that the terror attack was absolutely condemned. It was a dastardly terror attack. He has extended full support to India, and this means a very, very important gesture at this moment. Apart from that, how India is choking, Pakistan. Like I said, India has moved the Asian Development Bank against Pakistan to stop all its funds and projects because it's a terror state. Let's very quickly go across to my colleagues, those who are joining me at this moment for more on this story. Shreya joins us from the Prime Minister's office, where a series of important meetings have been taking place. These visuals coming in live at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, from the North Block, where you see a lot of movement. Shreya is there. Nazir Masoodi, my colleague who is in Kashmir right from the time this attack took place, has been on the ground getting us stories of the reactions in Kashmir and also what is happening on the security front. Shreya, very quickly coming to you. The Prime Minister, in fact, one after another, there have been important meetings which are taking place. And as I have always been saying, it's just not people in India, but across the border in Pakistan, keenly watching these meetings as well.
Well, absolutely. In response to this devastating Pahalgam terror attack, we see Prime Minister Narendra Modi leading the charge. Within the last 72 hours, we saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi conducting several high-stakes meetings, be it with the Navy Chief, Armed Forces Chief, and also the Defense Secretary, especially the first ever meeting with Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah. Yesterday, we saw the meeting taking place. Right now, we're right outside the South Block, and we can see several senior officials coming and meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. A couple of minutes back, we saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting Ajit Doval, and now these high-stakes meetings are extremely crucial. And I have my colleague Ashwarya with me, and he will give us the more prominent details about the high-stakes meeting.
Well, the latest what we are getting is that leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi has just arrived at the Prime Minister's office over here. A series of meetings will take place at Prime Minister's office from here on. We just saw Home Secretary Govind Mohan also entering the Prime Minister's office, and this is very, very crucial because this afternoon what we saw is Defence Secretary briefing the Prime Minister at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and it is now leader of opposition and more officials now coming. If I tell my camera person to just pan across and show the Prime Minister's office where we are reporting from. Prime Minister reached over here, and it was National Security Advisor Ajit Doval who reached, and then a series of officials have reaching at the Prime Minister's office. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi. Now this is very important and significant as far as the government is concerned. They want to keep everyone on board as far as the government's movement is concerned, the deployment and the entire opposition is concerned. The government want them to be on board as far as India's action against Pakistan is concerned, and therefore the reason perhaps remember the opposition and Rahul Gandhi after the all-party meeting as well as in a separate press conference clearly had stated that the entire opposition is standing together with the government, but the series of meetings are in alignment to the India's response against terrorism, and that's the message which has straight away come from the Prime Minister. This is the second time after the Pahalgam terror attack. It is, of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi who reached the Prime Minister's office, and he is conducting these high-level meetings at the PMO.
Aishwarya, let me understand this from you at this moment. Like you said, it's a very important, and let me put this in context, ladies and gentlemen. Very important. It's not an all-party meeting, and after a series of meetings with the Armed Forces Chief, the Defence Secretary, Prime Minister meeting the leader of opposition does send across an important political message as well of unity in the country in what the government is going to do next, Aishwarya. All right, I think Aishwarya cannot hear me at this moment. What we'll try and do, we'll quickly, go back to him as soon as we are able to connect with him. But that's very important. You can see, visuals coming in of Rahul Gandhi's cavalcade. In fact, just a short while earlier, reaching the Prime Minister's office. Very, very important, fast-paced developments which are taking place as we speak, ladies and gentlemen. We'll stay on with these visuals. This is I believe Rahul Gandhi, in fact, reaching the Prime Minister's office. And, despite the political differences or anything else, country comes first. And it's a very important messaging which is taking place at this moment. Could this be India, in fact, finally deciding to react to Pakistan? And for that, of course, a big consensus building exercise which is taking place at this moment. But Aishwarya continues to be with me. Aishwarya, like as we see these visuals of LOP's cavalcade just a short while back pulling in at the Prime Minister's office, it is very important messaging as well. Prime Minister meeting the Armed Forces Chief in the last few days, meeting the Defence Secretary, and then the LOP, the entire country together as far as action on Pakistan is concerned.
Well, certainly there are a series of meetings that went on in the national capital since the Pahalgam terror attack. Of course, Prime Minister is being briefed on regular intervals as far as the developments in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. It is, of course, from the Defence Minister to the officials of the Defence Ministry, External Affairs Ministry, and this afternoon we saw the Defence Secretary also briefing Prime Minister at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. The update also what we are getting from the Prime Minister's office is why Rahul Gandhi had arrived at Prime Minister's office. This is regarding the selection of the CBI chief. The Chief Justice of India had also just reached at the Prime Minister's office. So the selection of the CGI has this composition of leader of opposition, Prime Minister, the CGI, and therefore the reason perhaps the selection body is currently meeting at Prime Minister's residence, Prime Minister's office, I beg your pardon, here at the South Block, and therefore the reason perhaps Rahul Gandhi arrived. But just before that, of course, we can confirm to our viewers is that NSA Ajit Doval was at the PMO. It was also the Home Secretary Govind Mohan who was at the PMO, and a series of meetings that have taken place. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had been briefed of every situation that is going on in Jammu and Kashmir, as the response needs to be given in regards to the Pahalgam terror attack. There has been a clear message from the Prime Minister, as government sources earlier indicated, that Prime Minister believes in full professional capabilities of the Indian Armed Forces, and they have been given a free hand, and therefore the reason perhaps those meetings were taking place earlier as well. But this particular movement that we just saw at the Prime Minister's office, to clear it to our viewers, it was regarding the selection of the CBI chief, leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi, and the Chief Justice of India also arrived at Prime Minister's office, where Narendra Modi is already here.
All right, so important government work. The country is, of course, all the administrative work has to go on as the country also plans and prepares of our response to Pakistan. It's been more than 13 days. Nazir Masoodi is with us from Srinagar. Nazir, one question that a lot of people are asking, despite all the preparedness and what India's response would be, of course, we'll choose our own timing for that response and the place as well. But one question that people are asking is about the terrorists who actually came in and conducted this dastardly terror attack in Pahalgam. Where are we on those terrorists? What are the security forces saying? Because it's been more than 12 days, those terrorists are still scot-free.
Well, that is something, as they say, $1 million question. Why they could not be tracked down despite hundreds of troops, army, paramilitary, and the police involved in this massive operation which is going on now for the last 2 weeks. And there's no indication if they're any way closer to tracking them down, or if there's any concrete evidence to know where they could be hiding. What the sources in the police are saying, or the security forces, they may be hiding somewhere in the same forest where they have built underground bunkers or the shelter, but they have not been able to detect that or find that. That remains a big gap. What our experience tells us, because since October 2021, these militants who are trained in jungle warfare have always managed to escape without suffering casualties every time they carried out an attack on security force or civilians. It started from Poonch, Rajauri in October 2021. Then there were some massacres in January 2023. There was killing of innocent people. They managed to escape. They could not be tracked down. Then there were several other attacks, be it in Kupwara, Kupwara. So same thing is here. They carried out the attack, and then for last 2 weeks, security operation is going on. So people are clearly saying, before taking action against the Pakistan, or these people are on our soil, so far security force are actually struggling to track them down. But operation is underway. Security forces are hopeful that they may be able to track them down, and they believe they would be hiding here in the forest only.
All right, Nazir, thank you for joining us with all those details. We'll keep tracking the story very, very closely. While the tensions between India and Pakistan are simmering high, there are, escalations coming in and provocations coming from Pakistani side every single day. Now, Pakistan hackers have targeted Indian defense website. According to in the defense establishment, the cyber attacks may have compromised sensitive information about defense personnel, including their login credentials as well. Now, on X, a handle, Pakistan Cyber Force has claimed that hackers gained access to sensitive data of Military Engineer Services and Manohar Parrikar Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis. The group also said that it has tried to deface the website of Armored Vehicle as well, Nigam Limited as well. Vishnu Shom, my colleague, joins us at this moment. Vishnu, this cyber warfare which is taking place, before any actual action takes place on the ground, this is not the first time that Pakistani hackers have tried to infiltrate Indian defense, websites.
Well, it's happened last week, but they were targeting primarily autonomous institutions, for example, education or nursing, those linked to the Indian Armed Forces. On this case, and what makes it significant is that they've been able to breach actual government websites. So what they've been able to do is the Indian Military Engineering Service, which is part of the Army's Corps of Engineers, that has been breached. The Manohar Parrikar Institute of Defence Studies and Analysis, what was formerly known as ITSA, the Indian Defence Studies and Analysis organization, that's been breached. And what has been compromised is the names of personnel, including their login credentials. Apart from that, there is a defense PSU, a public sector unit, the Armored Vehicle Nigam Limited, that's essential in the manufacture of armored vehicles for the Indian Armed Forces. That has been defaced, that website. So there's a Pakistani tank which now appears on that website. So our cybersecurity agencies are looking at all of this very closely. They're monitoring cyberspace is what they say, and are alert to any possible further attacks which may take place.
Mr. Shom, thank you for joining us with all those details at this moment. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, there is some breaking news coming in at this time in the bulletin. The Ministry of Home Affairs, this is very, very important in context. Put these things in context with whatever is happening in the country in a state of heightened alertness. The Ministry of Home Affairs has asked several states to conduct mock drills in, for items from effective civil defense on 7th May. So 7th May, large-scale mock drills across the country. Be prepared for that, ladies and gentlemen. Following measures have been asked to be undertaken. Optimization of the air raid warning systems, training for civilian students, etc., to protect themselves in event of hostile attacks. Provisions of blackout measures, provisions for early camouflaging of vital plants and installations, etc. All this will be conducted during this advisory which has come in from the Ministry of Home Affairs asking states to conduct mock drills. Now, put this in context with the tensions that both these countries, India and Pakistan, stand at this moment, with not just Pakistan but the world awaiting India's response. Vasudha Venugopal, my colleague, joins us at this moment. Vasudha, mock drills are part of preparedness for any country, but given the context of the tensions between India and Pakistan post Pahalgam, this has renewed significance.
Tensions have been soaring between India and Pakistan, and like we know, India has already unleashed its diplomatic offensive against Pakistan. Also, a lot of moves, attacks on Pakistan on the economic front. Now, when it comes to the military front, there have been a lot of security preparedness review which have been happening in the PMO. The Prime Minister himself has met chiefs of armed forces, and of course, there have also been meetings that have been taking place in MHA. Govind Mohan, the Secretary, the Home Secretary, and also Amit Shah himself have been taking a lot of meetings. And in that regard, what we understand is that the Home Ministry has asked all states, in fact several states, to conduct mock drills, and this will be from the 7th of May, and this would also to operationalize air raid warning signs. There will also be training of civilians and students on various aspects of civil defense, and this is to protect themselves in the case of a hostile attack. What we also understand is that there will be provision of crash blackout measures. This is what happens when you are, under attack by a hostile enemy, by an enemy nation. And this is to prepare the country for something like this. States have been asked to conduct mock drills on this to prepare their residents, to prepare their force, to ensure that there is minimum damage. Meanwhile, there's also MHA has also asked states to ensure provision for early camouflaging of vital plants and installations, and also there will be updation of evacuation plans and also rehearsal. So this is what sources have told us, that MHA has asked states to ensure there are mock drills conducted in several states to ensure that the country seems prepared in terms of the speculations of a hostile attack.
Vasudha, thank you for joining us on this very, very important story. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, this is the government hoping, telling the citizens in no uncertain terms, prepare for every scenario from here on as India prepares or gets ready for some sort of an answer to be given to Pakistan after the Pahalgam terror attack. Short break, we are coming back. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In midst of the tensions between India and Pakistan, Pakistani hackers allegedly have targeted Indian military websites. The Manohar Parrikar Defence Institute website is alleged to have been hacked. Diplomatic offensive against Pakistan continues. New Delhi asks Asian Development Bank to discontinue financial support to Pakistan. Water wars escalate between Punjab and Haryana. Punjab Assembly passes resolutions against sharing water with Haryana. Chief Minister of Punjab says not even a single drop. Karnataka launches caste census exclusively for scheduled castes, aiming to gather empirical data on subcaste demographics. BJP terms this a hogwash.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
पहली बार देश में आजादी के बाद ये फैसला किया गया है.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now to some domestic politics where while India is choking Pakistan of water, there are water wars going on within the country as well between Punjab and Haryana. Both these states are fighting over the water being released from the Bhakra Nangal Dam. And remember, Punjab had already sent police forces to protect the dam after the board had asked additional water to be released to Haryana. Now, Punjab government today called a special assembly session where they passed a resolution that there is not going to be a single drop of water which they are going to release to Haryana. Now, this has escalated. Haryana has also gone ahead for a special meeting, high-profile meetings, where they have condemned Punjab government's, in fact, special resolution as well. Remember, both these states are among the 5 states, those who share the water from the Baramulla Dam, and Punjab government says that the Haryana government has exhausted its entire share, and now they will not let any water flow towards Haryana. Extra water from that dam will not be given to Haryana.
ਇਹ ਨਹਿਰਾਂ ਕਾਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਬਣਾਈਆਂ ਫਿਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਗਾਹਾਂ ਪਾਣੀ ਕੱਢਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਬਣਾਈਆਂ ਵੀ ਪਾਣੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਚੋਂ ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਵਰਤਾਂਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਡਾ ਪਾਣੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅੱਜ ਉਹ 60% ਤੋਂ ਉੱਪਰ ਯੂਜ਼ ਹੋਣ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਵਰਤਣ ਲੱਗ ਗਏ ਜੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਕਿਸੇ ਦਾ ਹੱਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 104 ਵਰਤੀ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਆ ਕਿ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਕਹਤਾ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਾਣੀ ਦਿੰਦੇ 6 ਚਿੱਠੀਆਂ ਲਿਖੀਆਂ ਹਰੇਕ ਮਹੀਨੇ BBMB ਦੀ बैठक होंगी है 6 चिट्ठियां लिखियां तुसी 6 महीने बाद पछताओगे तुसी पानी ਵੱਧ ਵਰਤ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਮੁੱਕ ਜੂਗਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੇਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ 6 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਰਿਮਾਈਂਡਰ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੰਨੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵਾਂਗੂ ਮਿਲ ਜੂਗਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵਾਲਾ ਕੰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਿਹਾ ਫਿਰ ਹੁਣ ਸਾਡਾ ਆਪਦਾ ਹੀ ਪਾਣੀ ਪੂਰਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਕਰੀਏ
because it's a question of the waters of Punjab and we being a agrarian state water is the lifeline of Punjab so on this very aspect we have given unconditional support to the government of Punjab. We have asked the Chief Minister to take the first legal step. It is he who has to take the initiative. In any agitational program, the Punjab, the Indian National Congress, Punjab unit will fully support the state government, but only for the cause of water, only for the cause of Punjab. On no other issue are we with them. Punjab will give them a quota of almost 4,000 cusics per day, but they are asking for 8,500, which is over and above the quota.
So while Punjab passes a resolution, there is reaction coming in from Haryana as well. The Haryana government under the leadership of Chief Minister Saini has had a very long cabinet meeting for about 4 hours. And, Shruti Chaudhary, who is also the Minister for the Water Resources, has spoken to the media. This is related to the tussle which is going on as far as the water wars between Punjab and Haryana are concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Gurpreet Singh Sheena, who is joining us at this moment. Gurpreet, this war is only escalating. The water has become the prime problem between Punjab and Haryana, not for the first time, but this time it's quite bitter, isn't it?
Well, yes, of course. One side we have seen the Chief Minister of Punjab. He has already brought a resolution on the floor of House, and in the resolution they had made it very clear they are not going to share a single drop of water with Haryana because the Haryana quota has already been exhausted by the Haryana government, and he says 6 time or 7 time reminders had been given to the state government saying that they will not be in a position to share water if they are not going to maintain the usage of water in Haryana. But at the same time, we have seen the Chief Minister held a cabinet meeting in which he has also condemned and criticized this resolution which has been brought by the Punjab government, and he has again appealed to Punjab government to release the drinking water to Haryana. Otherwise, the people of Haryana will be facing a lot of problems in the coming days. At the same time, the Chief Minister of Haryana has also claimed they will take action once the final verdict of a court will come, because we have seen today Bakra Beas Management Board Authority has already approached and knocked the door of a Punjab and Haryana High Court saying that the Punjab government was not complying the order of the board which has already been given, saying that they should release the water of Haryana, otherwise the people of Haryana will be facing the problem. At the same time, they have also raised several questions over the huge security had been deployed at Nangal Dam. They are saying it seems that the Punjab government is reluctant and adamant not to share a single drop of water. So that's why the Bakra Byas Management Board has also approached the court, and tomorrow the hearing will be resumed. So we have to wait and watch what will be the outcome of this petition which has been filed by Bakra Byas Management Board. Back to studio.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details, Gurpreet. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, the Bengaluru police has issued a notice to singer Sonu Nigam over his recent comments during a concert in the city. He has been asked to provide an explanation in 3 days. The police, in fact, have issued this notice to the singer. When he was asked to sing a song in Kannada, he got allegedly irritated and retorted, "This was the attitude that resulted in the Pahalgam attack." Karnataka's Film Chamber and Music Director body have announced non-cooperation with Sonu Nigam over his recent comments until he gives an unconditional apology. Now, the singer has issued a clarification, and he has said, "I have been given unprecedented love to the language, the culture, the music and the musicians, the state and the people, not just when I am in Karnataka, but anywhere else in the world. In fact, I have revered my Kannada songs way more than my songs in any other language, including Hindi." There are hundreds of videos circulating on social media as a testimony. I know more than I have more, than hour of Kannada songs that I prepare for every concert when I am in Karnataka.
एक होता है कन्नड़ा 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 और एक होता है कन्नड़ा कन्नड़ा कन्नड़ा। फर्क है दोनों में। सिर्फ 4-5 गुंडे टाइप थे जो वहां पे चला रहे थे, उनको इनफैक्ट वहां के हजारों लोग मना भी करते थे। Kannadiga guys are beautiful people, so please do not generalize them. सिर्फ 4 या 5 लड़के थे जो मुझे हम आंखों में देख के गुस्से से पहले गाने के बाद में, नॉट इवन लाइक हाफ एन आवर ऑफ द शो, फर्स्ट सॉन्ग मैंने गाना खत्म किया एंड दे स्टार्टेड लुकिंग एट मी, नॉट डिमांडिंग, दे वर थ्रेटनिंग।
All right in the end, we have reserved some fashion and one of the most talked about fashion event of the year. The Oscar of the fashion is here, fashion's biggest night, the Met Gala. In fact, tailoring a black suit, SRK, it will also be he will make his debut as far as the Met Gala is concerned. The buzz and the hype around the Met Gala is peaking with Shah Rukh Khan, all set to make his debut at this global fashion event. He landed in New York, and so has mom-to-be Kiara Advani and Diljit Dosanjh. The entire lowdown on NDTV.
The fashion world gears up for the first Monday in May, also known as the Met Ball. Met Ball or Met Gala marks the opening of the exhibition at the Costume Institute, Metropolitan Museum in New York. It is the social event and the most glamorous party of the year. This year, the Costume Institute celebrates the influence and contribution made by the black fashion community on the landscape of fashion. The exhibition is titled Superfine, Tailoring Black Style, inspired by Monica L. Miller's book, Slaves to Fashion. It traces and honors the prominent fashion and design figures in the African-American community and how their culture has significantly shaped modern fashion. One standout style trend, the very cool dandyism. And who is a dandy, you may ask? Well, someone who pays great attention to their physical appearance and always dresses in fashionable clothes. But it is more than just looking good. It's reclaiming of a space in a world that often confines one's identity. In short, fashion as a form of self-expression and a subtle act of rebellion. Now, the Met Gala is the fanciest fancy dress competition with a strict dress code. This year, the dress code is tailored for you. So expect sharp suits in all stylized kinds, and all the guests are expected to stick to the dress code. The guest list is very discreet, but we have heard rumors that Bollywood's King Khan might make an appearance. Shah Rukh Khan is expected to attend this year's Met Ball, accompanied by designer Sabyasachi. This year's co-chairs are also super suave. Actor Coleman Domingo, the F1 racing superstar Lewis Hamilton, rap artists A$AP Rocky and Pharrell Williams, and NBA icon LeBron James acting as an honorary co-chair. All this has got us feeling very excited. So pull out your trendy tailored pieces and get ready for a night filled with fabulous fashion moments as the stars get ready to strike a pose at the famous Met stairs.
Must say, it is for the boldest of the bold, the styles and the fashion that we see at Met Gala. But that's all that we have time in this edition. News and updates will continue on NDTV. Stay tuned. Thank you so much for being with us.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. and it matters to me. And it matters to me.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. What's on the show this evening, including the singer Sonu Nigam's confrontation with Kannada activists. But first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking this hour. National Security Advisor and the Home Secretary meet the Prime Minister amidst the Indo-Pak situation. India tells the Asian Development Bank to suspend all financial aid to Pakistan. Russian President Vladimir Putin calls Prime Minister Modi, conveys his strong condemnation of the Pahalgam attack. Karnataka announces a massive survey of sub-castes under the scheduled caste category under the Justice Nagmohan Das panel to implement internal reservation amongst scheduled castes. First up this evening, a quick check of the top national story. A series of key meetings at the Prime Minister's office of top officials and ministers as the India-Pakistan situation continues to be fragile. India, meanwhile, has kept its diplomatic offensive up on Pakistan and has written to the Asian Development Bank to suspend all financial assistance to Pakistan. My colleague Aishwarya Jain joins me live with the latest. Aishwarya, tell us the latest you're hearing from your sources in the Prime Minister's office.
Well, since the Pahalgam terror attack, this is the second time when Prime Minister had reached his office, and crucial meetings are underway. One, of course, of the government work. It's the selection of the new CBI director, and therefore the reason perhaps the selection panel, which consists of Prime Minister, the CGI, and the leader of opposition, all have reached the Prime Minister's office, and that meeting is still underway at the Prime Minister's office. But importantly, regarding the Pahalgam terror attack, it's been 13 days and multiple rounds of meetings are taking place. And let me show you these visuals from the Prime Minister's office here at the South Block at Raisina Hills. The meeting is still underway. Prime Minister reached over here and he met the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. Post that, it was Home Secretary Govind Mohan who also arrived at the Prime Minister's office, and a series of meetings went on from here on, in which Prime Minister chaired. He's also meeting officials from the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Defence Ministry, as well as the External Affairs Ministry as well. But let me tell you, this afternoon it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who was briefed by the Defence Secretary R.K. Singh at his residence, and that meeting lasted for almost 30 minutes. This meeting came after the Air Chief and the Navy Chief also separately met Prime Minister Narendra Modi at his residence yesterday and day before yesterday, and it is a straight message from Prime Minister. The government sources have stated that Prime Minister has given free hand to the Indian Armed Forces, and he had shown full confidence in the capabilities of Indian Armed Forces as well. The time, place and the mode of target would be selected by the Indian Armed Forces, and therefore the reason perhaps these meetings hold very, very significant and importance at this point of time when India is about to give a befitting reply to the perpetrators of terrorism who are sitting across the borders.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, Aishwarya. We'll keep a close track of those meetings there. Now to our special focus this evening, the controversy around noted Bollywood singer Sonu Nigam and his confrontation with Kannada activists during a concert in Bengaluru. Based on complaints filed before it, the Bengaluru police has issued notices to the singer over his alleged comments and asked him to respond within 3 days. The Kannada Film Chamber's music director's body has demanded an unconditional apology from him and announced a quote-unquote non-cooperation with him. The singer allegedly angrily responded to a group demanding he sing Kannada songs at a concert in Bengaluru with a reference to the terror attack in Pahalgam. He, however, clarified on Instagram that he loves Kannada people and had even come prepared with several Kannada songs, and that his response was merely to a few goons who were disrupting the show.
एक होता है कन्नड़ा 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 और एक होता है कन्नड़ा कन्नड़ा कन्नड़ा। फर्क है दोनों में। सिर्फ 4-5 गुंडे टाइप थे जो वहां पे चला रहे थे उनको इनफैक्ट वहाँ के हजारों लोग मना भी करते थे. Karadi guys are beautiful people, so please do not generalize them. सिर्फ 4 या 5 लड़के थे जो मुझे हम आंखों में देख के गुस्से से पहले गाने के बाद में, not even like half an hour of the show, first song मैंने गाना खत्म किया and they started looking at me, not demanding, they were threatening.
Sonu Nigam there putting forth his point of view. So is he being unnecessarily targeted, or has the singer been provocative in his response? Joining us this evening, Sajid Gowda of the Karnataka Rakshana Vedike, actor Shehzad Khan from Bollywood, and Sanjana Galrani as well. My first question to you, Sajid Gowda, you heard Sonu Nigam's clarification there. He says he had several Kannada songs and loves Kannada, and that his response at that concert was only to some 4 or 5 people disrupting it. Is it time to drop the issue, or do you believe he still needs to send out an unconditional apology?
Thank you, Viragav. So, Sonu Nigam has to send out an unconditional apology. That's the first thing. Simply because, not because he doesn't want, basically he didn't sing the song, or Kannada song, or any of that. Simply because he compared this ask or even insistence to Kashmir attack. So there was no reason to bring the terrorist attack in this issue. There is absolutely, unnecessary provocation that he has done. He has basically created disharmony within the community in the state, and he needs to apologize for that. That's a very clear demand from us.
You're saying that he has to apologize because he unnecessarily brought a connection with the terror attack at a concert. He could have just told the fans something else, but he unnecessarily made a provocative comment. Shehzad Saab, your response.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for having me on your show.
We seem to be having a problem with your line. We'll get that corrected. Sanjana Galrani, where do you stand on this issue?
I think sometimes it's very good to be extremely humble, apologize, and wash your hands off from a controversy. And especially when it comes to people of Karnataka, we all are very hyper emotional people. And when it comes to our language, Kannada and Kannadigas, if there's even a small finger that is raised upon it, the entire hand will be cut off. You know, that is how people look at it over here. And people are very hyper emotional. And this has not gone down very well because clearly he shouldn't have made such a harsh comparison to Kashmir's Pahalgam terrorist attacks. ठीक है, maybe these people were arrogant. He could have just told something like, don't be so arrogant. Please wait for some time. Your songs are coming next. And there ends the topic. But such a harsh comparison or such a derogatory reply of comparing them to the Kashmir Pahalgam attack terrorists is definitely not gone down with anyone very well in Karnataka. Though there might be some practicality in his own point of view, but this is not something that can just be forgotten. And Sonu Nigam is a legend out here. He sang some really beautiful, historically successful Kannada songs, and people love him and love his songs. I don't think there's one song also of his which is a flop over here. Everything is a blockbuster hit. In Hindi, still you'll find a few Sonu Nigam flop songs, but in Kannada, everything is a blockbuster hit. So people look at him with so much love and compassion. And this kind of an attitude coming from a person whom they really love is definitely not accepted.
Yep.
If I was to be Sonu Nigam, I'm telling you, I would have joined my hands, I would have apologized because it has hurt the heart
But the
of many
point is,
people.
Sanjana, I take your point and I'm just putting a counterpoint across till we try to fix the line with Shehzad. Sajid, the problem's also people in a concert in the middle of all that trying to provoke a response. For instance, if let's say a Def Leppard or a Guns N' Roses was playing, if somebody were to turn around and say Kannada songs, Kannada songs, Kannada songs, it does become completely trying to disrupt a situation. So while his response may be something he needs to apologize for, it's also the kind of provocation that he was put forth. I'm being devil's advocate and putting that point across to you. Sajid Gowda.
So, that's right. So maybe somebody has provoked it. I don't know. I was not in the concert, or I didn't hear what the provocations were. So I don't want to comment on the exact part of the provocations itself. However, his response, his mindset of linking this demand to play Kannada song or sing Kannada song to terrorist attack. I mean, basically, what is the connection here? How is he even connecting these two things? It is the most natural thing to expect Kannada in Karnataka. Where else do you expect Kannada, Kannada songs, Kannada services, Kannada, everything? This is Kannada land. This is the people from thousands and thousands of years have spoken Kannada here. This is basically Kannada speaking place. And then naturally people would have asked, because he is loud, like Sanjana was mentioning, he's a loud singer here. We have a lot of songs which are our favorites, which are sung by Sonu Nigam. So there is no controversy in that part of it. I mean, he has been accepted here, and this is the written gift he is giving. He is comparing a Kashmir attack. I mean, what does it mean? What is he even trying to say?
So you're saying that the response was unnecessary, and it's best that he just apologizes and let it pass off. If it was a momentary angry response, it's fine. We accept that it could have been an angry response, but let him just apologize and let the issue rest. That's your point that you're saying, Shehzad Saab. The point that both Sanjana Galrani and Sajid Gowda are raising is that the response was unnecessary. It could be something that he can just do away with by sending out an apology, because he is an icon here in Karnataka as well.
See, I would like to say one thing. Maybe he did not like the way the people, the audience, people in the audience must have told him to sing the song, and that must have hurt him, or that must have rubbed the wrong shoulder, as you say. So this was his reaction. But definitely, I agree to my panelists that he should not have compared it to the incident that has happened in Pahalgam, because these are two different things. When an artist goes to perform for an event, he has to listen to the wants of the public, because ultimately it is the public who's buying the ticket, who's paying for the artist and everything. So he has to listen. He should not have overreacted. Yes, he could have said, yes, I'm singing, just let me sing a few of my songs and then I will sing back. But this kind of a thing is very immature-ish, and I think that's not right as an artist. I see it as an point of view as an artist that should not have been said. The Pahalgam attack should not have been compared to. But that was it's a very, very drastic thing that has happened. And I think he should... Yes, that is
no,
absolutely
I take that
there.
point, but I'm just going to ask Sanjana Galrani this. When a performer comes, and I take your point that you're making, that the comparison may have been wrong, but let's leave the comparison aside. The core problem, Sanjana Galrani, is also, I think the message that is being sent across is that when you are dividing people in the name of language. I think that's the core message that is being sent across, or the core context of what he tried to say. When a performer is coming and performing, I mean, should we just ignore it? Why create this into a political issue? It was a interaction, an altercation between 4 or 5 fans who were trying to disrupt his show, and he responded to it. Why make it a big issue and turn it into bigger than what it is? That's a quick question. Sanjana Galrani, and then finally to Sajid Gowda.
First, I'll tell you a few words in Kannada. Kannada ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾತೃಭಾಷೆ. ಕನ್ನಡದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಕೆಟ್ಟದಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಅವರನ್ನ ಸಹಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ. And what I meant is Kannada in Karnataka is like worship, like a mother tongue, like a mother language, and it straight hits the heart. It does not go into the brain. You talk something like this, it will not be accepted. That's it. I am from Bangalore. I am a Kannadati. Naan Bengaluru-inda. Namma bhashe Kannada. So this is not accepted. Adu kuda ನೀವು Kashmir ಅಲ್ಲಿ terrorist ಜೊತೆ compare ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಘಂಟಾಘೋಷವಾಗಿ we will not accept this. You can't compare this to Pahalgam attack terrorists. You can just ignore it. So many artists are attacked in the particular concerts. What is the new thing? Artists are also thrown things upon. Still they handle it diplomatically. They keep their calm and they continue the show. You cannot react so harshly. You're a Padma Bhushan, you're a Padma Vibhushan. You have so many awards. You have so many awards.
One second, let Shehzad respond. You made a very emphatic point.
I totally agree. I totally agree that what our panelist has said is it's right. That it could have been handled in a more better way. But when somebody wants to make something viral, artists do these kind of things. It is seen in the past also when people want to do something viral. Exactly. Yes, absolutely. I totally agree with you. A professional artist and
anyone's life.
It is
FIR
absolutely.
लोग नाराज हो गए. इंडस्ट्री के बड़े-बड़े प्रोड्यूसर्स यहाँ पे स्ट्राइक कर रहे हैं. This is literally आबेल मुझे मार.
नहीं एब्सोल्युटली, ये बिल्कुल, ये इसकी जरूरत ही नहीं थी। अगर कोई भी समझदार आर्टिस्ट होता या कोई भी ऐसा होता तो बोलता हाँ हाँ मैं गा रहा हूँ। अल्टीमेटली पब्लिक ने टिकट खरीद के वहां गए ना, कोई फ्री में तो वो गा नहीं रहे थे। पीपल मस्ट हैव, ऑर्गेनाइजर्स ने पैसे दिए होंगे, पब्लिक की टिकट खरीदी होगी, तो पब्लिक की बिल्कुल। और पहले उन्होंने कन्नड़ा गाना गाए, ऐसे नहीं कि कोई सिर्फ हिंदी गाने गाए उन्होंने। तो उनका तो पूरा वो बनता है कि पब्लिक को खुश करे। एक समझदार आर्टिस्ट जो होता है, और ऑफ दैट स्टेचर ऑफ सोनू निगम, he should have definitely agreed and gone with the flow what the audience wants.
Sajid Gowda,
भी harsh है, however
Sajid
harsh
Gowda,
the
is it being picked up because it's a big star and it's a political controversy? The real reason why it's getting picked up is because it's a big star and a political controversy.
No, it's not. So simple. This is a mindset. I mean, like I mentioned before also, but you also touched upon that point, that how is asking Kannada in Karnataka dividing people? The most natural thing of Karnataka is Kannada. Karnataka is based on Kannada language. So, I mean, this mindset that, languages divide people. No, we didn't create. Kannada activists don't create languages. Languages were already there. India is a multilingual country. All linguistic people have come together to form this Indian Union, and every language has its own place. Like Bengali has Bengal, or Tamil Nadu has Tamil, Karnataka is Kannada. So this is the most natural. I mean, all the Kannadikas are clustered in Karnataka. This is Kannada people's land. People who come here, who live here from different parts of the country, becomes Kannadigas in their generation. They become naturalists. So this is the most natural thing. And asking Kannada in Karnataka shouldn't be considered as something which is divisive or something.
No, but I ask you again. I ask you again, Sajid Gowda. I get your point that asking Kannada tale, I speak Kannada, but I'm saying there is no question about what you're saying about the importance of language and the culture or whatever else. But in a concert, when somebody is singing, if somebody is going to be provoking like that, the response that he has given could also be seen from the context of what he is saying is, why are you dividing in the name of language? Why are you bringing language into a rock concert? So, and I'm asking you that question. Hang on, I'm just asking that question, that if, let us say, a British rock band or an American rock band is playing, and if somebody is going to demand songs in Kannada, will it not be out of place? Is it necessary to bring that kind of linguistic assertion at a concert?
No, absolutely not. First of all, Sonu Nigam is not UK American or US artist, and he's somebody who is so familiar to Kannada. He has sung so many Kannada songs. We consider him one among us, and that is the reason probably people would have asked Kannada songs. That's not the question. Even if he doesn't want to sing, he can straight away deny, saying that, oh no, I don't want to sing today. I don't have it in my playlist. This was not the part of the plan. He can tell many things.
Yes.
But how is he comparing? How is he telling that asking Kannada is dividing the nation? He is dividing the nation. This is the most anti-national statement one can give. Opposing Kannada in Karnataka is the anti-national thing. We can't expect everyone to be the same. If everyone speaks Hindi, will terrorists give a kiss and go? What is he asking?
You're saying that it was completely out of context what he asked. Completely insensitive. Sanjana Galrani, very quickly, if you were Sonu Nigam's advisor, or if you had a chance to tell him, you would just say, take to X and please post an apology.
Absolutely. Please take to X, post an apology, heartful one, and kitne dil dukhaye aapne. Don't let the entire Karnataka stand against you. Definitely, as a well-wisher, as a friend, I would like to, I look upon his songs. The whole country does, the whole nation does. So please, Sonu ji, if you're watching this show, प्लीज जस्ट हाथ जोड़ लीजिए. कोई भी छोटा नहीं होता इससे. ये बहुत लंबा चलेगा नहीं.
Okay.
है ना? Please apologize. Please apologize. We all still
on the southern view. Okay.
I totally agree that your response. I totally agree that he should apologize. There is nothing. माफी मांगने से कोई आदमी छोटा नहीं हो जाता. और आप इतने बड़े सिंगर हैं, इतने हजारों शोज आपने किए पूरी दुनिया में, और अपनी कंट्री में अपने देशवासियों के साथ ऐसी हरकत करना तो बिल्कुल ही बेवकूफी की बात है. बिल्कुल बेवकूफी की बात है. It's humiliating. I totally agree. He should apologize.
All right, fine. The panel seems to be united on it. We will see what Sonu Nigam's next response is. But thanks very much, Sajid Gowda, Sanjana Gaulani, and Shehzad for joining me here on the Southern View this evening. It's an important point that you all are making. Now to a quick check of the top political story in Karnataka. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah today announced the Justice Nagmohan Das panel, which will supervise a massive exercise to collect internal caste data within the scheduled caste. Over 65,000 teachers will be deployed to go door to door to collect population data of subcaste under the scheduled caste category, and internal scheduled caste quota reservations will be implemented according to that population data. It's a long pending demand made by several top leaders from the scheduled caste communities amidst worries that a section of scheduled caste could be cornering bulk of the reservations that's offered.
The left people also telling that there are the Dravida in some places. And in some places they are telling that Adi Karnataka and Adi Andhra. So right people also telling the same thing. In order to clarify this and to give the empirical data, we constituted a committee, one-man committee, and he will give the report and recommendations according to the recommendations and the report. The cabinet will take a decision.
It's a complex issue. Professor Sandeep Shastri joins me live now. Professor Shastri, first of all, explain the reason this survey is being conducted, why it is important in the context of multiple subcastes within the scheduled caste of Karnataka, and also distinguish it from, let's say, the talk about the caste census or the larger socio-economic survey, because this is a distinct and different exercise.
Veera, you have very succinctly put the point in your opening comment. While the scheduled castes as a category for whom there is a constitutionally mandated reservation is recognized, it is also a fact that across the country, with Karnataka being no exception, there are various groups within the scheduled castes, there are various castes within the scheduled castes, and there has generally been a feeling that there are various groups which have not got the benefit of reservation as much as other caste groups within the scheduled caste have received. So I think the demand for a survey about the quantum and the numbers of the various caste groups within the scheduled caste is being asked for, basically keeping in mind what is the quantum of reservation each of these groups have enjoyed within the category of scheduled castes. As the Chief Minister himself said, you have the left category, you have the right category. They are politically also aligned in interesting ways with parties. So in order to be able to identify which are the scheduled caste groups, and then as a second stage, look at the type of benefits they have drawn from reservation, would then allow you to look at which are the groups which have not benefited significantly and which are the groups which have benefited much more than their numbers warranty. That would be something that would be possible if you do have such a classification and such a survey calculation done.
It's important that you're saying that a survey is needed to make sure that reservation is targeted to who it is needed the most and not be cornered by certain sections of the community. But give us the political context of this as well. Once the survey results come out, would it be easy to navigate it politically for a chief minister or the government to implement that internal quotas? Or do you believe that, much like, let us say, the conflict and the context of the other castes, one sees sort of a jostling over that, we would expect to see something similar, because there are multiple different subsects of the subcastes of the scheduled caste who represent who are represented in the Karnataka cabinet as well.
Veera, nothing is easy to negotiate and navigate in politics. I think a lot will depend on how transparent that survey is, how inclusive that survey is, and what is the level of public confidence in the way that that survey is done. There will definitely be question marks raised later. There will be definitely questions raised about how you did this exercise, and more importantly, what are you going to do with the data that emerges from this exercise? That, I think, will be critical. And I think the assurance that needs to be given is the benefits would continue to be for the scheduled caste group. The percentage of benefit would continue to be for the group. It's just a question of who within the scheduled caste would get how much benefit. The internal reservation question is basically an explanation of that.
Important point that you make there. It will be interesting once that data comes out. But of course, 65,000 teachers, they've been given a 60-day deadline to collect it, because there is a sense of urgency as well in terms of implementing that internal quotas as well, to ensure that reservations are targeted to the subcastes which really need it the most, at least empirically. That's all we have time for on the show. Thanks very much, Professor Sandeep Shastri. We'll news and updates continue right here on NDTV. Thanks for watching.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
पहली बार देश में आजादी के बाद ये फैसला किया गया है।
For this decision we were waiting since long.
This has been only possible with our Prime Minister's decision.
राहुल जी जो सोचदार है, मोदी जी ने अडॉप्ट कर लिया, अच्छा है।
राहुल गांधी के सर्टिफिकेट के लिए राहुल गांधी को क्रेडिट देने के लिए कोई निर्णय नहीं किया।
They have always used it as a political weapon, and now that weapon's gone.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
gentlemen, you're watching NDTV. The Supreme Court on Monday sought the presence of 5 social media influencers, including Samay Raina, on a plea by an NGO which alleged that they ridiculed persons with a rare muscular disorder. Now, the court has asked Mumbai Commissioner of Police to serve notice to these stand-up comics to ensure that their presence in court is maintained, failing which they said coercive action would be taken. Tonight, we confront a troubling question. In a digital age that's driven by likes and laughs, have we lost sight of basic human dignity? When mockery, especially of people with disabilities, becomes mainstream, where do we really draw the line? Is legal and criminal action justified, or even a deterrent to make our society, particularly our youngsters, mindful and sensitive? That's what we discussed tonight. Before I go to my guests, let me also give you, in a nutshell, the background to this case. In a video titled Narak, which has since then been removed by YouTube, comic Samay Raina made a joke about the high cost of treating a months-old child with spinal muscular atrophy, suggesting that some might hesitate to spend such a large sum on a child given the age of the child. He was also reported to have made some insensitive remarks over persons with visual impairment. How do we see this? That's what we discussed tonight. Joining us now is Radhika Vaz, who's a comic and a writer. We have Nipun Malhotra, founder of Nipman Foundation. He's also the director of Quantum Hub. And we have Arman Ali, who is executive director NCPEDP. Thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. We'll be joined by more guests in just a bit. Radhika, to you first. You know, let me confess that I watch stand-up comedy, and I do believe that there are times, like we see in recent past, some artists saying things that could be completely offensive. But overall, many times I do think that many of these young comics are speaking on issues such as mental health, patriarchy, and they do call out a lot of stuff that mainstream, entertainers have not. But there are also instances like this when you wonder if, our young artists need to have those filters, those sensitivity, that kind of mindfulness. As an artist, tell me, where do you draw that line?
Thank you so much for having me, obviously, on this show. I'm very happy to be here. I think the question of whether sensitivity or free speech, which is more important, I actually think it's a flawed question in a sense, because both are extremely important, and it almost feels to me like asking me, which one of your parents would you like to die first? I mean, how can I make that choice as a comedian or as a human being for that matter? As far as disabilities go, what I think is actually almost, it's so sad that it's amusing, is that, my father has Parkinson's, and because of Parkinson's, he can't see anymore, and he is in a wheelchair. And 99% of our buildings in this country, including those built by our government, are not accessible to people with disabilities, including hospitals. Like, my father can't even go to a hospital unless he has an assistant with him. So, we have made life so difficult with people, for people with disabilities. In fact, people without disabilities. I was just taking a walk in the evening, and the pavements I live in Gurgaon, in a city like Gurgaon, the pavements are unsafe for people of all abilities, let alone those without, So we live in an environment that's not friendly to disabled people at all. Yet we're very concerned about this joke. And, you had said something about young people becoming mindful and understanding what the issues are for people with disabilities. My nephew, a 10-year-old boy, is on the autism spectrum. And there are children in his class whose mothers will not allow them to play with him or come for his birthday party. And to me, young people learn from their parents. They don't learn from us comedians. They listen to us and they move on. But where they learn is at home. So if we still don't allow our kids to marry people with disabilities, if we still discriminate against them in ways where, they can't even go into a building properly without 3 people carrying a wheelchair up a ramp, then what does it matter if we joke about it? I'm unclear about how that is so offensive.
Okay, that's a good question. Abha Khetarpal also joins us. She's a disability activist. Before that, Nipun, should freedom of expression on social media come with a responsibility to protect dignity of vulnerable groups? What kind of impact does it have on people who have lived that life? People with disabilities who live that life. When you hear something like that on TV, on YouTube, how does that impact your struggles? How does that impact your ability to resist all the wrongs that have been happening in society?
No, I think that's a very good question. Unfortunately, Samay Raina, I think, has been a serial offender when it comes to persons with disabilities. This is not really the only video in which he's laughed at persons with disabilities. There was also an episode of India's Got Latent where he was really mimicking, one of his contestants was mimicking people who limp, people who cannot speak properly, etc. And I had myself, in fact, done a case against him at the Chief Commissioner's Court for Persons with Disabilities regarding that particular case. And I'll tell you why these videos are extremely offensive. Because what also happens is that at schools and colleges, when influencers start making these videos and people see them, they often start mimicking these same videos in schools and colleges when they see a person with a disability as well. So it's not just about Samay Rana doing it, but it's also the responsibility that he has towards his followers, who might start, repeating the same stuff in front of persons with disabilities, which is something which is extremely negative. The second point that I want to make is really, the fact that the Supreme Court has actually come up with guidelines on portrayal of persons with disabilities in visual media. This was last year when I'd actually done a case against this movie by Sony Pictures called Akhnoor, which made a lot of fun of people with disabilities and also really tried to show that if you're a person with a disability and you want to get married, the only way to get married is really if you pretend that you do not have a disability or you hide your disability. I had actually taken it to the Supreme Court, and the then Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud had actually come up with guidelines separating disability humor, which is acceptable, which basically laughs at situations persons with disabilities face, which can actually create awareness, versus disabling humor, which is laughing at the disability itself, which people like Samay Rana are regularly indulging in, and which is extremely unfortunate.
Right. Also, we have L. Ravichandar, who's a lawyer. Before that, Arman Ali, can you also tell us if our legal system is equipped to hold influencers accountable for digital ableism? Because, every time we talk about this, there's also the sense that, there is freedom of speech, right? And then these are also young people who have a lot of followers. How should the legal system be equipped to deal with something like this?
Obviously, it will have to walk on it. It has to perform the task of a trapeze artist. It will have to tightrope walk. While, I completely agree that we are a nation without a sense of humor, in the sense that people can laugh at these kind of jokes, and we can create these kind of jokes, that we can even look at these people as a source of humor, shows that we have a horrendous sense of humor. Having said that, I believe that courts' capacity to deal with the freedom of expression is just as important as what is expressed. I completely agree. I don't think there can be two opinions that what was shot in the name of humor was crass, was insensitive, was in fact violative of Section 92 of the Right of Persons with Disabilities Act. Having said that, I do not think what the Supreme Court did was the right thing. Because please understand, human freedom gets always affected not by the very liberal thinking aspects of freedom, but our capacity to deal with the extremes. Now, I know that these humorists are not humorists, they are caricatures, but I think it was highly disproportionate manner in which the Supreme Court said, we want them to come and appear over here. What are they dealing with? They are dealing in the context of a petition saying we want to regulate the whole system.
Okay, that's an important thing. Arman Ali, do you think that police action, criminal action, legal action, Supreme Court cracking down on something like that would really help building that kind of sensitivity that we aspire for?
Of course, I think one of the ways that this can work, you would recall, I kind of filed a police complaint on the cricketers who were mocking people with disability in their celebrity dance after winning Champions Legends Trophy in London. And that police complaint could never get converted into an FIR because there's an acute lack of awareness about the disability law in general. There is no compliance. I would say that how is a Meta or any other platform which is allowing this kind of content to come, which is in violation of the Section 92 of RPWD Act? And it's a serious problem. I think people don't know the lived experience of people with disability in India, the cost of disability that you live with on an everyday basis. For an SMA patient or a family with somebody who has an SMA, the treatment cost is about 50 lakh to 88 crore. I mean, can you even imagine and with no support from the government, the insurance doesn't give you insurance. I mean, every day is a struggle. And each time you ridicule a person with disability, you are pushing them 10 years behind. if you look at the N for No's report on education in India, if you look at the UNICEF report, the Government of India's report on school, one of the major reasons of dropout of school of children with disability is because they've been ridiculed, mimicked by their classmates. And this instance of Samay Raina, who have got millions of views, they set a trend, and there are many other influencers who are small time from small villages are also doing it, and you will find hundreds of such videos doing around. We get a lot of people report it to us, but there's so much that you can do.
Right.
And my question is again with platforms like Meta and so on, or YouTube, what are they doing to keep regulations of like laws like RPWT Act and so on?
Right. Abha Khetarpal, there was a beautiful thing that Radhika also talked about, children with, children who are on the spectrum. And I know that it takes a long while to accept that, somebody's child could be on the spectrum. There's a lot of denial that happens. When parents, watch videos like this, what kind of impact does it have on them, especially with the SMA that both Nipun and Arman Ali spoke about? What kind of impact does it have on caregivers, on parents, on family members, who are really, in some ways, the only, support that the child, or for that matter, the young person has?
Yeah, I would say that this is promoting a culture of bullying. Such kind of jokes, this is not a joke, this is crap. And it is like we fight every day for our survival. We get up in the morning, we have our own battles. But when such things are reduced to the cheap talk, they are reduced. This is cruel. This is cruel for the caregivers, for the family members, and everyone. It causes there is a culture of ableism, and they internalize that ableism, whether they are family members or the person with disability himself or herself. Like, I am a woman with disability, and if somebody passes a joke on my body structure, I would definitely feel offended because of our deformities. And if we are just reduced to jokes or punchlines, this is cruel. It perpetuates dehumanization. And the careers that thrive on exploiting other people's sufferings, and they are profiteering from them. So such kind of careers, they definitely have to be unsustainable, as they are unethical. So the parents and the caregivers and the persons with disabilities themselves, they feel that they are inferior. It is given, they are given a feeling that they are inferior to others, and there is a divide between us and them, and a whole lot of things, that there is perpetuation of stereotypes.
Right. Radhika, was, as an artist, as a comic, how do you feel, is there a challenge, is there a pressure to also create content that's viral? Because I do feel sometimes the system is against you, because, how do we create empathy in a system that is often driven with rewards that are based on how viral the content is, or how sort of like quirky the content is? And in a system like that, how important is it to also have empathy and also be successful?
So, I think that's, something we all struggle with, I'm sure. Having empathy, you have empathy. You have to have empathy as a human being. I don't know whether that's just something comedians should be told to have. It's everyone should have empathy. And we all draw our lines in separate places. For me, I feel like, quality of comedy should be something that we concern ourselves with, and not go for the lowest hanging fruit. But the question I think I have is, at what point do we draw the line where we are, making all these criminal cases against these people, hoping that that will create empathy? I'm not sure that those two things, I don't understand where that is. I completely agree that we must have empathy. But I also wonder how can we teach people empathy with the criminal cases? I'm not sure that that's helping anything.
Right. Also, Nipun, between free speech is sacrosanct, don't like it, don't listen, and comedy is not funny when it comes at the expense of someone else. And here I do believe that there are no two sides to this. We cannot go back on what we have gained in terms of, having language that's respectful, having language that's dignified, that doesn't dehumanize people. So clearly there are no two sides. But, when you talk about balance, making fun of disability is clearly in poor taste. But how do you, urge people to draw the line here?
No, I think this is something which is obviously thin balance that one has to maintain. And which is why I'll come back to what Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud Reddy said in his particular judgment, where he said that one needs to differentiate between disability humor and disabling humor. Where disability humor is really humor around situations persons with disabilities face rather than targeting the person with the disability themselves. Whereas disabling humor is where you're laughing at the disability itself and demeaning the person because of that. For example, in Samay Rana's this particular case where this case has been done, you're talking about a kid and the cure that the kid is being given and talking about whether it is worth spending that money. Imagine what the parents of the child must be going through when they're seeing this particular video. Or when he's really imitating somebody who's limping and then that is replicated all across the country by college students because they think that if Samay Rana is doing it, it's acceptable for us to do it as well. Imagine the segregation that people who are limping in schools and colleges face in that sense. So there has to be a balance, of course. I'm not saying that freedom of speech is not important, but freedom of speech should not come at the cost of dehumanizing persons with disabilities and segregating them from society further.
Right. Mr. Ravichandar, this is something that Arman Ali also talked about. What role do you think can platforms like YouTube or Insta play in regulating this kind of content?
Yes. Firstly, I think I'm on the same page with Radhika Baz when she said empathy is not something that gets inculcated. It grows with you. Now, you threw up a very interesting question. How is it that parents react when they see something like this? I think schools, colleges, education institutions, culturally, let me tell you something very rudimentary. How many buildings in our country, including high courts, they do not have a area by which a physically challenged person can approach a court hall. Forget other aspects of the matter. So we are culturally indifferent to this. Today we've reached the other end of the pendulum where we can joke about them. Now, therefore, a systemic parallel will have to grow. Systems, people who speak about it will have to speak more vociferously about it. I'm going to unsubscribe these kind of people and say, no, this is not the kind of humor I want to listen to. These are not the kind of guys I want to listen to. And let's create a social angle from where we start socially boycotting this crass humor. I walk out of films where humor is crass. I walk out of every scenario where things are like this. Right. So we will have to create a counter-culture of empathy. Empathy will not come through the corridors of the Supreme Court. 1. 2, understand, in the name of curtailing crass humor, we are giving the system a larger whip that can have serious side effects on society. Now, we are looking at it from a very, very sensitive telescope. Empathy, it's a no-brainer. I think all of us need to empathize. We are all so lucky that we are normal human beings in that sense of the word.
Right. Arman Ali, we are talking about just stand-up comics here, and I'm sorry to say that these conversations do go on, even in our circles and even amongst people who are able. So clearly there needs to be more that needs to be done to amplify voices of reason and also, ending this kind of conversations even in mainstream dialogue, right? Like, there are, we know our family members who talk of, who body shame each other. There are these reels that we watch, identifying people by their color, or for that matter, how fat they are, or how slim they are, or how short they are. How do we ensure that we, amplify the right voices and ensure that there is, there is dignity in conversations?
Vasudha, I must tell you and correct everyone here that do you think disabled people don't have humor? They don't have sense of humor? I mean, if me and Nipun meet, we keep bantering each other about our disability and, our own challenges and so on. It's not that we don't enjoy humor. We also joke about each other's disability. But, I just want to put one thing on record. That criminal case is not to create empathy. The criminal case is to get justice. There is a law, and it exists to, and this law is to protect, and these behaviors of humiliating people with disability cannot go unpunished. It dehumanizes disabled people. That's one. And number two, how much of homework are these people doing? Whoever, whether it's a filmmaker or influencers or comedians on disability. Do you know about it, or you just try to mimic disability? Is that all that you do? If you understand disability, if you do your homework, if you do your research, and then make your joke about us, like Nipun said, not about how we are, but what disables us. It's that what, if you look at disability, it's not about the person, it's about the environment, it's about your inability to participate on an equal basis with others.
Right.
It's a system which is disabling us. And there are many other marginalized community in this country. I dare people make jokes about them.
Right.
It become a large political issue. It's because disabled people are invisible. And that's why you use law to bring more awareness. If somebody like Samay Rana can be put behind bar or pull up for this task, many other people will try to learn and put their mind to it, that what is the issue that you want to do. You watch movies from Hollywood, there's so much of humor around disability, and they also very systematically include disability into their various scenes by showing disabled parking and disabled people's movement. I don't see all that effort in our entertainment industry. It's only to ridicule disabled people, and the person with disabilities who are actually able to get education, higher education, if I might say, is only 0.05%. That's out of total population that you do. And the national average of a higher education in India is 27%.
Right.
So where are we? We are just pushing behind, doors and walls, one generation of disabled people. And this cannot be justified by any means.
Right. Closing remarks, Radhika, what would you like to say as part of your closing remarks?
I think, I'm 52 years old, and I've definitely in the past made jokes that I probably wouldn't now. And I completely agree that there is a line to be drawn between making fun of a situation that a disabled person may find themselves in and just mocking a disability, because that doesn't take talent, to mock a disability. Any fool can do it. And I don't think that's right. True comedy is about, you're right, it's about working with a theme.
Right.
It's about thinking about something a little bit more intellectually, and a lot of comedians pride themselves on doing that. In fact, and I can't remember her name right now, which is so unfortunate, there's a fantastic comedian who has Bell's palsy, and her whole act is about making fun of it, actually. And, there are several comics internationally who do have various types of disabilities, and even in India, we have a comedian who's sight impaired, makes a lot of fun of that. And that's different from someone like me rocking up and then just making fun of, how someone looks. That's not comedy. And I just want to be very clear. I'm not defending Samay's joke, mainly because I do not even know what the joke is. I don't. I was begging the producers, you guys know what the joke is, and I looked all over to find out what did this person say. So I'm not defending the joke. I'm simply saying, as a comedian, many of us, me included, as sensitive as I may be, will cross some line at some point. And I worry that if everything comes down to a criminal case, what are we doing to people's ability to be creative? So my concern is slightly different, but I do not...
Nipun, closing remarks from you, sir.
In my closing remark, I just actually want to respond to Mr. Sridharan, I think his name was, one of the panelists, who spoke about, that is Samay Rana going to get empathy through this criminal case. To be very honest, I don't think any criminal case is done to really give empathy to the particular person. If a person does a murder and he's sent to jail, it's not to give him empathy, but it's to deter that person from doing more murders in that sense, right? So I think this criminal case against Samay Rana is to deter comedians from cracking such jokes, because these jokes create worse stereotypes, which are then cultivated through society, and they spread more negative stereotypes that already exist in society in that sense. So it's about creating more empathy in society. It's not about really making Samay Rana suddenly empathetic by sending him to jail in that sense. And that is the clarification that I wanted to make. Right. Something else, for example, Radhika spoke about a few fantastic points. Like, for example, there are ramps that are steep, and there are 3 people who are needed to take up a wheelchair up a ramp, or the fact that payments are so broken in Gurgaon. These are the things that need to be laughed at. And I think there can be a lot of good disability humor that can come out of these things. So I agree with Arman that, we are not against disability jokes, but we are against jokes on persons with disabilities in that sense.
Right. Abha, something that you wanted to say?
Yeah, I would like to say that the ultimate goal should be to create a digital culture that is safe for everyone. where the content promotes respect, inclusion, and understanding. So instead of mocking at marginalized people, influencers should be challenged to promote empathy and positive change.
Right. Thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. Observing that the fundamental right to freedom of speech and expression is not absolute, the Supreme Court bench today said that no one can be allowed to demean anybody under the garb of the right, and in fact it also mulled framing guidelines on social media content, especially that concerns disabled and people with rare disorders. In the last many years, we as a society have made significant gains in attempting to use language that's respectful, specifically to make us an inclusive society. It's important to build on those gains, not hurt, harm people with language. But how does one build that sensitivity amongst people in a society that often tends to normalize such disparaging language? That is a larger question here. You heard our panelists out. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of it.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
पहली बार देश में आजादी के बाद ये फैसला किया गया है.
For this decision, we were waiting since long.
This has been only possible with our Prime Minister's decision.
राहुल जी जो सोचदार है मोदी जी ने अडॉप्ट कर लिया, अच्छा है. राहुल गांधी के सर्टिफिकेट के लिए राहुल गांधी को क्रेडिट देने के लिए कोई निर्णय नहीं किया.
They have always used it as a political weapon, and now that weapon's gone.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is...
Hello and a very warm welcome from Srinagar. I'm Shiv Arur. This is part of our continuing coverage from Kashmir 2 weeks after the Pahalgam terror attack. Two big moves by the Indian government have sent shockwaves not just across India, but most definitely across the border and also across the world. Step number one, the Indian Home Ministry has just ordered civil defense drills across states. These are of a scale that have not been ordered since the 1971 war and involve everything from air raid warning siren drills, civilian and student training, crash blackout measures, camouflaging vital installations, and basically getting the entire civilian population ready for any kind of national security emergency. The reasons could be obvious, and they do send out a message of India preparing the entire country for what could be India's next big move against Pakistan. The other big move, something that is far less visible than civil defense drills, are the shutting off of the crucial Baglihar Dam in the Jammu region. This has lowered the water levels of the Chenab River and begun to squeeze Pakistan dry. India is keeping to its promise of punishing Pakistan for Pahalgam with the Indus Water Treaty, and anyone who thought that this was just smoke and mirrors didn't account for the fact that India would be turning the screws. And what happened in Akhnoor today is just the beginning of what could be perhaps the biggest non-military action against Pakistan. In fact, I visited the front line of India's water war that has been declared against Pakistan. It's the Wular Lake. You may not have heard of it if you haven't visited Kashmir, but it happens to be the very battlefield of how India will be squeezing Pakistan dry. Here's my big ground report on that. Hello and welcome to this special ground report as part of our continuing coverage from Kashmir in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack. We're here today in Bandipora on the banks of the Wular Lake. This isn't just the biggest freshwater lake in the Indian subcontinent and one of Asia's largest. It's also the front line of an epic water war that India has declared on Pakistan as a punitive measure for what happened in Pahalgam. As India sets aside its obligations under the Indus Water Sharing Treaty, this lake you see here, the Wular Lake, now lies at the heart of how that's going to be executed. We're sailing now on a key battlefield of the Indus Water Treaty, the biggest punitive measure so far by India taken against Pakistan in the aftermath of Pahalgam. Now, this particular lake is very important because under the 1960 Indus Water Treaty that India has now suspended with Pakistan, the Jhelum River, the key Jhelum River that flows into this wetland, is allocated to Pakistan. But here's the clincher. India has the right to use this same water for non-consumptive purposes. And that's where the strategic value and role of the Wooler Lake actually kicks in. Because for any rebalancing of water power, it's going to boil down to storage and control. And that for India begins right here on the Wooler Lake. I'm joined by Sameer Iqbal Bhatt, who's a youth leader. He's grown up in Bandipora, which is a town on the banks of this vast lake that has now become very key to what's happening between India and Pakistan. Sameer bhai, thank you for your time and for being with us on this beautiful lake. You know, very few people have heard about it. Even fewer people have visited it. I have been visiting Kashmir for 20 years as a journalist, and this is my first time on the Wooler Lake. And here it is now at the center of this face-off between India and Pakistan after Pahalgam. Tell us about the significance of why we are talking about the Wooler Lake today in the context of the Indus Water Treaty.
First of all, Shiv, you have been first time in this Wooler, so I welcome you wholeheartedly and with your team. Wooler Lake is the largest wetland in our country as well as Asia. This is our water.
Yeah.
This is our land. So first of all, if we are not using this water, so how come our neighboring country can use this water? This Indus Treaty is a very big thing. And even though in the agreement, we are using just 20% of this, and 80% has given to the Pakistan. So पहली बात तो ये अगर हम देखें, हमारे को तो यही पे नाइंसाफी है. We are just using 20%, and we belong from this place. अगर हम कहीं पे भी रहते हैं, हमारा जहाँ पे घर होता है, जो हमारा आसपास की चीजें, our neighboring things. So we are the first honored person. We are the honor कि हमें उस चीज को utilize करना है. हम इस चीज का सिर्फ 20% we are using.
So you think कि ये Indus Water Treaty को बहुत पहले suspend करना चाहिए था? That it should have been done before, and it's being done only now. You know, in the past when there have been terror attacks, Sameer bhai, there has been talk कि क्या ये suspend करना चाहिए या नहीं. Why do you think it has happened this time? And you're happy that it has happened at least now?
Yes. Even I am affiliated, I belong from the National Conference family. So our president, our honorable president, Dr. Farooq Abdullah Sahab, recently उसने बता दिया. We are with this. अगर इससे कोई solution निकलता है, definitely people of our country, people of India, people of Jammu and Kashmir, they are welcoming this thing.
The Indus Water Treaty will take a long time to come into effect, the suspension of it, the punitive measure that India has taken. But the end result of it and what it does to Pakistan is gargantuan by any stretch of imagination. Like 80% of irrigation in Pakistan is dependent on water that is released to it under the Indus Water Treaty. Hydroelectric power, which is an overwhelmingly depends on this water coming in from India, will be stalled. Energy security will be crippled in many ways. Food security, farming will be completely crippled or paralyzed in Pakistan. And the future of the country's economy will be imperiled by just this one move. That is really how angry India is about what has happened in Pahalgam as a cumulative effect of terror over the decades. Another key flashpoint in this larger battle over water between India and Pakistan in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack is something called the Tulbul Navigation Project. It was proposed by India in the 1980s as a way to regulate the flow of the Jhelum in order to make it much more navigable downstream. Now, Pakistan didn't like this. Pakistan felt threatened because they thought that this would mean that this reservoir would give India more leverage. So they actually stalled it, and therefore India couldn't proceed with it under the Indus Water Treaty. But now, with this flashpoint, with India suspending and holding in abeyance the treaty itself, the Tulbul Navigation Project has re-emerged as a possibility. And Pakistan, of course, is not hiding its panic whatsoever. I'm joined with another person now who has been on the Wooler Lake for many, many years. क्या है ये Tulbul Navigation Project और अब ये फिर से सामने क्यों आया है?
देखिए, तुलबुल जो नेविगेशन प्रोजेक्ट था, इंडिया प्रपोज्ड
to make the hydro projects and other things, जिससे क्या होता कि यहाँ की खासकर जम्मू एंड कश्मीर की जो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी क्राइसिस है या बाकी जो वाटर रिसोर्स जहाँ पे हमें यूज़ होता है वो क्राइसिस हमें कम होती। एग्रीकल्चर जो क्राइसिस है यहाँ पे, हालांकि हमारे पास बहुत सारी वेटलैंड है यहाँ पे, आप जो जिस वलोर में आप जो हम जा रहे हैं इस टाइम, दिस इज़ द पार्ट ऑफ दैट इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी। और जो नेविगेशन वो प्रोजेक्ट जो आप बात कर रहे हैं, उससे क्या हुआ कि जो फ्लो है, टू बैलेंस द फ्लो ऑफ द जहलम, उससे क्या हुआ कि हमारा जो हमारा वाटर रिसोर्सेज की जो कमी थी हमें, उस फ्लो को मैनेज करके जो है हमारी जो कमी थी वो पूरी हो जाती, उसको बराबर किया जाता। उसलिए दैट इज़ वाई इंडिया प्रपोज्ड इन 1980s दिस ये प्रोजेक्ट के लिए। तो उससे क्या होता कि एक तो हमारी जो जैसे मैंने पहले भी कहा कि इलेक्ट्रिसिटी क्राइसिस है, जो अदर इरिगेशन हमारी यहाँ सिस्टम जो है बेकार पड़ा है, वेटलैंड्स हमारे पास बहुत है, खुश्क सहाली बहुत पड़ जाती है कभी कभार यहाँ पे, तो ये जो वाटर क्राइसिस हमें यहाँ रहती, तो वो जो है उसको पुर करने के लिए ये प्रपोज की गई थी। एंड और जो फ्लो वहाँ जा रहा था वो चाहते थे कि इसका पूरा फ्लो जो है हमें मिलना चाहिए, हालांकि जो है इसका हम भी तो हकदार हैं, हमें भी तो इंसाफ चाहिए। तो दैट इज़ वाई ये प्रोजेक्ट इंडिया ने उस टाइम प्रपोज किया था, और हमें लगता है कि ये बहुत अच्छा फैसला था तब का।
The move that India has made as far as the Indus Water Treaty is concerned is a huge one. It is enormous. The implications will not be immediate, they will not be kinetic, they will not be spectacular in the next few days or weeks or even months. But this is one of the biggest moves that India has taken so far against Pakistan. Now, as part of this huge meltdown in Pakistan, the country's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has said any structures that India builds in order to divert water as part of its Indus Water Treaty suspension will be destroyed by Pakistan. Now, this is, of course, very much in keeping with Pakistan's irresponsible and arrogant rhetoric. Khwaja Asif has been in the news for all the wrong reasons, even taking ownership of terror groups, etc. recently. So we mustn't pay too much attention to these grand claims by Pakistan. But it is a pointer to the fact that India has hit Pakistan where it hurts. And as we report from on the Wooler Lake, which I keep saying is the center point of where this entire action, the Indus Water Treaty suspension, is going to literally and proverbially flow from, it's important to realize that this is not just muscle flexing or psychological warfare by India. India has already conveyed its intent and will be pursuing this by all means and by all accounts, diplomatically, structurally, and politically. Sailing here on the serene Wooler Lake, it's impossible not to see it today for what it really is and has become. Leverage between India and Pakistan. Now, this is leverage, we have to say, that India has hesitated to use for many, many years, many, many decades, despite multiple provocations by Pakistan using terror. But that has completely changed now. Pakistan has tried to weaponize the fact that India has prevaricated over pushing the button and suspending the Indus Water Treaty, but no longer, because India's patience has run dry in the shadow of what happened in Pahalgam, and it is here from the Wooler Lake that the effects of it will flow. Patience has run dry, very much like the rivers, which probably will once things actually come into effect. Those scoffing at India's move, suspending the Indus Water Treaty, those who think it's just smoke and mirrors, well, India has already issued notice under Article 12 of the IWT for modification of this treaty. And therefore, if the Tulbul navigation project and other infrastructural moves on the Wooler Lake and beyond come into effect, it could be the beginning of the end of Pakistan's uninterrupted water privileges courtesy India. And remember, this isn't just a diversion. This is about ending the veto that Pakistan has taken for granted for way too long while perpetrating terror against India. And one must always remember before we end that when big decisions are taken between countries, it is the little people who face the immediate impact of those decisions. The suspension of the Indus Water Treaty and all of these people who've made their lives here on the banks of the Wooler Lake, which is now the battlefield of that water war between India and Pakistan. How do they feel about it? Sir, आपको क्या लगता है जो अभी इंडिया ने एक डिसीजन लिया है इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को लेकर और काफ़ी इम्पैक्ट यहाँ पर होगा, आपके क्या इच्छाएं हैं, क्या तमन्ना है?
हमारी इच्छा यही है, हम अराउंड द वॉलर रहते हैं, हमारा रोज़गार मिलना चाहिए। वो लंबी बात है, दो मुल्क क्या कर सकते हैं, लेकिन यहाँ के लोकल उसको फ़ायदा मिलना चाहिए, यहाँ के लोकल उसको रोज़गार मिलना चाहिए, वही है।
आपको लगता है कि ये होगा? अब जो इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी था वो बहुत साल से बात चल रही है कि उसको सस्पेंड करना चाहिए, पाकिस्तान आतंक फैला रहा है इसलिए सस्पेंड करना चाहिए। अब पहलगाम के बाद वो फाइनली हो गया है। क्या आपकी उम्मीद है कि इस बार कुछ होगा, अच्छा होगा आप लोगों के लिए?
करना चाहिए, हिंदुस्तान गवर्नमेंट को करना चाहिए हमारे लिए अच्छा, क्योंकि इसको कहते हैं बाय द पीपल, फॉर द पीपल, ऑफ द पीपल। लोगों को बचाने के लिए हिंदुस्तान गवर्नमेंट को कुछ करना चाहिए। हम भी हिंदुस्तानी है, ये सारे हिंदुस्तानी हैं।
There is every hope that with this big decision that India has taken, those changes will be good for them. They talk about unemployment, they talk about opportunities. There are little children running around here everywhere. Let us hope that the next time we visit the banks of the Wooler Lake, it is entirely new and entirely changed. From the snows of the Kashmir highlands to the still waters of the Wooler Lake, Indian waters have flowed without question into Pakistan for decades. But that era may be coming to an end. In fact, it will be coming soon to an end. And when that happens, the Wooler will no longer just be a lake. It will be where the tide turned. With Ashwini Mehra, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. and it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation.
And from the front line of India's water wars against Pakistan, we've returned today to Pahalgam, the epicenter of where this entire cycle of tension started. Here in Pahalgam, where 13 days ago, nearly 2 weeks ago, that terror attack happened just a couple of kilometers from where I'm standing. The important thing to realize is that the security forces still haven't managed to hunt down the terrorists, 3 or 4 or 5 terrorists who were responsible for the butchering of 26 tourists. Investigators tell NDTV that they're tracking 54 different forest routes that lead out from the Baisaran Valley, now central to the entire investigation. Forests surrounding Pahalgam like these are infested with escape routes and tracks that go into further mountainous areas as well as lowland areas in different parts of Kashmir, including South Kashmir. And that may be one of the reasons explaining why the manhunt has taken so long and is proving to be, at least so far, completely fruitless. There are massive joint operations that are taking place on NDTV. We are not talking about any specifics, but the army, the Jammu and Kashmir police, the CRPF, some special forces are all also involved in the manhunt. It is something that needs to be said, that for such a militarized zone to not be able to capture 4 terrorists even nearly 2 weeks later is telling as to how difficult the terrain is and how much support these terrorists have actually had on the inside. Remember, the enemy within is another aspect that simply cannot be whitewashed. It simply cannot be ignored, because those were the overground workers for sure who very likely helped the terrorists operate in these highlands, cross the passes and enter Pahalgam at least a few days before that attack took place. According to security agencies, 2 locals from Pahalgam are very likely to have visited Pakistan at some point, perhaps come back as well through different routes, and then laid out the entire logistical route for those terrorists. So as we sit here in Pahalgam, just shy of 2 weeks since that terror attack, the truth is writ large. And nearly 2 weeks later, the route to the Baisaran meadow here in Pahalgam is completely cut off. There are many different approach routes, but the main one that was taken by the tourists who went there, and the 26 of them who were butchered by Pakistan and Pakistan-sponsored terrorists, is completely cut off. There is a police naka that has been set up here. Nobody is allowed beyond this point, which is a foot track that leads up to the meadow. But nearly 2 weeks later, the investigation and the hunt for those terrorists who had help from right here amidst the local population, which is beyond any doubt, are still at large. One of the troubling aspects of the investigation is that some investigators believe that the terrorists may still be in the area. They may not have left at all, that they had done such an exhaustive recce of the place that they still have successful hideouts within the forest surrounding Pahalgam, which is like a bowl-shaped valley in this part of the Anantnag mountains. Now, the route to Baisaran, when it will open again to tourists, one can only guess. For now, it is a completely cut-off zone. There are CRPF and other security agency personnel on the inside. The only people who have access to it, of course, are the investigators, the National Investigation Agency and others. Tourists who come to Pahalgam are wondering about it. Of course, there's a whole lot of curiosity about when the Baisaran meadow will be opened again. They've heard about what happened there. They know it's called mini Switzerland. There are maps everywhere in Pahalgam town saying that it is perhaps the most beautiful part of Pahalgam itself. But it remains unclear when this little remote meadow that became the site of one of the most horrific terror attacks will be open again for business. For now, the terrorists who spilt blood in Pahalgam, a quiet hill town that has been a nerve center of tourism for Jammu and Kashmir, continues to bleed, and it has sleepless nights as to when this particular route and the many other routes in this hill town will be open once again to welcome people back. Amidst the gloom here in Pahalgam, nearly 2 weeks after the terror attack, the focus now shifts to the upcoming Amarnath Yatra, which begins less than 2 months from now. बताइए कि 2 महीने से कम के टाइम से यात्रा शुरू होगा. क्या आपको विश्वास है कि लोग बड़ी अच्छी संख्या में आएंगे, यात्री लोग?
आएंगे, बिल्कुल आ जाएंगे. हर साल तो आते हैं, 3-4 लाख तो हर साल आते हैं, तो इस बार भी आएंगे, पक्का विश्वास है.
भाई, आपका क्या कहना है? इस बार अच्छा होगा यात्रा?
अच्छा होगा इंशाल्लाह.
हर साल तो अच्छा ही होता है, लेकिन पहलगाम में जो हमला हुआ था उसके बाद लोग थोड़ा डिप्रेशन में हैं, टूरिस्ट लोग भी कम हैं. आपको क्या लगता है? आपने भी घोड़ा लाया है यहाँ पे रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए, तो आपको लगता है कि अच्छा होगा इस बार?
अच्छा होगा, अच्छा होगा.
तो क्या तैयारियाँ किए हैं यहाँ पर?
अपने से सब तैयारी की है जाने की. हम इसी पर पलते खाते पीते यहीं हैं. ये हमारा बहुत जुल्म हो रहा है हमारे साथ. ये जिसने भी किया उसने किया, वो हम नहीं बोल सकेंगे, मगर हुआ जुल्म. गरीबों के साथ जुल्म हुआ. आना चाहिए, ये हमारा रोज़गार है, शुभ है आने जाने का. वो हमारे मेहमान हैं, हम उनकी नमाजी करते हैं. आना चाहिए. हम ये इसी हमें से हम घोड़े लेकर आए, जाएंगे अमरनाथ. इनको ये बटन लगाया, सब कुछ दमर. अब जाना है इसी तैयारी से. आना चाहिए, हम खुश हैं उनके मेहमान आने पर, हम खुश हैं मेहमान.
और यात्रियों के अलावा जो टूरिस्ट भी आते हैं वो भी पोनी राइड्स लेते हैं, वो भी इस्तेमाल करते हैं. तो वो अभी उस पर असर पड़ा है अभी, क्योंकि टूरिस्ट लोग कम संख्या में आ रहे हैं. तो आपको विश्वास है कि आएंगे वापस? क्योंकि 3-4 दिन हमले के बाद हमने एक्चुअली देखा कि टूरिस्ट लोग वापस आ रहे हैं. तो क्या आ रहे हैं वापस? अभी
आएंगे, आ रहे हैं, फिर आ रहे हैं. थोड़ा डर हो गया था, तो दुश्मन का क्या कहना है, मगर आएंगे.
So there is a shadow of depression, there is a shadow of pain and anger, but there is also hope and a belief that things will go well. All of the people we've spoken to, many of them off camera because most of them didn't really want to speak, said that they've been informed by the authorities that security is taking a special character this time, even though they aren't really nervous about numbers. But some of them said, we hope that this time, considering the treachery and the horror of what happened in Pahalgam, not very far from where I'm standing at this registration center, that it doesn't affect the Amarnath Yatra and the numbers of people who actually come. These are the faithful, the people who don't mind taking a huge amount of hardship to actually go on this pilgrimage, which is one of the most important ones. So these horses hopefully will be carrying pilgrims on that 45-kilometer journey to Amarnath less than 2 months from now. In Pahalgam, at the Nunwan registration camp with Ashwini Mehra, Shiv Arur, NDTV. Remember, tomorrow is 2 weeks since the Pahalgam terror attack, and our coverage will continue right here on NDTV. We will be reporting from the line of control, from Pahalgam, and remember, on the terror hunt that continues because the terrorists have still not been found. This continues to be the #1 story here on NDTV. It's over now to Maria, who's taking over another aspect of what's been happening in the aftermath of Pahalgam, the petty politics that's playing out. You can always depend on that, Maria.
All right, thank you so much for those ground reports. Shivarur there reporting from Jammu and Kashmir. Hello everyone, this is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil. In the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, India has sent out a firm message that terrorism won't be tolerated. Top leaders from Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Union Home Minister Amit Shah to Defence Minister Rajnath Singh all have vowed action, but politics has flared up. There are certain opposition leaders who are questioning the lack of action, or should I say, delay in action. Today, it was the UP Congress chief, Ajay Rai, who mocked India's pride, the Rafale jet, by presenting it as a toy with lemons and chilies, symbols used to ward off evil. Ajay Rai questioned when India would take the next step against Pakistan. None can imagine that a leader who's representative of citizens can act like this, instead of standing by its citizens and armed forces rather than questioning them. The BJP has lashed out, accusing the Congress of demoralizing the armed forces and siding with the enemy in rhetoric. With repeated controversial statements coming from Congress leaders from Sunderbani to Vijay Vettiwad and now Ajay Rai, question looms large. Does the India bloc support India's armed forces? And is Rafale becoming a pawn in petty politics? First up, let's listen in to what the politics around this story is, and then I bring in the guests.
ये रक्षा मंत्री जी ने लटकाया, मैंने नहीं लटकाया। मैंने तो बताया, आंखें खोली इनकी कि आपने जो किया है वो सामने देख लीजिए कि नींबू मिर्च क्या है। नहीं, ये शो करना चाहते हैं कि जो आप नींबू मिर्ची लगाकर खड़ा किए हुए हैं राफेल को, आज देश की जनता प्रभावशाली कार्रवाई चाहती है आतंकवाद, आतंकवादियों के खिलाफ। एक बेटा जिसका सोच सकते हैं, जिसका एक बेटा चला जाएगा दुनिया से, तो आज क्या उसके ऊपर बीतेगी, पूरे परिवार के ऊपर। मैं समझता हूं कि वो अंतरात्मा हम सबकी पूरे देश के लोगों की रो रही है, पूरे लोग परेशान हैं।
अजय राय जी रफाल विमान के ऊपर खिलौना ऐसा दिखाते हुए, नींबू मिर्ची दिखाते हुए मजाक उड़ाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। एक दिन पहले इसी ईस्टर्न यूपी में गंगा एक्सप्रेस वे के ऊपर रफाल ने लैंडिंग की और उड़ान भरी। यानी ये सीधा संदेश था पाकिस्तान और हमारे देश के दुश्मनों को, और उसी क्षेत्र में, उसी गंगा के किनारे बैठकर कांग्रेस पार्टी का प्रदेश अध्यक्ष उसी रफाल विमान का मजाक उड़ा रहा है।
Joining me on the show, Dr. Ajay Alok is the spokesperson of the BJP. We have Dolly Sharma representing the Congress, and two experts on the show, Brahma Chelani, strategic affairs expert, and Neeja Chaudhary, senior journalist and columnist. Brahma Chelani, completely avoidable, but why make fun of Rafale jet?
That's a good question. Domestic politics should be kept out of arms procurement decisions by the government for several critical reasons, primarily centered around ensuring national security. Arms procurement is a highly specialized and critical function that directly impacts the country's security and sovereignty. To ensure the armed forces are equipped with the best possible tools to protect the nation, decisions have to be based on objective criteria. They have to be also based on operational requirements of the services, technical evaluations, and cost effectiveness, free from the influence of domestic political agendas. But there is a larger issue that, that really this particular incident highlights, which is that successive governments in India, on their watch, Pakistan has carried out daring cross-border attacks. For example, under Vajpayee, we had the attack on Indian Parliament. Under Manmohan Singh, we had these horrific Mumbai massacre. Then under Modi, we've had a series of major attacks from Pathankot, Uri, and the most recent in Pahalgam. The question that we need to ask ourselves is, has any government in India ever imposed deterrent costs on Pakistan. You know, after every major terrorist attack, we debate as to what should be the appropriate response, but then after some time, it's back to business as usual. That's the reason why Pakistan feels emboldened to carry out its unconventional war by terror. We need to break from this cycle. We need to think long term and we need to think strategic as to how we can deter Pakistan effectively. So we need to keep partisan politics aside and focus on national security and how to strategically contain Pakistan.
Okay. Neerja Chaudhary, first the Gayab post, which was of course removed late at night, understanding fully well that it had backfired on the entire Congress narrative. And now this. Is the Congress party not able to understand the sentiment of the country right now?
I think the Congress leaders, and Ajay Rai particularly, needs to go by what his own party's top leadership told the government at the all-party meeting.
Yes.
Which was that we will let you decide what is the most effective way to respond, and we will back you in that endeavor. And then when Siddaramaiah and some others spoke about, that there should not be a war. Now, I say about the war situation, people can have that view, that we should do something less than the war. We should do something effective, sabak sikhana, but it need not go to all-out war. That can be a viewpoint. But the Congress leadership, again, reiterated what they had said earlier and said the party's view was this, that we will back the government on whatever they decide. Now, it's a very tough call for the government to take because there are so many complexities here. It's not a simple thing to do that you just pick up and attack the other country. There are other countries involved. What will China do? What will the US do? What will Bangladesh do? Then we have, of course, inside the country, there is an opinion that's incensed and would like effective action to be taken. But then the government has to weigh up everything. There has to be due deliberation. There has to be careful planning on all fronts. So the government has taken certain measures already. And it is, the Prime Minister said that we leave it to the chiefs. So he told the chiefs of armed forces that the modalities, the targets, and the timing would be left to them.
Yes.
Now, having said that, that means the political decision has already been taken. Because you cannot go into modalities unless the political decision has already been taken.
Yes.
Given the stage we are at, and the country has to trust that the government is going to, that it's going to give a befitting response, whatever be that nature of response. I think the political class and the politicians, particularly of a party like the Congress party, must exercise restraint of the highest order.
Okay. So is restraint expecting too much, Dolly Sharma? Or are you not, first...
Yeah. Can you repeat the question again, Maria?
Yes. Is restraint expecting too much? While we understand that the opposition or critics can raise questions of what could have gone wrong, but in this period, when there are enough messaging coming in from the government that, repeated meetings are being held and the Prime Minister has given full authority, full hand to the armed forces to decide and what will be the nature of action, those operational details certainly cannot be shared with anyone, nobody.
Right.
And then you have a post such as, which of course you deleted later, which was Gayab last week, and now your party president of Uttar Pradesh mocking Rafale fighter jets. So what really is happening? I mean, is the Congress party... why is the Congress party not able to restrain in times which are so sensitive?
So, Maria, I would like to say that I think the statement of the CWC openly says that we are with the we stand with the government of India, and CWC has clearly stated that whatever the action government is going to take, we will stand by it. Number one. Number two, I think it may be due to the anger, maybe because people are waiting, the entire nation is waiting to see that we should take some strict action against Pakistan, because it is not only the life of 1 or 2 or 3, it is the life of 28 citizens of this country, which means a lot. A single life means a lot. This is 28 lives after Pulwama. And we are watching our civilians, the way Pakistan, the way terrorists has attacked, has taken the life of the common man of this country is really, really heartbreaking, heart-wrenching. And I think a strict action should be taken. And the formal line of the Congress party is that we are and we will stand by the government.
Okay, so then why are you not able to tell that to your party men and senior party functionaries?
See, Maria, let me tell you one thing. When Nishikant Dubey made a statement, clearly people came, defended him, and I think there were no debates when BJP said that this is not the official line of the Bharatiya Janata Party. We have clearly stated that this is the line, personal line of Nishikant Dubey. Okay. I don't know, after so many statements, after Rahul Gandhi's statements that we are with the government of this country, whatever action the government will take, Congress party is standing with the government firmly. So I don't know why these issues are being taken. And yes, it is the pain of the common man. It is the pain of every...
You know the reason why these issues are being taken up? It's because this rhetoric is being talked about in Pakistan. That how divided India's polity is, how divided India's political class is. That is the reason why this issue is being
Maria,
taken.
there are so many statements of Prime Minister Modi after 26/11 which I can show you. What was that? Was it
Ajay Alok?
Was the statements played there? Then was he not standing
Alok,
with the
the
government?
question
it
is,
was the question of the leader of the opposition.
Okay, Ajay Alok, you know, you as the Congress spokesperson said, that we should go with what has been said by Rahul Gandhi, the Congress Working Committee, and forget about all these statements which are being made by other Congress leaders.
Well, to show empathy about 28 lives being lost in Pulwama attacks, where was this empathy when after 26/11, 163 lives were lost? Why was not any action taken then? And why you are so much in a self-esteem mode and so much in a hurry mode that you want the action taken very quickly? Because it's a matter of 26 lives. And Mr. Nishikant Dubey commenting something on Supreme Court, which he clearly said it's not our party line. And your other leaders, including your Chief Minister Sidharamaiah and your UP State President, Ajay Rai, making mockery of Indian Air Force and Rafale, playing into the hands of Pakistan, where you are being discussed in the parliament of the Pakistan, that here, look, Congress party is not supporting Modi, Samajwadi party is not supporting Modi, Aam Aadmi party is not supporting Modi. Is that gives you a kick or current? When the leadership has said something, why can't you abide by it? It's a very crystal clear mode, muh mein raam bagal mein churi. Leader says something, but the downstairs big leaders will do something else. We have not kept Rafale to be in the dressing room for just shutting it down, and we have not got Rafale after making this, what do you say, Ilaichi Puja and everything. All kind of rubbish being said by the Congress party, they have actually lost it. None of the congressmen in the past 10 days have talking sense, right from Robert Vadra to till today, from this Ajay Rai. And defending all these kind of people doesn't make any sense.
What did Ajay Rai say when there was a backlash? He didn't apologize. He didn't take back his words. He has made a fighter jet, which is India's pride, a political pawn.
Well,
and
how
it's
can
sad.
you say that this is the
And
question?
Shastra Puja, it has been a tradition which has been associated with our armed forces for decades.
No, Maria, how can you say that this is a question on the armed forces? This is actually not. Not at all. We are waiting for the government to take decision. This is as simple as that. Nothing more than that. Will he deny to the statements of Kangana Ranaut made on several occasions? They clearly said this, that this is not our party line. तुरंत बीजेपी ने हाथ झाड़ लिया. निशिकांत दुबे स्टेटमेंट, तुरंत हाथ झाड़ लिया. I have a list of several leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party जिसके लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कहा this is not the official line of the Bharatiya Janata Party. So after clear statement made by the Congress party, by the big leaders of our party, they say for everything they blame Rahul Gandhi. Now the statement of Rahul Gandhi says that we stand by the government of India. हम हमारी सरकार के साथ खड़े हैं. हमारी सरकार जो कहेगी, जो करेगी, हम उसके साथ हैं. बट ऐसा क्यों दोहरा चरित्र भारतीय जनता पार्टी का हो जाता है? And I can show you 100 statements made by then Chief Minister Narendra Modi ji, asking so many questions to Prime Minister Manmohan Singh ji. I can play here right now also. Was what? Can you say that then he was standing with Pakistan when he was asking questions to the Prime Minister Manmohan Singh ji?
Okay.
Was he doing the same? Was he standing with Pakistan?
Ajay Alok, respond and then I bring in others, please. Go ahead.
I just have to make a simple point. The point here is that when Rahul Gandhi visited Srinagar, victims, and coming out when he did the talks, he said one thing very categorically. This attack should not be made as a weapon to use it against a particular community and particularly my Kashmiri brothers. That was the statement made by Rahul Gandhi in Srinagar. Now today what we find for the last 3 days, that out of the 4 attackers of Pahalgam, 2 were Kashmiri Muslims. So according to Rahul Gandhi, we should let them go free. Why you are not speaking against the terror module that is operating within the country? Why you are not speaking about those people who are helping, who are financing, who are motivating these terrorists within our own country?
Maria,
the biggest tragedy of this country is, please don't interrupt, the biggest tragedy of this country is, after the division, the terrorists went to the other side and the sympathizers were left here in India. That's what we are facing today. If that is not the case, why Congress party accepted donation from Zakir Naik Foundation? Why? Zakir Naik is a known terrorist. He's absconding the country. Why your party accepted donation from Zakir Naik Foundation? Do you have any reasoning to do that? Why Yasin Malik was clicking pictures with the Prime Minister Manmohan Singh? Why Sonia Gandhi was crying when terrorists were shot dead in encounter? Again you are going to cry when Pakistan is going to face problem. The very inherent nature of being anti-India at the time of crisis, just for the heck of your power, makes you super arrogant and just makes you out of your brains. And all the person concerned with the Congress party who's defending Congress party start speaking in the same line without realizing the sentiment of
Dolly. Yeah. The point that was made by Mr. Brahma Chelani minutes before you joined was that political class cannot comment on the issue of procurement here. When you what Mr. Mr. Rai has done is actually talk about it. It's a sensitive issue. That's my repeated point here. You know, why mock Rafale planes?
Can I speak, Maria?
Yes, please. Go ahead, Dolly.
Yeah. ये सुनिए.
Go ahead. Make your point. We can't hear that. You can speak.
So, can you hear this, Maria?
Yes, there's a problem. You can go ahead and speak, please.
This is a statement of Prime Minister Modi where he is speaking that आतंकवादियों का कोई धर्म नहीं होता. मित्रों, आतंकवादी होता है. मित्रों, आतंकवादी की कोई जात नहीं होती. मित्रों, अगर हम ये सवाल उठाएंगे तो हमें कह देंगे कि हम कम्युनलाइजेशन कर रहे हैं. तो क्या है ये, कौन सा दोहरा चरित्र है? मारिया, आप सरकार में बैठे हो तो ये सारे सवाल देश विरोधी हो जाते हैं. आप जब ऑपोजिशन में बैठे हो तो ये सारे सवाल जायज हो जाते हैं. एंड आई वुड लाइक टू आंसर हियर. ही वाज स्पीकिंग अबाउट 26/11. Yes, there were terrorists inside Taj Hotel. All of them were killed. One who was left was also hanged till death. ये किया था कांग्रेस की सरकार में. ये हुआ था. You tell me, Maria, after Pahalgam, you tell me one terrorist they have caught. एक आतंकवादी इन्होंने पकड़ा, हमारे 40 जवान शहीद हुए. अब मैं पहलगाम की बात करती हूँ. मारिया, पहलगाम में आप मुझे बताइए
कोई एक भी टेररिस्ट इतने लोगों को मारने के बाद वो खुले आए, खुले चले गए, जमीन निगल गई, आसमान खा गया, गए कहां? ये सवाल हम नहीं पूछे? आर दीज क्वेश्चंस नॉट वैलिड टुडे? आप बीजेपी की ट्रोल आर्मी देखिए, नरवाल, लेफ्टिनेंट नरवाल की वाइफ जो रो रही है, परेशान है, परेशानी में है।
I get that point, Dolly.
कम्युनल नहीं करिए,
I
तो
get that
आप
point
उसको
here.
ट्रोल कर रहे हैं,
Questions are valid. Nobody is stopping you from asking questions.
The words that these people are using for that girl who is now going through a lot of pain.
Nobody is stopping you from asking questions. My point, and is the point here, is why mock center with a toy Rafale? That is my limited point. And that's where the issue is. And I'm going to go back to Brahmachalani and Nirja Chaudhary now. Brahmachalani, the question is of, delay in action. That's what opposition is saying. But, that's an operational decision. I mean, that's a decision that will be taken by the armed forces. No political class. I mean, they are not really in a position to ask that question. Why action and why delayed action? If there is no action, that can be asked. But of course, I mean, when will it be? That's nobody's business, one would say.
Well, I agree with you, Maria. The deaths of the innocent tourists in Pahalgam demand accountability and justice, not empty rhetoric or indecision. India cannot be condemned to indefinitely remain a victim of cross-border terrorism, which explains the groundswell of national anger. But national anger does not mean that India should act now, immediately. India should execute retribution when Pakistan least expects to be hit. Right now, the Pakistan armed forces are on highest alert. The longer they remain on high alert, the greater the drain on Pakistan's resources. That country is already bankrupt. So keeping the armed forces on 24-hour alert status is a big drain on Pakistan's resources. India should bide its time and hit Pakistan when the time is right. But the costs this time have to be different. They have to be different from the costs India sought to impose in 2019. It cannot be another one-off operation like the one that was carried out at Balakot. The Balakot attack, like India's 2016 ground-launched surgical strike, targeted Pakistan military's terrorist proxies, not the terror masters, but their proxies. India went out of its way to say it hit a non-military target at Balakot. Why? The costs have to be imposed on the military generals, the terror masters. And this time the costs have to be imposed in a sustained manner and in a multifaceted way. So this time the costs have to be very different from the kind of costs India sought to impose in 2019. But India has to bide its time and wait for the right opportunity to start inflicting costs on Pakistan.
But when you say, sir, that, India's strategy, as we have been saying, action, I would say, has been two-pronged. We have seen the diplomatic action, and perhaps one of the key moves that was made then, a few days ago, was the Indus Water Treaty having been put on hold. The impact of that is now being seen in Pakistan with the stopping of water. And now the military action is something that they will be deciding the time and place.
Maria, the actions so far have been largely symbolic in nature. They are in the form of messaging, warning Pakistan to change its behavior or expect retribution from India.
In fact,
the Indus Water Treaty, by the way.
United Nations Secretary General is now addressing a press conference. Let's listen in. Just addressed the press, in which he has said the tensions between India and Pakistan are at their highest in years. It pains me to see relations reaching a boiling point. I once again strongly condemn that attack and extend my condolences. Let's listen in to again.
Respects And I am profoundly grateful to the government of people of both countries and their significant contributions to the work of the United Nations, not least UN peacekeeping. And so it pains me to see relations reach.
All right, you heard from the UN Secretary General. Let me give the last word tonight to Neerja Chaudhary.
I think, Maria, your debate has summed up the issues around this Rafale mockery that you call. And very simply put, there are moments, of course, the opposition must ask questions. That it's a job to do so. It would be failing in its duty if it doesn't do so. But there are moments and moments when things have to be done. And this was hardly the moment when we are engaged in very high-level, serious preparation, which will require wisdom and foresight and due deliberation. Should you go in for mockery of Rafale? Is this the moment for it?
Yes. Is this the moment for it, Dolly? A quick 30 seconds?
Maria, I'll again say that I think everybody should go with the official statement of the Congress party. An official statement is that we are with the government of this country. Whatever action the government is going to take, Congress party is going to support it 100%.
Okay, we still have some time on the show, so let's try and get more details on this and go back to Neerja Chaudhary. Neerja Chaudhary, largely one would say that the opposition has been careful, cautious and responsible in its statements, barring some of these, but the frequency with which it is coming is actually making one wonder that why are the leaders within the Congress party not following the official statement or official position of the party?
I think the other question, of course, is why is the leadership which was given a very clear statement, very clear sense of resolve about where the Congress party stands with the government on this issue and said it again and again, why are they not able to rein in their leaders and senior leaders at that? Chief of the UP Congress, that's no small position. And once he has said something and they get carried away, then they should withdraw it. But that has not happened. So the question will arise, does the Congress party want this and that both simultaneously? And the cost of that is very high, as I said. To do it at this time, there are other ways of conveying. If the Congress party feels strongly that why are we not being told that things are not happening, the response has not been forthcoming. A certain amount of response has been forthcoming. And you may have differences on what will inflict the maximum damage on Pakistan long term. Is this a full-fledged war that will do it? Should we go in for it? Those are very serious questions. Of course, I think it would help if the government can maybe confidentially brief those in the opposition, not everybody, but maybe 1 or 2 or 3 people, about what the government has on its table and what it plans to do.
Okay, Ajay Alok, 30 seconds.
See, Maria, as far as I can say, the government is leaving no stone unturned right from 22nd onwards, the day this attack happened. The series of measures which we have taken, including stoppage of water from Chenab since yesterday, that has already created a havoc in Pakistan, disturbing the 23% GDP because their Kharif crop is not going to be sold now. All the trade relations have been suspended, ports are not being used, the postal service is suspended. We are cornering them in a very significant manner worldwide. And yes, of course, we have already announced it that we are not going to leave the terrorists and their perpetrators. And I don't mind if anybody doesn't like this, if anybody sheds tear for that, I don't have any issues regarding that. The government is very clear in its motive. We are going to strike and we are going to strike hard.
Okay, I have just enough time for Brahma Chelani's comment on what UN chief has said. Mr. Chelani, UN chief says that has called India and Pakistan for restraint. And terrorists must be brought to justice. Targeting civilians is unacceptable. How do you look at it?
The UN Secretary General is pained by the tensions between India and Pakistan. He is not pained by what Pakistan did. He is not pained that Pakistan has engaged in a pattern of cross-border terrorism with the UN doing nothing but watching tensions periodically rise on the subcontinent. Fortunately, nobody listens to the UN Secretary General. The UN has been increasingly marginalized in international relations, and it's often said that the UN Secretary General is secretary to the 5 permanent members and acts as the general with the rest of the international community. As far as the Indus Waters Treaty is concerned, there's a lot of hype about what India's decision is doing. Let me make one thing clear. India's action in putting the treaty in abeyance does not affect water flows to Pakistan. India currently is doing reservoir flushing. That's releasing even more water to Pakistan. So all this hype that India is stopping water flows or reducing water flows, that needs to be countered, because India's intent is not to reduce water flows. India's adversary is not the Pakistani people. India's adversary is the Pakistani military establishment, the Pakistani deep state. And we should not exaggerate what the Indus Water Treaty decision by India does.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for joining us. Brahma Chilani, Neerja Chaudhary, Ajay Alok and Dolly Sharma. That's all from me on this edition of The Last Word. I'll be seeing you tomorrow, and Vishnu is right here in the studio.
Thanks very much. A great deal of tensions between India and Pakistan at this stage, and that is going to be our top story on Left, Right and Centre. Good evening, welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom. On the program this evening, tensions between India and Pakistan escalating rapidly. India's Ministry of Home Affairs has ordered civil defence mock drills for the 7th of May to prepare for potential hostile attacks following the deadly Pahalgam terror strike. This may be the first time that this is happening since the 1971 war. Pakistan's army earlier violated the ceasefire along the line of control overnight for yet another night, with India responding proportionately. Russia's President Vladimir Putin has condemned the Pahalgam attack, and he's pledged Russia's support for India's anti-terrorism efforts. Meanwhile, Moody's has warned that Pakistan's economy faces severe setbacks if tensions escalate, risking fiscal instability and reduced access to external financing. So there's a lot happening on the security front. We'll be discussing the very latest threads. But later on the program, President Trump's 100% tariff on foreign films could devastate Bollywood, slashing its vital US revenue and hiking distribution costs. This protectionist move threatens screenings and accessibility for Indian cinema fans. Joining us to discuss the impact of all of this is the acclaimed film producer Vivek Agnihotri. A quick look at the headlines. The Punjab-Haryana water war escalates. Punjab's assembly passes a resolution against sharing of waters with Haryana. The Punjab Chief Minister says not even a single drop for the state. Karnataka launches a caste census exclusively for scheduled castes, aiming to gather what it says will be empirical data on sub-caste demographics to guide internal reservation policies. The Bengaluru police issue a notice to Sonu Nigam after Nigam was linked Kannada song demand to Pahalgam. Sonu Nigam has clarified he loves the Kannada people and its culture. Well, tensions between India and Pakistan escalating rapidly, with the Home Ministry ordering civil defence mock drills for the 7th of May. Think about it, this could be the first time that this is happening since the 1971 war. And it clearly comes at a time when tensions between India and Pakistan really extreme. We'll be joined in a little while by the former Foreign Secretary Harsh Shringla, but for now we're joined by General Yash Moore, Daniel Block, a senior editor, Foreign Affairs, and a contributing editor at the Washington Monthly. John Rossomondo is a national security analyst in the US. Thank you all very much for being with us. General Moore, I think it is particularly striking that you've got these civil defense drills which will take place on the 7th. I mean, it's fairly unheard of over here in India. Do you believe that this is essentially the lull before a storm?
Vishnu, thank you for inviting me to your program. Yeah, I think all the actions that are being taken by the government, this does point towards preparedness, and it's good that we exercise our administration, our civic agencies, and our people become aware, because this time India appears much more serious. We are not looking for one-off event. We are looking for whole of a nation approach, economically, diplomatically, and we are just waiting for kinetic measures where the military might will come and bear on the Pakistan forces. So yeah, but it's good to prepare. There's no harm. I see this as absolutely a preventive and a proactive activity.
John Rosabondo, from where you're at, do you believe that it's just a matter of time before, there are military strikes, India responding to what Pakistan did with the Pahalgam terror attacks?
Well, I think that, I don't want to jump to any conclusions, but I think the fact that India is calling for civil defense drills suggests that the people at the top know that something's coming, that there's some sort of intelligence or something along those lines. But I think that, we've been seeing the efforts by both sides to probe each other. So I think that it would not take much for all-out war to start. I mean, the Pakistanis are saying that they'll do everything up through the use of nuclear weapons. So, this is definitely a scary time.
Daniel Block, how do you see the situation in the subcontinent?
Well, I agree with what the previous guest said. It's a scary time. I mean, the main thing that alarms me in some way is I don't see any real checks here along the path to conflict. There's strong incentives for both sides to continue to escalate. Nationalist officials in both governments that have a lot to gain from looking tough, from continuing to engage in provocative measures, from upping the tension in various ways. And on the outside, I don't see any state stepping in to try and mediate or negotiate in a way that's happened in the past. The United States is not playing as active a role as it has previously in trying to lower tensions and trying to come to some sort of compromise. But Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, I believe has attempted to do some mediating, but Trump has shown relatively little interest in the same way that he did, or his administration at least did, in 2019.
There's also been a reaction just in the last 5 minutes. I'm just going to read that out. It's come from the United Nations Secretary General on tensions between India and Pakistan, which are at their highest in years, where Mr. Guterres has said, "It pains me to see relations reaching a boiling point. I once again strongly condemn that attack, the Pahalgam attack, and extend my condolences to the families of the victims. Targeting civilians is unacceptable. Those responsible must be brought to justice through credible, lawful means. It's also essential, especially at this critical juncture, critical hour, to avoid a military confrontation that could easily spin out of control." General Yashmore, two nuclear neighbors over here, but India has been pushed very much to the brink on this case. There is an element of nuclear blackmail as well, which India or many over here see may be taking place. We've seen it from Pakistan in the past. Do you believe that whatever we do, we need to factor in nuclear blackmail from Pakistan, or do you believe the threat is viable?
See, Vishnu, this nuclear saber rattling is something we have always discounted. I think if we start talking of nuclear, both nuclear power states, then you are trying to somewhere mellow down your military responses. I think there is sufficient space, and this issue has been war gamed enough times. Pakistan doesn't have the gumption or the guts to go nuclear, and we have seen this in Kargil. And so I don't think we should, there's any chance, because if you have to hit military targets, legitimate military targets, I don't think, and the kind of situation that Pakistan is in economically, financially, diplomatically cornered from all sides, and I don't see this at all. Whatever little study I've done on nuclear deterrence, India's NFU is very much in place. Our draft nuclear doctrine always spoke of NFU, but we speak of massive nuclear retaliation. So I think military planners should totally discount any kind of nuclear blackmail, nuclear saber rattling, which normally the Pakistanis would be trying to do at this stage. But no, I think there is sufficient space below the nuclear threshold to punish the perpetrators of this terrible, incident that has taken place in Pahalgam on 22nd.
John, from an Indian standpoint, and as somebody who's tracked the Indo-US strategic relationship for almost 30 years, I mean, 30 years ago, it wasn't there. It started getting better and then progressively got much, much better. New Delhi is counting on Washington now as a strategic ally, perhaps more than ever before. How, in a sense, does Washington need to come onto the table, whether it's with intelligence sharing or with anything else that New Delhi needs? Because this, from New Delhi's standpoint, is where it's at.
Well, I think that the president needs to step up here. I mean, he's spending a lot of political capital between Russia and Ukraine. He needs to focus here in South Asia, where you could actually have a nuclear exchange. I mean, the fact that you have people like Kash Patel, Indian American, people like DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, both having like Indian ties. I think they should be pushing the president to take a more personal role in defusing this conflict, because things can get out of hand really fast, and the Pakistanis, if they feel cornered, they might do something rash.
Daniel, there's the entire aspect of financially where this leaves Pakistan. Now, Moody's issued a warning today, and they stated that escalation could severely damage Pakistan's economy, it could derail progress, threaten external funding, and strain foreign exchange reserves. India is a much larger economy. We wouldn't face that sort of an impact at all. But, it just increasingly seems that Pakistan is besieged. Economically, they're in trouble. They've got trouble on the Balochistan front. They've been responsible for this Pahalgam terror attack as well. And economically, if something escalates, it could be a survival issue for Pakistan as a country. I mean, that's how economists are reading it. I mean, that's what Moody's seems to be suggesting. Is that something that perhaps Islamabad needs to be reminded about?
I think the Pakistanis are probably aware of the fact that they're in an economically difficult situation. Unfortunately, that runs both ways in terms of the effect it has on escalation. So on the one hand, it should push Pakistan away from escalation because of the possible negative economic consequences, which you just laid out. On the other hand, one thing we've seen around the world is that countries that are under economic stress, under economic pressure, there are times in which they will turn to foreign policy, to saber rattling, sometimes to outright conflict as a way to distract their population from economic difficulties, with nationalism acting as a kind of salve, a kind of bomb for the various domestic problems that they face. So while it's certainly not in Pakistan's interests to have a war with India, and for that matter, it's not really in India's interests either to have a war with Pakistan. I mean, it's in nobody's interest to have a war between two nuclear armed powers. That won't necessarily have a restraining effect on the Pakistani government. I mean, it could, in some circumstances, have an escalating effect.
Yeah. General Moore, in as much as we talk about the situation on the line of control, and every morning there are, there are these press notes from the Defense Ministry saying that, there's been yet another instance of small arms fire. And as we talk about, going up the escalation matrix, it strikes me sometimes that people may not necessarily know what that means, that when you get into a war or you get into a military conflict, you can't right-size it. We did right-size it to a certain extent during Balakot. We did right-size it to a certain extent during the surgical strikes, but there is no guarantee that that's going to happen every time, right?
Yeah, I agree with you. But whatever we are hearing in last 10 days, it's mostly small arms exchange of fire at places where, some places where we dominate, other places, you know how the line of control moves. So thankfully, till now, no heavy caliber weapons have opened up, no artillery has opened up, tanks have not moved close and taking pot shots on the bunkers. So as of now, this kind of situation we have seen worse than this during the Kargil conflict. So we'll wait and watch. But I'm sure, this kind of, just trying to play for the Pakistan military. This is an hour where, there's a lot of stress on the Pakistan military within Pakistan because of what is happening in Balochistan, what is happening in KPK, and Asim Munir, his own image as the army chief, the entire army establishment, deep state. You are aware, 9th May, how people walked into Corps Commander's house and military garrisons were all swarmed by people of Pakistan. With Imran Khan in jail, the Pakistan military is facing a backlash domestically. So that must be factored in as we read the situation going ahead. But as of now, line of control remains active in various sectors, and it's limited to small arms fire.
John Rosamondo, at this stage, is there any doubt that Pakistan is an epicenter of global terrorism. The US hunted down Osama bin Laden. You knew about Pakistan's links in Afghanistan earlier on with the Al-Qaeda. The ISI almost synonymous. As a journalist on the ground, I've seen it. I've interviewed people who fought in Kashmir who were then jailed in Afghanistan. And it just seems that so much more needs to have been done or said to Pakistan that, look, enough is enough. Not just what India has been saying for decades.
Well, I have to say one thing. Pakistan is the largest undesignated sponsor of terrorism. I mean, everything from the Mumbai attacks to the attack in Pahalgam, which allegedly was perpetrated in part by a former Pakistani special forces who was loaned by the ISI to the Lashkar-e-Taiba TRF, to Al-Qaeda, as you were saying. I mean, I have lots of friends who were in the former Afghan military, and they said they kept on finding ISI badges among the dead Taliban. So I think that President Trump should consider adding Pakistan to the list, State Department's list of designated terrorists, so that would bring about financial sanctions that the Pakistanis can't afford. So I think that more definitely needs to be done.
John, just remind our viewers, how many years were you in Afghanistan as a soldier?
I've never been in a soldier, but I work closely politically with exiled Afghan generals, the former vice president of Afghanistan, Amrullah Saleh, and other top people following the fall of Kabul. So I've talked to these special forces and also U.S. special forces guys who fought alongside them, and they all say that they found ISI identity cards among some of the Taliban dead.
No, so John, let me just therefore narrate a story of my own, and we've reported it. We reported it decades back, more than a decade back, in 2002. So it's been a while. We were covering the Afghanistan war. We were among the first journalists to get in. The Northern Alliance, which was which was trying to push into Kabul at that stage, had a jail near the Panjshir Valley, where they invited us to go and film, and we invited people who said that they'd fought in Kashmir. And these were Pakistani nationals. They were all on tape. They weren't being forced to speak. They just said what they had to. They said they managed to get out after X number of weeks or X number of days. It's that blunt. It's that clear. You've got terrorists who come on record and say, yeah, I went and I attacked people in Kashmir. And so therefore, Daniel Block, so many decades later, we still have Pakistan as an epicenter of terrorism. And when people over here feel that not enough has been done, do you believe that there's merit in that argument?
Well, let's put it this way. The United States had to do a deal with the devil during the Afghanistan war because our supply lines were controlled by the Pakistanis. Fuel, water, weapons, all came through on Pakistan-controlled trucks. So now that that's over, the United States should take the gloves off on Pakistan. You already have some people who are close to President Trump, like Ambassador Rick Grenell, who want sanctions against Pakistan over the jailing of Imran Khan. I mean, we can debate over Mr. Khan's terrorism connections there too, but I think there's a lot of more free hand for the U.S. to do things.
Daniel, last word to you. Any thoughts, linked to what I was asked? Has enough been done by countries like the United States to shut down Pakistani terror? We face, for example, the threat of American-built F-16s all these decades later. They use them in 2019. If there is an air war, which is a possibility, those armed with AMRAAM missiles, which have apparently been equipped to fight terrorists, right? Those will be used against the Indian Air Force. It's ludicrous.
So I think that the challenge that the United States faced in the past, as John was saying, is that the U.S. military, to some extent, needed elements of the Pakistani government as it conducted the global war on terror. The problem, of course, is the Pakistani government has displayed time and time again that it's quite weak. It does not act in a unified fashion. You have some elements of the Pakistani government that are interested in crushing terrorists. You have other elements that are obviously funding terrorist organizations and that support it. Now, as John was saying, now you have a situation where the United States does not need Pakistan in the same way. And in theory, that would open more latitude for the United States to take a different approach to Pakistan from what it did before, to not necessarily sell it as many weapons. The issue, of course, now is that the United States is, it appears under the Trump administration, just simply less interested in that part of the world.
No, I would tend to agree with you, and that's a cause of serious concern. Look, gentlemen, I'm out of time over here. Thanks very much for being with us. I spoke to India's G20 Sherpa and our former Foreign Secretary Harsh Shringla a short while back. Here's what he told me. Well, these are clearly tense times in the subcontinent. Joining us now to discuss some of the latest developments, Harsh Shringla, India's G20 Sherpa, and also the former Foreign Secretary of India. Thanks, sir, very much for being with us. So I'd like you to reflect on something that just come in the last 15, 20 odd minutes, with the Home Ministry asking several states to conduct mock drills for effective civil defense, including operationalization of air raid warning sirens, training of civilian students, civil defense measures. In all your years of experience, do you believe that based on this, that we may now be in a lull before the storm sort of situation with potential military strikes possibly coming up?
Well, Vishnu, it's been 2 weeks since the Pahalgam attack took place, and in this period of time, there's been several, I would say, strands of thought on when and how the retaliation should take place. I think there's no doubt that there will be retaliation, but increasingly the sense is that retaliation will be at our own time and our own place of choosing. I think preparedness is an important part of anything that is underway now. In other words, any actions you take would invite some level of response from Pakistan. You may need to be prepared, and I think it's important for certain border areas to prepare in terms of blackouts, in terms